Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Thanks for joining me. Please hit the like button or double tap to show your support. I hope you guys had a great night's sleep. Hmm, it's been an interesting day yesterday. Don't forget, December 6th, right here on my channel, I will be having my fourth annual Secret Santa, Saturday, December 6th at 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which would be noon Pacific Standard Time. Come over. It is an annual event where myself and any content creators who want to participate, we give back to the subscriber. We will do a secret Santa amongst ourselves where we will cash app each other between $30 and $50, but we will not keep those cash apps. Those cash apps will then be gifted to members of the audience that are dropping their cash app in the chat. This is a way that I figured out to give back to the people who support us all year long. So I hope if you are a member, if you are a subscriber, I hope you come over. So whatever content creators choose to show up to bless you with a cash app, you must be here to win. They cannot receive their gift and then say, I'm going to go on my channel. No, you have to give the gift out on the day of the challenge to people who are actually in the chat dropping their cash app. So come over. There's no limit to how much you can win because maybe two or three people will decide to choose you as the person that they want to send their gift to. So their gift is between $30 and $50 that the content creators give to each other after they pull names, and then they give those gifts to you. There's no pot. There's no there's no pot, there's no anything that is giving to the content creators. Because understand that your support gives to the content creators all year long. We understand, well, some of us understand that you guys have a life too. We understand that you maybe uh, maybe need some help or something during this Christmas time. So I always try to make sure that I look out for the supporters as well, especially during Christmas time. Excuse me, please do not curse in my chat. Do not curse in my chat. I think I'm speaking English. I think this is an adult channel. Don't come over here with curse words in my chat. All right, so let's get started with the news. Let me let me figure out. Um, I wasn't watching. CNN happened to have been on the channel this morning, and I'm looking at these millionaire newscasters who come on TV to do these fluff pieces. It's it's amazing to me that they have more questions, more things to ask of people on their fluff pieces than they actually have to ask of policymakers. I found it's quite amazing. It is quite amazing. So please make sure you hit the like button. Good morning, Sonia. It is good to see you, Sonia. Uh, Sonia. Be here on Saturday, December 6th at 3 o'clock p.m. If you want to be in the running for Uh, Please stop putting all of these emojis in my chat. This isn't a chat. This is a chat for adult human beings. Do not span my chat with all of these emojis. And I if you do it again, I, I will take care of you. Okay. Thank you. It's my pleasure. It has been my pleasure. Hey, Foot Soldier, what's going on, Foot Soldier? Okay, let's get into the news. Now, there's been a lot of talk about these data centers that are going up everywhere, but they're taking up so much land mass, so much water, so much electricity. But the thing about it is, they create zero jobs. I'm good. Foot Soldier, I hope to see you Saturday, December 6th. It's my annual Secret Santa where whatever content creators decide that they don't have an excuse to not hit my panel to give back to the subscribers as they beg from subscribers every single day, come together and give back to the subscribers. I will be doing that December 6th at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hope to see you here. And this is the fourth annual Secret Santa. I know you will have many opportunities to go many other places. I'm pretty, anyway, show up here. This is where we give back to the subscribers. So remember that the next time someone tells you, a content creator tells you what they need in their personal life. Okay? Okay. So let me get into the news. Let me get into the news. It just amazes me how people are really living in la la land. Really living in la la land and want to take you with them as they live in la la land. Uh, this is what I wanted to talk about you. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, speaking of AI, let's talk about AI. And what is AI doing for you? AI is not creating any jobs. Now, uh, Doge is officially debunked. Doge has been disbanded, come to find out. However, Doge has gone into the Social Security Agency and they have taken every bit of information from the Social Security Agency. Now, you may see a lot of time there are commercials out about, even on some YouTube channels, they have all of these different businesses that find out who's using your information, trying to get back your information. Sometimes we hear announcements on the news that a different bank, a university, uh, uh, their security has been breached, and all of your information, including your social security numbers, may have been breached. And the settlements rarely come. The settlements of the millions of people who are affected by these data breaches, they rarely get any compensation or, there's, you would think that these corporations would give you some type of security that you could use if because of their data breach that you would have a company that would go in there and uh, find out who's using your data, make you whole. It seems like That never happens. Do you know how many times that they come out months later and tell you about a big data breach? Well, your social security information, including all of your relatives and every person who has a social security card in the United States, all of your data has been uploaded onto an unsafe server that people in the Social Security Administration has no way of accessing. For what reason? Do you ever think for what reason this has happened? So, say for instance, you've worked all of your life. You've worked all of your life. You have the points to retire. You're at the age to retire. And say you get ready to retire and start collecting your Social Security. And then all of a sudden you have 0 points allotted to you in Social Security. What are you going to do then? Okay, now I don't think that that is a if. I think that that is a win. I do think that that is a win. And are you going to have any ramifications behind that? Yes, you will. How long would it take to get that straightened out? And will it, in fact, be straightened out at all? Because we understand that the character Big Balls, remember Big Balls and Doge? Remember Big Balls, the 19-year-old who was beat up in Washington D.C. by a I think it was a 14 and a 15-year-old boy and girl. You know that Big Balls. He was the person that was working in the Social Security Administration. They said that they had stacks and stacks of laptops, and they could Social Security officials could not say if those were government issued laptops. So who knows where your information went? Why do I say this? Because Big Balls had worked for another corporation, and they were in charge of securing data. And come to find out, Big Balls let the data that he was supposed to be securing out to a competitor. So this is who has access to all of your social security information. You know, Big Balls who didn't have the balls to stand up to a 14 and 15-year-old boy and girl. You know, Big Balls are the reason that the National Guards were put out on Washington, D.C. streets because the crime was too much. The very next day, after Big Balls got a big bloody nose, the crime was so bad in D.C. that 4547 put the National Guards on your street. But what has 4547 done to protect the United States citizens about the crimes that Doge has gone in and taken away all of your pertinent information that can be manipulated? What ha- what has been done about that crime? Absolutely nothing. This was done under the cover of your government, your absolute government. So let's talk about AI. 4547 directs science agencies to embrace AI. The, the AI that has no rules of governance. And he recently came out and said that if any states try to govern AI, that he is going to sue the states. So if you don't think that this is on purpose, this is absolutely on purpose. What agencies? The Department of Energy will open up its data sets and equipment to outside researchers looking to tinker with AI tools. The Department of Energy. You know that. Okay, let me continue. Why is this important? The White House wants to turbocharge the nation's scientific research capabilities by embracing artificial intelligence. 4547 signed an executive order on Monday to launch what is being billed as the Genesis mission. Am I sharing? Yes, I'm sharing. A new plan that directs the Department of Energy and other science agencies to aggressively deploy AI. Aggressively. Michael Kratonos, head of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, described it as the largest marshaling of federal scientific resources since the Apollo program. Now, it's just really odd to me that the White House is now interested in science. Yeah, now that they can attach AI to it, now all of a sudden the White House is interested in science. When the CDC were uh, firing all of these scientists, all of these researchers who did scientific studies to find out about diseases and that are killing the United States citizens. You know how Robert F. Kennedy fired the head of the CDC because she just wouldn't blindly sign on to some of his crackpot theories about diseases. Isn't it funny? All of a sudden, the White House is doing this under the guise of propelling scientific research. Okay, okay. Where am I? In a call with reporters, he said that the program is expected to accelerate the rate of scientific breakthroughs in areas such as pharmaceuticals, energy production, and engineering. Energy production. So they're going to get AI on top of energy production. Will AI get on top of all the energy that these data centers are uh, are using up, and then making your utility bills rise? Is AI going to figure out what a common person should figure out? That these data centers should also have to build their own electric grid. These billionaires should have to build something that will power their data centers when they're building their data center. They need to build something that is not connected to regular Americans who do not benefit from the profits that they are going to get when they go in and scrub all your data and use your data whatever way they want to. What's the benefit to you? You're paying for your own demise. I okay. Okay. In a call with reporters, he said the program is expected to accelerate the rate of scientific breakthroughs in areas such as pharmaceuticals, energy production, and engineering. On the on the same call, Energy Secretary Chris Wright emphasized the plan's use of AI to analyze a vast data sets held by the agency's 17 national labs. Wright also promised an incredible increase in the pace of scientific discovery and innovation. So, does it seem like this country is worried about scientific discoveries as they fire scientists in every department? Does it seem, is that the problem? We don't have enough scientific discovery in the United States. When they do have scientific discovery, they defund it or fire the people who are actually doing. So AI is better at it. You know, the same AI that was telling the truth on Elon Musk, and Elon Musk didn't like it telling the truth about there being no genocide in South Africa, and bringing AI actually spouting that fact in damn near every answer, even unrelated questions about was there a genocide in South Africa. So to the point where Elon Musk went in there and did what to his AI? He went in there and he tinkered with it. He tinkered with it, and then the AI Grok started calling itself. Um, oh my God, I forget what Grok started calling itself. He said that he had to go in and tinker with AI. So are we are supposed to believe that AI is capable of giving you the right answers when it because it has so much data. So, how much did AI help Robert F. Kennedy when he had to go before Congress with his budget? And they found out that most of his report was generated via AI because they actually had footnotes and notes in there and was quoting scientific research that was fake, that was AI generated, that had dead hyperlinks. And this is what Robert F. Kennedy presented to Congress as his scientific research. He put it through AI. So they didn't understand that AI is not capable just because of that. Lowly senators and their aides found out that this report was jam packed with bullshit links and bullshit quotes and bullshit con, configurations, results that were represented to mean the opposite of what they actually were in the real scientific uh, manuals that they were putting out. They were saying that uh, one study meant the opposite of what the study actually meant. Is this the AI that can be manipulated any type of way that can fill in the blanks with a whole lot of fluff shit that they are now wanting to put into the government so badly? Yes, it is. Um, Increase the pace of scientific discovery and innovation. What has AI innovated for you thus far? How has any AI innovation did anything for you other than to allow you to look up something that could be looked up in the dictionary? And what does if you can go to AI and get homework done, if you can go to AI and find out things about history, where is this data coming from that you're looking up this history? Where's this data coming from? Couldn't you go to something that is already available to you to actually look up history? I'm pretty sure not too many people are worried about history. So AI, if you don't know it, AI can rewrite it, can absolutely rewrite it. Among other provisions, the order directs agencies to make their data sets easier to read with neural networks and other AI tools. Government held scientific data and federal computing infrastructures will be made available to university researchers and private companies, as well as to national security practitioners. Of course, it will. One White House official granted anonymity as condition of speaking with reporters said money from this summer's One Big Beautiful Busted Fucked Up Bill Act will help fund the project. So while this One Big Beautiful Bill did not finance Medicaid, Medicare, Medicare and Medicaid actually are being good under this bill. Why it didn't fund that for about 17 million people? It did fund AI to do scientific research. It is trying to make AI so allegedly important to you and how you live your life that they must fund AI. But what is going unfunded in this big busted bill? At the same time that they are giving the owners of AI the largest tax cut in the history of the United States. Shouldn't these people be funding their own fucking businesses? Should they not be funding their own businesses, and they're getting tax cuts, and this AI that they tell you that they need is being funded by you, but they can't fund your health care? Speaking of healthcare, 4547 said that he is going to put out his healthcare plan. It was supposed to have been put out yesterday. And then what happened? It and then they canceled the announcement of a healthcare plan. Come to find out, um, there is going to be something in accord to 25 million people who insurance will be going up if they do not extend the Obamacare uh, of money, so people can stay on Obamacare. It's going to affect 25 million people. So 4547 had a great idea. He's been working on a plan. He's had concepts of it, plans and all of this stuff since his first administration. And what was he going to put before the people? He first floated, well, maybe he can give everybody, every American, their own money and give you a check. Make you go away with a check. Just go away and let me throw a little money at you, and you could buy your own health coverage. And then the final thing that he was actually supposed to have. It is reported that he was supposed to introduce on yesterday was an extension of the Obamacare funds. Uh, this is what he was supposed to offer on yesterday, a 2-year extension. But he was going to put some stipulations on it. He was going to make it more difficult for people to get on it. But that didn't make sense because to extend the Obamacare tax credits, you're extending it to people who was already on it. They always have to make it seem like they're making something more difficult for you to access. Shouldn't they be making things easier for you to access, especially in healthcare? But who poo-pooed that and shot that down? Your Republicans, Congress people, and senators. They poo-pooed and shut that down. They don't want Obamacare to succeed under any circumstances because he's a black man. He's a black man that solved a problem. So they have not come up with a solution to solve the healthcare problem in America. But God damn it, y'all not gonna sit up here and continue to let this black man's solution be successful when we can't think of one ourselves. They have presented absolute no plan. No congressman, no senator have who are saying how horrible Obamacare is. You never hear them follow up with a plan that is better because they don't have to think of a plan. The plan is let's talk about how horrible and inept this black man was, and that is just enough to stir up racism in our ignorant American citizens that they will cut their nose to spite their face. Why do I think they think that? Because Americans have shown that they will do that. They will absolutely do that. So they offer you nothing, but they want to take your health care away from you. So 4547 canceled his announcement of extending the tax credit for Obamacare. So now 25 upwards of 25 million people are looking at their insurance increasing beyond the amount that they are able to pay. They are going to be going out without insurance. So this is what your United States government has in store for you. Has AI figured that out? Have you paid AI to figure that out for you? So you can so billionaires can make money off of AI who's figuring out shit to help you? Okay. The why. Since the 1990s, America's scientific edge has faced growing challenges, said Cratonos, citing fewer drug approvals, declining research outputs. He said the Genesis mission aims to overcome that by unifying agencies' scientific efforts and integrating AI as a scientific tool to revolutionize the way science and research are conducted. Did we actually need that? Maybe it's good that fewer drug approvals have been going through. Because the ones that have been approved and gone through, how many of 5 minute commercials of recalls on the shit that has gone through do you hear? How many long drawn out, if you have taken this medication, stop taking it. Do not take this if you have every condition of life. How many pharmaceutical commercials do come out and tell you, don't take this drug if you're allergic to this drug? Well, bitch, how am I supposed to know I'm allergic to this drug? And don't take it if you breathe air, if your blood pumps in your heart, if you go to sleep at night, if you eat food, if you drink water. How many of these drugs have been approved? So, this is the administration that wants you to believe that less regulation is so much better for you. Less regulation. How long do these drug companies know that the shit that they are approving has a problem? How many drugs have we found out that they knew that they were flaws and they hid the information? But what do they do to make it right with the people that they are pimping these drugs on? When they go send their pharmaceutical salespeople into your doctor's office, holding up your motherfucking doctor's appointment so they can come in and sell your doctors these drugs that they want your doctor to try on you. Have you be the guinea pig for their doctors by uh, being the having you be the guinea pig for their drugs by giving your doctor some lunch, bringing in lunch to the office of your doctor, huh? Giving your doctors all these free samples to try. How many of you have gone to your doctors and he has given you 5 or 6 packets of medication instead of a prescription of a drug that has already been approved? How many of you have got these little packets of medications from your doctor? Where's your doctor when shit go wrong with this medication? He ain't gave you no prescription for it. He's not on the hook for prescribing this medication to you. So in essence, you could have got that shit anywhere. You don't even have no prescription for this. Why were you taking this? He don't pull out a pad and give you a prescription for that shit. Let's continue. Rice said the orders. Rice said the order is also designed to harness AI in ways that boost domestic energy production. Well, I hope it boosts domestic energy production for these AI data centers. I really do, and make the grid more efficient. So the grid is the problem. Our grid is the problem. I know the grid isn't a problem in Texas because Texas has a private owned electricity grid. Texas, who the state that they want you to say has the least regulations. That's why when the a polar vortex happened, the whole fucking energy grid blew out for their state, and people died because of fewer regulations. And if you are unaware, it is forecasted that this winter is going to be one of the coldest winters in the history of the United States. There is um, some type of cool blast that is going blowing across North America, and it is supposed, allegedly, it is reported that this is supposed to be one of the uh, coldest winters on record. So if you're not prepared for that, if you're not prepared for any power outages, that's on you. That's really on you. Because I don't know how many times I have warned you on this program that you need to be ready to be self sufficient. You need to have some type of generator, some type of solar power. You should always have an emergency kit that will last you for several days. If you're out of power at the time where there's so much access to different type of generators, even all of these solar generators, but they don't make it inexpensive. These generators cost a pretty penny, uh, a pretty penny for the average person. They don't make it easy. So who's going to suffer the most? Uh, the poor. The poor are going to suffer the most. That's who's going to suffer. Who can't afford to pay $1,000 for one of these generators? But if you can afford to pay it, if you are giving away money for people who are having contests for you to make a banner for their channel, you might want to invest in yourselves, because nobody is investing in you but yourself. So you may want to figure out, who are you investing your money in? What are you doing with your dollar instead of investing in your life? That's all I'm saying. Okay. The order directs the Department of Energy to build integrated software that lets scientists and engineers pair the agency's datasets and scientific instruments with AI neutral networks. Uh, Cratonis said that the technology will be used to automate experiment design, generate new predictive models, and speed advanced simulations in areas such as protein folding and nuclear fusion. A separate White House official, also on a call, said AI is expected to make cutting edge simulation run 10,000 to 100,000 times faster. And then what? And okay. Oh, and then what? The order also, am I supposed to be impressed? Impress me. It's going to go that make simulations that much faster to what ends? The order also directs the Department of Energy to create a new portfolio of scientific and engineering challenges that could benefit from the deployment of AI, with a specific focus on energy problems, discovering science and national security concerns. Uh, Let me see. What else? There was something else. The scientific data that the White House plans to open up for AI analysis falls into three broad buckets. The first will be available to a wide range of researchers, including university and private sector scientists. The second will be reserved for priority work. The White House official gave as an example as a semiconductor company that seeks to use the government's X-ray accelerators to develop or test a new product. So I got to pay for that. The third bucket concerns data sets relevant to national security and will be restricted to researchers with proper clearance. The partners, so my tax dollar, so my tax dollar was pulled out and set aside in the big beautiful bill uh, uh, to work on shit that is in national security for private companies. Make that make sense. The partners, White House officials said the project is ultimately meant to enmesh the government's large data sets and advance. Well, you don't have to enmesh the large data sets because all of these AI companies already have access to all our data. You allow Elon Musk to go in and collect all of our data sets for free. You actually paid him and his Doge boys to amass all of our data sets. Isn't that coincidental? And then had the audacity to put a money aside in that big bloated bill to help them further encroach upon your information, your private information. Data sets. What is a data set in government? What is a government data set? You are, and all of your information are the data sets. Okay, the White House official said that the project is ultimately meant to enmesh the government's largest data sets and advance supercomputers with the capabilities of private sector AI hyperscalers. Companies like NVIDIA, Oracle, Dell, AMD, and Hewlett Packard Enterprise will have all all recently announced supercomputer partnerships with Washington. All of these private companies will have partnerships with your government, and your government is giving them all of your information. One official said that these companies and many more are expected to play a role in the Genesis mission. Are you happy now? Are you happy now? Let me try to make you happy if you're not happy. Uh, Let me share with you what is making 4547 and his ilk happy. Let me. Eric Trump, he seems happy. Is Eric happy?
This is Eric Trump talking about his data centers. Watch this. Hey, Frank, Eric Trump.
Hold on. Let me. Let me. I have that going too fast. Here we go. Why is Eric happy? What is Eric showing you? Let's see what Eric's.
Welcome to American Bitcoin. So, a bunch of data centers, essentially. And check this out. This is Eric. Sorry. That's literally what he says. And we've seen reports of this stuff. Plus, we've actually seen it on camera. We've been following the story. I've been talking about it several times. And so this is where you get sort of these elevated numbers. And the other thing that's ridiculous about this as well, when you sort of dig into what they're actually building, you'll see it's a whole bunch of data centers, essentially. And check this out. This is Eric Trump talking about his data centers. Watch this. Hey, friends, Eric Trump. Welcome to American Bitcoin. It's a little sneak peek of our facility in Texas using American energy to mine Bitcoin right here on American soil. We could not be more proud of this facility. 35,000 of these servers right here, all liquid cooled, securing the network.
In this country, on American soil, using American energy, he said, uh, being, what did he say about American cooled? You know what they're cooling it with? With American water. This is what they are cooling this with. But what don't you see? What don't you see? What do you not see? Do you see any workers? What kind of jobs are these big vast plants of data collection? You see absolutely no employers. That's what you don't see. I'm gonna take you to the front of this video to give you more context.
To count all of our money, right? And as it turns out, we may be telling us. So Donald Trump keeps telling us that we're bringing in trillions and trillions of dollars, and I guess we're all going to be rich, and then we're going to need a bunch of robots from Elon to count all of our money, right? And as it turns out, we may be far short than what Trump is promising. Surprise, surprise. Check this out from Bloomberg today. Trump's 21 trillion investment boom is actually short trillions. Okay, so you're probably thinking, okay, so what are we talking about? I'll read it. Bloomberg economics analysis shows real investment commitments closer to 7 trillion, and many of those are in question. None of this necessarily should be a surprise, especially if you've been following the channel. We talk about stuff all the time. I always say follow the money. But, how much short are we from Trump's promises? Because some of this money could be real. It totally could be. I think a lot of it's smoke and mirrors. And when you actually crunch the numbers, it's maybe most of it's smoke and mirrors. But this is what we're going to get to the heart of. Look at this chart. So it says 21 trillion total investments claimed by Trump. So you got the 7 trillion possible investments there. Then you got the non-investments at 2.6 trillion. Then you got reported on the White House website. So it's a 9.6 trillion. Okay. And then you got 11.4 trillion pledges not found on the White House website, meaning like there's not really much details of this stuff. Now, let me just give you an example of something that Trump will say in the White House. This is coming from them today. I just saw this morning. Today, Amazon announced a major plan to build AI and high performance computing for U.S. government. Okay, so then I got nothing, no problem with that. Are we building something here? What's going on? Quote, we're giving agencies expanded access to advanced AI capabilities that will enable them to accelerate critical missions from cybersecurity to drug discovery. And then it's got a quote from Fox Business that says Amazon to invest up to, that's the key line right there, up to 50 billion to build AI infrastructure for U.S. government agencies. And then CNBC ran the same headline, right? Amazon to spend up to 50 billion. Now, when you look at this stuff.
Okay. Amazon is also saying that they're going to eliminate 600,000 jobs and replace them with AI. So who is still paying for their demise by financially supporting Amazon? We see what Amazon is doing, but what are you doing? What are you doing? Are you paying? Are you helping to pay for your demise? Because you have these people out here who act as if, oh well, it's only so much you can do, and you have absolute fools out here trying to make excuses of why they are still shopping at Amazon. Absolute fools. Let's continue.
You need to know like the key line is up to, because 0 to 50 billion could be considered up to 50 billion, right? They're not saying at least 50 billion. They're not saying that. They're not definitely saying, okay, they're totally building, 50 billion worth of stuff. It's up to 50 billion. Because what Trump does behind closed doors effectively is whenever he takes a meeting with the foreign leader or CEO or whatever, he'll just ask him to pump up the numbers. That's literally what he says. And we've seen.
We saw that with the Crown Prince that visited the White House. He said he was going to donate up to 600 billion. Yeah, we hope we can get it to $1 trillion. We were hoping we could get it to $1 trillion. And what did the king say in short fashion? He said, yeah, I think we will get it closer to $1 trillion. All of these numbers and hyperbole that they are putting in your face to make you feel that America is getting richer. Well, my question is, if America is getting richer, why are we at the cusp of so many Americans losing their health care? If all of these investments are supposed to be so impressive, why are the people that we are giving money to have full health care for all of their people? And the American citizen is expected to go without absolute health care. And who is that? Somebody said Obamacare sucks. What alternative is better? Damn Yankee, give me the better alternative to Obamacare. I will wait. So what health program has insured more people in the United States? What health program has denied your insurer, I mean, has stopped your insurer from denying you because you had pre-existing condition? What health insurance program that you can state that allows your children to be on your insurance plan until they're 26 years old, out of college into their first job? This is the fake narratives that they put out, the same fake narrative they put out when they're running elections, talking about when you sit down at your kitchen table and talk to your family, as if people actually have time to sit down at their table, eat dinner together like Ozzy and Harriet, like Leave It to Beaver. These fake narratives they put out when they want to talk about the American people. What about these American people that got to work 2 or 3 jobs, none of which offer health care? What about these people that got to work 2 or 3 jobs and still living in poverty? They never want to talk about the real American people. They don't want to talk about them. They want to pretend like the American people, they get off work and they work 9 to 5. They get off work and they sit down at the table and they have conversations around the table. Well, what did you do today, Timmy? Jane, what did you do? Mother, what did you do today? These are the premises that they like to frame their campaigns on. But they don't want to talk about the real American people. We're going to talk about the real American people today. Okay, let me continue this.
Reports of this stuff, plus we've actually seen it on camera. We've been following the story. I've been talking about it several times. And so this is where you get sort of these elevated numbers. And the other thing that's ridiculous about this as well, when you sort of dig into what they're actually building, you'll see it's a whole bunch of data centers, essentially. And check this out. This is Eric Trump talking about his data centers. Watch this.
Hey friends, Eric Trump. Welcome to American Bitcoin. It's a little sneak peek of our facility in Texas using American energy to mine Bitcoin right here on American soil. We could not be more proud of this facility. 35,000 of these servers right here, all liquid cooled, securing the network, mining.
All liquid cooled. Liquid cooled with your what? Your water. And we're going to talk about that today.
Bitcoin. Every single day we mine about 2% of the world's Bitcoin supply, and we safeguard it every single day. So when people say that cryptocurrency is intangible, it's not. It's very tangible. And this right here, guys, is living proof. Take a look at the company. Come join us. We could not be more excited about our growth. I truly believe that we're building one of the great crypto companies anywhere on earth.
So that's Eric Trump bragging.
So exactly what about that makes crypto coin tangible? Exactly what about that? We know that it makes you billions, and we know that you guys can run away with billions. We understand that Scott Besson, while they want to put him up as one of the great hedge fund runner, one of the guys who runs the greatest hedge funds, who is over our Treasury Department, wants to take some Treasury out and put it in stable coins and all of this bullshit. All while this industry is unregulated. All while this industry is unregulated, which means that you guys can run off with the money. We understand why you are so happy about it, but what is this doing to improve the lives of Americans? Let's continue.
About his Bitcoin mining operation, and I guess we're all going to be rich from it, according to them. And it's laughable to see this stuff. He's like, people don't think cryptocurrency is tangible, but look at this data center. You can like touch the servers and such. Okay. And I don't know how manga thinks about this stuff. Maybe they don't think at all. Maybe that's the problem. Because to be fairly frank, guys, their whole economy right now is all based on this kind of investment. AI, cryptocurrency, et cetera. And you'll see it in all of their speeches, and you'll see it in the things that they post on their social media. This is Eric Trump bragging about the data center stuff and bragging about using, essentially your power.
He said this, we're using American power. Yes, you are. And the American utility bills are going up because of this power that is used to to mine your fucking information. But if you can't get motherfuckers to stop shopping at Amazon, I mean, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? How stupid are the American people? At some point, you are going to have to take personal responsibility for the decisions that you make, because they're showing you the decision that they are making, and they are trying to make you obsolete.
Isn't the whole thing crazy? And so all I got to do is just show you who these people are. And then I'm just always like, okay, is that our plan? We're going to spend all this money towards this kind of stuff. Check this out. This says Trump's investment boom among the largest economic injections in U.S. history, assuming that the money's real, because you never know with Trump people, right? And theoretically, the numbers that Trump's putting out there, this would be something like, the greater than the New Deal, something like the railroad boom. and they keep saying this all the time, that this is like the most revolutionary thing. And it's like, like a major change in human history, bigger than the internet, that kind of stuff. And when I actually see it, like literally when you literally see them bragging about the Bitcoin mining thing, I'm just like, you guys are crazy. But this is the world that we live in. And this is why we have to actually just try to ground it in reality. Just listen to the way these people talk.
There's no reason at 5 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, I shouldn't be able to send out a Swift wire transfer. Right now you can't. I try and make a transfer every single week, and you're trying to push before the 5 o'clock deadline to either receive money or to get it out. How is that modern day finance? You can send $500 million worth of Bitcoin on a Sunday night at 11 p.m. while having a glass of wine with your wife for virtually zero fees. How is the system this lethargic? Why does it take you 120 days to get go through Know Your Customer with your bank if you want to get a home mortgage? It doesn't make any sense. Cryptocurrency is going to fix every single one of these issues, and Bitcoin is digital gold. Bitcoin is going to be one of the greatest stores.
Sounding like an absolute grifter. All of a sudden, you can figure out that you need a whole new financial structure that makes you and your billionaire buddies richer. And how many of these people, how is that Trump meme coin doing? How many people lost their savings based upon this fool talk that he's talking up here? This grift talk how many people lost their money? Talk about that coin. Let's start from the beginning. Let's talk about the Melania and Trump coin that you guys hustled out to people. And then all of the big holders in that coin took their money out, and everyone else had no money to take out, had no money to gain from their investments in those coins. Let's start from the beginning. We are to believe that people who have not been in finance at all, have been in construction, have solved the problem of finance. But none of these big banks have had any. But the banking system is so wrong. But they have closed the what? Oh my God! So many. They have shuttered the company that made sure that consumers, CFPD, the Consumer Financial CF, the Consumer Financial, the CF, what is it? CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. It's so much problem in banking, but they closed that bureau that made sure that regular American citizens were not charged $35 and all of this for their overdraft fees, that banks could not charge regular Americans all of these fees and stuff that they were getting from American citizens, that they could not create all these fake bank accounts that regular American citizens did not know that they were opening in their names, so these banks could reach a quota, all of that type of shit. But this is what you close down. You had Elon Musk go in and shutter that agency and brag about it as if it was something good for the consumers. The CFPB that clawed back all of these illegal fees that companies were taking out of the American people's pocket. But you have solved something in banking because you couldn't do a wire transfer of $500 million or some dumb shit you talking about. And why would that excite the average American citizen? And why is the American tax dollar going in to prop up these AI data centers? You ain't told me that yet. It's sounding like a whole grifter up in this motherfucker. Oh, excuse me.
Of value we've ever seen, ever.
So according to Eric Trump, Bitcoin is going to be the greatest thing ever, basically, and we're all going to be rich. And as I showed you guys in this chart, if this money's real, like I guess we're greater than the New Deal. We're approaching being greater than the railroads. It's like we're going to be like the greatest thing in human history. I mean, it's just does this even sound plausible? And when you read through sort of like what the Trump people
be very cautious. They keep telling you that this is the golden era. Remember something that was compatible to this? The Gilded era. They are trying to make you think that we are in such a great era. This era is only great for the rich and the wealthy. If you go back and research the Gilded era, that they are trying to compare this era to. All of that gaudy ass gold leaf bullshit all over the White House, the golden era, ballrooms, and all of this. And look what I'm doing. Who is he doing this for? You're not going to be in this ballroom. None of this is going to affect you. But they present this shit as if this is something fabulous and everyone's going to get rich. A world financial. Let's go back to be fair, Trump's own supporters don't really believe his 20 billion plus figures, even as they insist the boom is real. Uh, that's not going to happen. Obviously, former economic advisor Stephen Morris says a Trump claim, but even if he's wrong by a factor of 10, we're still talking 2 trillion. Now Trump himself said that it was 21 trillion. Even if he's off by a factor of 100, that's still a lot of money. This is White House spokesman Kush Desai didn't respond to detailed question for this article, saying 4547 deal making has secured trillions in investments. Okay, but let's get Eric Trump calls allegations world liberty sold tokens to North Korea, Russia, and Russian entities laughable. Well, how will we know that they are laughable? Of course, if you sold these coins to Russia or North Korea, you can say it's laughable because no one can prove who are investing in these coins. No one can prove who went to that dinner. Remember that dinner that 4547 held for Bitcoin, and one man came with a box over his head so you would know who was paying to have access via Bitcoin to 4547 and this Liberty Financial. Who is investing in this? It's not for American investors solely. So we know that this is a quid pro quo presidency. We've seen that. So why is it? Why are they trying to go on CNBC and all of Fox News and tell you how fabulous Bitcoin is for everyone? Has any of that fleshed out yet? Has it been great for anyone yet? I'm just curious. Has that done anything for you to improve you and how you live your life yet? But it has improved them and how they live theirs, though. Have you noticed that? A grift.
basically, and we're all going to be rich. And as I showed you guys in this chart, if this money's real, I mean, it's this. Does this even sound plausible? And when you read through sort of like what the Trump people say on it when they're pushed to ask about this stuff, listen, it says, to be fair, some of Trump's own supporters don't really believe his 20 trillion plus figure. Okay, even as they insist the boom is real. So this is a quote from one of Trump's people. That's not going to happen, obviously. Okay, former economic advisor Stephen Moore says of Trump's claim, quote, but even if he's wrong by a factor of 10, we're still talking 2 trillion. Even he's off by a factor of 100, that's still a lot of money. What? Okay, here's one from the White House because you're kind of curious. What do you have to say about the money? They say, President Trump's deal making has secured trillions in investments to make and hire Americans. Okay, hire in America. Trillions in commercial opportunities for American companies and
Make and hire Americans. Why are they not releasing the jobs report thing? Why has over 1.3 million people lost jobs in this fiscal year? Why? Where are these jobs that have been created? Be specific. There haven't been no jobs created. This is the grift.
trillions in new export opportunities, right? Quote, no amount of media nitpicking is going to change these facts. All right. I mean, I guess I can't argue with that. But this is why Trump and his people get really, really angry at the media. They get really, really angry when people ask questions, because I think it's a legitimate question. If you are getting all this trillions of dollars and you're bragging about your Bitcoin data centers and you're bragging that, hey, you know, it's a Sunday night, I'm drinking wine with my wife, I got to send that, 500 million, or I got to receive 500 million. Just isn't that what everyone needs to do? And it's just like, no, I wish, but no, it's not like the regular person experience at all. And so when you actually look through like the way that the Trumpers are doing stuff, you'll see there's just so much nonsense here. And this is why I'm showing you guys some of the details of stuff. So for example, few sovereign investments are tied to specific projects. That's key. Largest sovereign investment pledges. So you got South Korea, the EU, Japan, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and India and the UAE. And basically the key is here, if you look at it, there's a big numbers are not yet specified, not yet specified, not yet specified, not yet specified, not investment, and not investment, not investment, meaning that a lot of this stuff is frankly smoke and mirrors. Like he'll brag about these big numbers, but there's like no specific thing of where it's going. And even on some of the specific.
Where's this money going? Well, if he has gotten this money, they can't specify where this is going. It's going nowhere because no money is coming in. That's where it's going. In any money that is going in, they're not going to specify because it's going in the 45, 47 in his family's pockets.
Specific projects. Some of these numbers may be pumped up by pushing out over 10 years. And some of these could be phrased as up to, right? In Korea, the word that they've been using is like maximum. And I think the last that I heard, it was like maximum 20 billion a year, maximum, right? Or if you want to use the English phrase, up to. And so, yeah, theoretically, you're going to get to, the 350 billion or whatever the number is going to be over, 10 years. But again, that is up to, and there's no guarantees in this stuff. After Trump leaves office, I mean, all bets are off, of course, because everything's going to change, and you just don't know what's going to go down the pipeline, right? Look at this stuff. This is more. Tech AI related projects dominate corporate pledges. And again, these are all pledges, not actual cash changing hands. Just, okay, I promise to do this for you, right? 2.9 trillion. They got Apple, Meta, NVIDIA, Project Stargate, which is a combination of OpenAI and Oracle's in that, and then also SoftBank. But SoftBank has been crashing. I've seen reports of that stuff that they haven't really even done anything with Project Stargate. It's a lot of broken promises, to be perfectly frank. That's what it ends up being. And then also how you get up to these pumped up numbers, and this shows you more of the circular financing stuff and the incestuous relationship that a lot of these companies have, is there could be a lot of double counting. That's essentially what it boils down to. So none of this should necessarily be a surprise to anyone. But what's really fascinating is like how the press doesn't necessarily call them out on it that much. This is one of the first things I've seen where it like really lays it out well. That's why I'm going over it with you. So for example, this is on something with Saudi Arabia. This is really interesting. It says, after a visit to Saudi Arabia in 2017, so this is before, during his first term, Trump cited 350 billion in economic deals. And at the time, oh my God, 350 billion, fantastic, right? Including what he called an immediate 110 billion investment. Okay, this is back in 2017. Official U.S. statistics show direct investment from Saudi Arabia had risen by only about $5 billion by the end of 2024, however, right? Other big investment promises had also faced questions. So the initial promise was like, oh my God, 350 billion, right? Then it was 110 billion, they're going to be immediately. And then it turned out like maybe it's only in 5. So that's the kind of thing that we might be looking at with the 21 trillion that.
And let's be clear, 2 billion of that 5 billion went to where? It went to Jared Kushner to open up his hedge fund operation that he had never worked in, and Saudi gave him 2 billion of this 5 billion of the 350 billion that they said they were investing up front. We definitely know where 2 billion of Saudi money went.
Even Bloomberg saying, maybe it's 7, but even that's in question. It could be far, far less than what Trump is promising. Again, nothing necessarily surprising, but you do want to keep track of this stuff because we're talking about real money. And remember, Trump's still promising it before. Was it the $5,000 Doge check? Now we're waiting on the $2,000 tariff refund. And some of his followers actually believe this stuff. I've seen people in the comment section that say they have like a MAGA friend.
Speaking of checks, I showed you Ice Barbie, Chrissy Nome, allegedly giving out checks to TSA workers. She said, let's start giving out these checks. Come to find out that those were absolutely not checks at all. They were promissory notes, alerting these TSA workers. I believe she was in Las Vegas? I forget where she was. I showed you the clip a couple of days ago of her standing at a podium and making some grand announcement with stacks of papers. And she said, let's start giving out these checks. Allegedly $10,000 checks to TSA workers who worked through the government shutdown. And why were there only 29 people that were given these checks? 29 people of all the TSA workers who worked through the government shutdown, and the rest of the people got nothing. But come to find out, of these 29 people that she had standing behind her as props got nothing as well, because she did not hand out checks. She hand out notices that $10,000 will be deposited into your account. So I'm curious as to how many people had the $10,000 deposited into their accounts, and why were there only 29 people that got them. And speaking also of Duffy, where is the transportation secretary who promised that aircraft controllers would also receive $10,000. The Aircraft Controllers Union is also curious why so few air traffic controllers were chosen to receive said monies when it allowed it up to the number of people that the transportation secretary planned to give this $10,000 to was less than 5% of the actual air traffic controllers who worked throughout the government shutdown. Do you see how I think it was 79 air traffic controllers. And it was about 5% of the air traffic controllers. But they come on and make all of these grand announcements, and they are full of lies for who? The regular people. Okay, let's continue. And I'm wondering, is that on top of any back pay that they are paying back? Let's go.
Family member that are like still waiting on the check and they're all excited about said check. I've even had people in our community that say, Chris, don't make jokes about the check because I really need that money. And it's like, I understand that, guys. I don't want to make fun of that. Like, people would like to have extra money in the pocket. It's not that. It's just you make fun of the joke that that Trump is. It's like he basically abuses.
Now, the stimulus check from the tariffs. We already heard Steve Besson claw that back. We don't know if they're going to see that check in a better cost of living. A better cost of living. He said that you're going to see that check, but it's not going to be a check. Your cost of living is going to improve by the prices of groceries going down, for example. That's how you're going to see your stimulus check. In other words, we lied. We're not sending out stimulus checks. We did that to calm you down. What the fuck is $2,000? How is $2,000? They think so little of you that they are talking about measly $1,000 checks. It's going to calm you down uh, with the amount of money that you have been spending since this fucking economy is so fucked and everything that you buy is so much higher. But you should calm down because we're giving you a $2,000 check. So what is the point of actually putting these tariffs on all these countries? If you're going to disperse the checks to us, why are you dispersing the checks to us when you are supposed to be making so many billions of dollars to pay down the deficit and all of this type of shit? So why are you paying money to us? Because you know you have put the expense on us that we are the ones who are paying the tariffs. And 4547 has finally admitted that the people pay the tariffs. You know all of that. Oh, the company paid the tariff and the American people don't pay. He has finally admitted that the American people pay tariffs. Why do you think that he has made targeted stops on some tariffs regarding groceries? Why do you think that he has taken the tariffs off of some food items? And understand that you would be shocked at the amount of imports that the American people depend on to feed themselves. You would be shocked and appalled at the amount of shit that we have to have shipped in to feed us. While we are sanctioning our farmers to grow corn and soybean, and they can't even sell that. And what they were selling even was not for food consumption. What type of government has farmers have all of these big fields, and they are not? They are growing corn for fuel. They are growing corn for to feed livestock and all of this type of stuff. I thought that farmers grew food. Not in this, not in America. America has is not worried about feeding its citizens. They're worried about trade and making a profit off of trade, trading corn. It's just crazy. Corn that is not going to be eaten. Uh, Putting subsidies out for food that's not going to be eaten, but not growing food for its citizens, importing food to eat. What type of backward shit goes on in America? And why do the farmers have to buy seeds every year? Why do farmers have to buy seeds every fucking year? A farmer harvests their feed from their previous crops. So why have they made it so expensive to even be a fucking farmer? To ensure that they get all of your fucking profits. That's why. And has anything in farming gone down for these farmers? Has any of the equipment, any of the fees that these farmers have to put out front before they plant a crop, has any of that shit gone down with the deterioration of farming? Nothing has gone down. So these alleged now the government has been reopened for over a week. Have these farmers gotten their bailout yet? It's a regular thing to bail out farmers. Have they gotten their bailout yet? But Argentina got their motherfucking $40 billion during the government shutdown. And the farmers of the United States still have not gotten their bailout. And why are we in a situation that our farmers always have to get a fucking bailout of your tax dollars? And none of the shit that they growing is to feed you. It's to make money off of fuel and this type of shit. Why is your American farmer not growing shit that you gonna eat? And they always getting bailed out. Who's profiting off of the American farmers? It's not the farmers, and it's not you. Who's profiting? We're going to get into that as well.
People's hardships, right? Essentially what it is. And it's like, that's what this whole thing is, a con job. It's people who are desperate, and it's a con job. And I just, the whole thing is ridiculous. I don't know what else to say. And then you look at this. Why Google soaring stock is defying fears of an AI bubble. So theoretically right now, Google is winning this AI race. A lot of these stocks are going down these days because a lot of these promises of massive revenues aren't going to pay off. You're looking at big, a lot of these companies are overvalued. You can see here this. So this is basically, what's the price of stock compared to how much the company actually makes. These are your multiples here if you guys follow this stuff. Broadcom's in the 40s, Apple's in the 30s. Like it's ridiculously high. And a better way to think about it is, do you think all these companies are going to grow their revenues by 30 to 40%, year over year for infinity? Probably not, right? So for example, NVIDIA was expected to dominate, and everyone's going to want their chips, but now it looks like Meta's going to start buying stuff from Google, which is kind of interesting. And then whenever there's money flying around, guess who pops up? Mr. Elon, right? So this has been the latest. Elon Musk is now basically trying to claim that, hey, Tesla, we got our AI chips. We're going to be the biggest AI company in the world, kind of crap. It's always something, right? They just, whatever, if there's ever some sort of bubble or sort of hot thing, just Musk will just pretend like he's so awesome at it. Tesla stock pops as Musk talks up its AI chips business, right? So that's what he says. He says, quote, most people don't know that Tesla hasn't and had an advanced AI chip and board engineering team for many years. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, it's new to me. I'm sure it's all BS. That team has already designed and deployed several million AI chips in our cars and data centers. These chips are what enable Tesla to be the leader in the real world AI. Okay, that's according to Elon. I'll just tell you guys the truth on this stuff. There's going to be a lot of fierce competition. So some of this money might be real. Some of this tech might be real, right? But there's going to be a whole lot of puffery going along with this stuff.
So all of a sudden, out of the blue, Elon Musk comes out with some lie that we didn't tell you. We have a chip and it's doing fabulous. Why are we supposed to be? This is your American economy. Why would any of this shit that they're propping up excite you? How has any of this shit changed your life? And what are they doing to change your life? Now, I also want to share this with you. Let me share. Let me share this with you. Because it hasn't changed your life, and nor is it going to. When it finally changed your life, it will be changing your life for the better. Now, I just showed you Eric Trump in his Texas data center for Bitcoin. You may want to understand this too. Texas data center expansion raises blackout risk during extreme winter weather. Saturday, November 22nd, 2025. If you don't know, let's hear this together. While they want you to be excited about, people didn't think that Bitcoin was plausible, but I have my AI center right here in Texas using Texas energy being cooled by Texas water. I just want to let you understand that all of this shit that they telling you, it doesn't improve your life. It ruins your life. Let's continue.
That this coupled, and let me show you how I'm brewing this winter. So we've got a real problem brewing.
That first link is in my description box. Number one. This is the number two in my description box. If you want to go back and check out these videos, go over, please.
This winter, as a lot of people could be literally left out in the cold. And let me show you what I'm talking about. Texas data center expansion raises blackout risk during extreme winter weather. And I've been hearing that this particular winter it's going to be really cold. I want to hear from people in Texas and other states, say in the Midwest and USA. Are you already gotten snow? How cold is it this year? I've just been hearing that this winter is going to be cold. And so you put that together with, right, you need demand for more heat to stay warm. You put that together with all of this expansion of massive data centers in USA, and you have a catastrophe waiting to happen. And we've been talking about this, several times on this channel. What's going to be the catalyst to where the just average American person is going to be like, yo, stop it with the data center, stop it with trying to replace me at work. Now you're taking my power. Now I literally can't stay warm. I mean, could this be it where you just have this massive blackout problem? And it certainly could happen. And when you look at Texas in the past, so for example, this is back in 2021, I'll read the description. It says a 2021 winter storm forced the Texas grid operator ERCOT to order rolling blackouts to prevent the system from collapsing. More than 4 million people were left without power and more than 200 died. And if I remember correctly, I think this is the same period that Ted Cruz is like, you know what, I'm just going to go on vacation. Screw all you regular people. And honestly, I think that it's going to be like this again. Places like Texas don't care that much for regular people. I'm just being frank with you guys. And, when you read the description of it too, I'll just read it. It says, Texas is attracting a huge amount of data center demand. So I guess everyone wants to build their data centers in Texas due to its energy resources and business-friendly environment, right? So business-friendly environment would be like lower regulations, basically what it means, lower taxes. And so then people like Elon Musk will move his companies out to Texas because, hey, you can dirty the water, dirty the air, don't pay taxes. Fantastic, right? And look at all this energy. And oh, by the way, maybe we'll have blackouts, but don't worry, it won't be you, Mr. Musk. It'll just be those other 4 million people that will be on and off with the power. It's like, great. And the people who do get power still, like let's say you don't have a blackout, your rates are probably going to go up. And this is also from CNBC. I'm showing you guys this stuff today. Data centers are concentrated in these states. Here's what's happening to electricity prices. I'll tell you what's happening. It's going up. They were saying the average was, I think they're saying 6%. It says residential utility bills rose 6% on average nationwide in August compared to the same period previous year, right? So it's going to depend on your state. Some states may be double digits and maybe less than this or more. But
yes, on average means that they take the cost and they divide it among all 50 states. Understand that some states' electricity bills are skyrocketing. This is on average, not per state, 6% per state. Some states, their electricity bills are remaining the same. So that's why you don't see the double digit increasing percentage because this is on average. If you guys know how to average out numbers among many sets, you understand that you add all of the prices and then you divide them by however many sets they are, and that's how you get to the average. It may be lower some places, higher other places. You're just rounding out the average.
maybe in your neck of the woods, it's quite a lot because look at this.
Let's look at this map.
This is a map of where the data centers are. It is all over. It is all over.
Over 200 in the dark places, 25 in the light blue places. This is where all of these data centers are. Now, in poor ass Louisiana, I just told you that they are building a data center that is about the size of all of Manhattan. Poor ass Louisiana. And their electricity bills are set to skyrocket. But fuck poor Louisiana, where the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, is from. I just want you to absorb this information. Every fucking state. Okay, let's continue.
Place. And you can see right there, my home state, I can see it there in Oregon. I guess we got 100 to 200 of these things there. Some of the other states like California, Texas got 200 plus. Florida, I can see, has got a bunch, 100 to 200. But it's getting spread everywhere, and then they're building more. And essentially, what you're looking for, if you're a data center, you want low regulations, you want cheap land, and you want theoretically abundant energy. And I say theoretically because they were describing one of these data centers in Texas. It says here, there's one 150 miles west of Dallas Fort Worth. They're calling it the Stargate thing. I've talked about this before on the channel. Yes, they really do call it Stargate. I know it sounds stupid, but that's what they're calling it. And they're saying the campus could require up to 1.2 gigawatts of power. So that's equivalent to a large nuclear plant. So basically, you need a lot of power for these things. It's stressful to go through this stuff because to me, it's obvious that we need to put like brakes on this stuff. But the way that Trump administration pushes this stuff out, essentially, hey, I'm building this massive ballroom. All the donors are coming in and give me money so I can build my ballroom. And isn't it wonderful?
And notice all of these donors are from big tech, and they are getting exactly what they want from this administration. He actually had stuffed in the big bloated bill that states could not regulate AI for 10 years. And when these people who were telling you how good the big bloated bill was, a lot of them hadn't even read the bill and came across the information by word of mouth. And then they voted and took that out of the bill. However, since they have taken that out of the bill, all these Republicans who always telling you about states' rights and nobody should fringe upon states' rights. They actually had that in the bill that the states did not have the right to regulate AI or make any changes to AI. And since they've taken it out of the bill, 4547 said he will sue any state that does anything to regulate AI. Do you wonder why? Do you wonder why? When who was sitting at the table when Mark Zuckerberg said that he was going to be donating something like 5 or 6 billion in investments. And then on the hot mic said, I didn't know what number you wanted me to say. Was that number okay? To make you believe these tech people sitting at the table are putting something into the United States, some investments into the United States that are going to benefit you. AI is not meant to benefit you. It benefits these tech billionaires. That's the only person it is meant to benefit. AI is to take all of your jobs. Let's continue.
Fantastic. And look at all this investment in communities, but it's all smoke and mirrors because yes, you're going to have a job building the data center, but after it's open, those jobs will disappear. Those are temporary jobs, and the data centers will end up then eating up your power. I was looking at one of the Trump accounts. So this is Eric Doherty. He tweets out a bunch of Trump stuff. Let me just read what he says. I want you to see sort of how we're in the situation that we are from them. Breaking. Top White House official Dan Scavino just released a video of President Trump's golden Oval Office. And it's golden in all caps, right?
Gaudy.
Liberals say there's, quote, too much gold. In reality, it looks incredible, all caps, right? And they're just upset it's not them in the White House. Keep winning. And then if you want to watch the whole minute video of all the gold in the White House, you can. And it's such a strange thing to me because my instant reaction to this is like, so we're celebrating people worshiping the golden calf. That's literally what we're celebrating. You're like the White House guy's like, oh, you liberals are just so jealous. You wish you had all the gold, right? I mean, it's like literally his language is liberals say there's too much gold, and there's like, oh, in reality, it just looks incredible. They're just upset that it's not them in the White House. and you guys, may or might know this because I talk about money all the time on channel. We talk about business stuff like that. But when I was younger, though, I actually considered being a youth pastor. So these kind of stories, saying it's not good to worship the golden calf. I thought that was good messages to tell people. Basically, don't worship money, right? Don't worship wealth. Don't make gold your god, right? I mean, and these people in Trump administration, they all like to claim they're Christian, yet they're literally worshiping gold. It is absolutely insane. So I just wanted to show you that image to think about where we're at. And when you look at the Trump people also, they're even complaining that the population is not educated, which I complain about too. but it's crazy that the stuff that they say is because you have to put this stuff together where like there's these massive problems in the USA just like blinking, flashing red, or if you want to say flashing gold, you can. And it should be obvious to everyone, but this is the US population. This is from Department of Labor today. This is what they're tweeting out today, just about a few minutes ago. It says less than half of high school seniors are proficient in math and reading. So less than half are where they should be in terms of like doing math and being able to read. That's what we're talking about. This is unacceptable. I agree. I totally agree. Right? See, I can agree with Trump people. I agree with this. It's unacceptable. It's terrible, actually. And it's laughable and sad and absurd all at the same time. What else can I say? By continuing to the status quo of federal education bureaucracy, we're letting our students down, blah, blah, blah. So their point of view, which is crazy. So I agree that we have a problem in education in the US. I completely agree. Their point of view is, therefore, we must destroy education as much as we can and privatize it. And, you know, their head of education, the Trumpies, is hire a pro wrestling CEO. And I wish I was making up it really as a pro wrestling CEO, McMahon, right? And the whole thing is crazy. And this all shows up in our news, okay? So first you're talking about the data center situation. And for many people, be it on YouTube's or whatever, you'll see it all over social media. I'll just be frank with you guys. They think of AI as being like this magical, you know, wonderful friend who's going to solve all your problems, and you don't have to think at all. You just give, you know, Elon Musk, whoever, your subscription fee, and Elon Musk and his bots will do all the thinking for you. So that's actually how the average person thinks about AI. They don't think of it in terms of AI is going to come, you know, take my job and take my power, right? Many people out there think, oh, look at this magical, you know, instrument that makes funny, you know, cartoons for me and does my math homework and my reading homework for me. That's what average people think. And it's frustrating because when I bring this other perspective up, all the, you know, kids on YouTube get mad. Oh, Chris, you're so dumb. Don't you know AI is the future, bro? We don't have to think at all. I just have to push a button and it does it all for me. And this is why where we're at is because, you know, the education system is just frankly
And because we don't think, because there is no critical thinking, this is why we are where we are. This is why they come out and present this to you as if this is something good, because there's no critical thinking. This is why people still shop at Amazon, a company that tells you that they are going to take away 600,000 jobs and give them to AI. And people in the United States still shop there because there's no critical thinking, and they are allowed to do that because you don't think for yourselves. I'll put we Americans don't think critically about our own future, about our own demise that they are telling you right in your face that they plan to do to you.
failing people, and it's getting worse. And you look at the Republican, the solution is like, hey, let's destroy it even more. Great, right? It's just it's so ludicrous. And I want to show you like how this shows up in the business world, et cetera. So look at this. This, for example, this is in our news today in Korea. I thought it was interesting. From Korea, Genesis named best luxury car brand by U.S. News. Hyundai wins best SUV brand. So obviously, it's going to be news in Korea, where effectively American media outlets saying, "Hey, Korean cars are pretty good." That's basically what it's telling you there. And I looked it up. This is U.S. News. World Report, right? So they put out their rankings of car brands, and I'll read through it because there are some American brands on here, right? So it says best car brand this year, I guess, is Honda. I would argue Toyota and Honda have always been very, very good cars in the USA. It's just the reality. If you wanted something dependable, get a Honda or a Toyota. And then I would say close second or third, however you want to say it, third and fourth, maybe Hyundai and Kia. But it's been like that for a long time. It's not just a 1 year thing. They're saying truck brand is Ram. So I think Chevy and Ford are always competing in that. Best luxury brand, they're saying Genesis. Electric vehicle brand, they put at Ford. Luxury vehicle brand, they say Lucid. And then they're saying best certified pre-owned program is Lexus, which would be Japanese. So they got a mix in there. So the Americans are getting trashed at every single alley. But you can have discussions on which brand you think is the best. But I'll just say this: the Americans are falling behind, and it's just obvious in multiple ways, especially the education thing. This was actually an article that came out. I just want to give you different perspectives. This was in Bloomberg recently, and I used to teach at this university. It's Tsinghua University, and I was actually pretty cool to see this. It says, well, cool and sad, depending on your point of view, and I'll get into that. It says, China's AI university beats out Harvard, MIT in a race for patents. Tsinghua University has educated the country's top science engineering students for decades. Now it's at the forefront of the AI revolution. And it's very hard to explain to Americans how different a world it is outside the USA. I used to teach at Tsinghua. I know exactly how it is. It's really different. And this is the chart that they're talking about here. So basically, there's just a whole bunch of patents going to Tsinghua these days. And one of the biggest attractors of the USA and the biggest strength of the USA is encouraging the best and the brightest to come to America, right? And you got great universities in the U.S., right? Harvard, Princeton, they're showing Caltech, Stanford, MIT, and Berkeley, right? University of California, or the University of California system.
And yet, your American president sat on an interview with Laura Ingrams and told you that U.S. That he is want to bring over 200,000 Chinese students to go to American universities. He wants to bring over 200,000 people to go to American universities. At the same time, he's splitting up the Department of Education, and K through 12 students are going to be under the Labor Department. Uh, and when we realize this, U.S. Department of Labor, why are they talking about education? Because education has been put under the Department of Labor. It says less than half of high school seniors are proficient in math and reading. This is unacceptable. By continuing the status quo of federal education bureaucracy, we're letting our students down. Under the uh, 45, 47 leaderships, we are eliminating this failed bureaucracy and streamlining education and workforce development programs under our department. This brings education closer to the states and ensure our students and their success are top priority. Uh, so the labor department are either going to educate you, or they are going to uh, uh, pair you with some type of uh, job program, some educate you on some type of job skill. Now, what I have to say about that, I say you should be very leery of that. So, who is going to be prompted to education, and who is going to be prompted to certain type of job skills? And you should also be leery of that. Is with AI taking over so many white collar jobs. What jobs are they going to be directing our students to go in? Get them early, and let them understand that this is the only thing that they are able to do. Type of shit. What type of jobs are going to be open? What type of fucking self worth are they going to be putting into the students while they're directing them to these jobs? You remember in certain eras of the United States that certain class of people, certain colors of people, were told that they could not advance beyond a certain career path. They can only be domestics and all of that type of shit. Do you remember that? I hope you remember it, because what the fuck else type of jobs are there going to be left over? Why do you think that they're putting the education department in under the Department of Labor? Who's going to be laboring? Uh, So this link is link number 2 in my description box. There was something else that I wanted to say about that. I lost my train of thought. So this is number 2. Let me share. He was talking about the golden age. I want to familiarize some of you with what they really are trying to copy when they keep on telling you about the golden age. Let's understand that they are actually trying to recreate the Gilded Age. If you're not familiar with what the Gilded Age was, let me introduce you and see if you see any correlations or similarities in this Golden Age that they want you to be excited about. Have you gotten excited about the Golden Age yet? Let me explain to you what the let me show you what the Gilded Age was all about.
This video is brought to you by Captivating History. The Gilded Age is often seen as a high point in America's history. Characterized by the rise of the industrialized economy after the Civil War, it was a time when American business took off on a grand scale, making several notable business people extremely wealthy. However, although the Gilded Age is remembered as a time of great affluence, it was also a time of great inequality and corruption. Even the phrase, the Gilded Age, was taken from a satirical novel by Mark Twain, published in 1873. It is supposed to imply that something that appears golden on the surface may be corrupt underneath. Shortly after the end of the American Civil War in 1865, the U.S. underwent an enormous burst of economic activity brought about by a wave of industrialization during the renewed peace. The Gilded Age normally refers to this prosperous period between 1870 and 1900, which overlaps with the latter part of the Reconstruction. While the Civil War had some devastating effects on the U.S., it also inaugurated important changes, including the spread of the telegraph and a major expansion of the railways. Within a few years of the end of the war, America also began to experience a period of major economic growth. While the industrial period had begun in Great Britain in the 18th century, America experienced its most intense period of industrial development during the late 19th century. In many ways, America had been long destined for the spectacular spurt of economic growth, blessed with a continent of valuable resources, including coal and oil and many useful agricultural products. In fact, after the war, many European investors saw the U.S. as a good bet for business, and soon a wave of money poured in from abroad. As well as attracting investors, America also went through one of its biggest ever waves of migration, which more than doubled the U.S. population. Up to this point, most Americans had roots in England, Scotland, and Wales, but the late 19th century saw many more immigrants arrive from the rest of the world, producing a much more diverse nation. As more visitors arrived and more industries expanded, the U.S. became much more urban, and many more towns and cities sprawled across the nation. This was the era of the world's first skyscrapers, when skylines began to climb higher and higher. In particular, the East Coast blossomed due to its many trading ports, and the Great Lakes region became the beating heart of the industrial boom. Chicago was one of the great cities of the age, becoming both a major railroad hub and a truly international city that attracted visitors worldwide. Cities grew off the back of new industries, and the Gilded Age is often remembered for some of its most important businessmen, many of whom became extremely wealthy at this time. The late 19th century was the age of capital, a time when private corporations rose to prominence as wealthy men invested in large-scale industries and reaped great dividends. The American colonies themselves had been partially founded by private enterprises who raised capital from their investors, giving the U.S. a strong capitalist instinct quite early in its history. The American government continued to push a pro-business stance in the 19th century, allowing private companies to develop the major infrastructure projects the nation needed. The Gilded Age presidents were often said to be remarkably unmemorable, as they, by and large, took a hands-off approach to governance. As industrialization produced many more opportunities for these kinds of private businesses, America ballooned into the world's foremost capitalist power. The downside of this economic boom was that the few people who had enough money to invest in large-scale business enterprises tended to buy up most of their competition. Soon, multiple large monopolies had formed, undermining the spirit of healthy competition. The most well-remembered and notorious of these large monopolies were the Rockefeller oil monopoly, the Vanderbilt railroad monopoly, and the Carnegie steel monopoly. Carnegie Steel later became the J.P. Morgan steel monopoly, after the well-known banker, which bought Carnegie out for $480 million. J.P. Morgan, in particular, was also one of the Gilded Age's most famous moneymen, one of the wealthy bankers who made New York exceedingly rich by investing in businesses across the U.S. While these grand businessmen are often still remembered as great American heroes or captains of industry, others describe these business moguls in less flattering terms, dubbing them the robber barons of the Gilded Age. While some of these tycoons, such as Andrew Carnegie, spent millions on philanthropic projects, most robber barons were infamously ruthless and corrupt. For example, the Wall Street and railroad mogul James Fisk was famously involved in several shady practices, from extortion to bribery to risky market manipulation. Although by 1890, the Sherman Antitrust Act was passed in an attempt to make the dangerous monopolies these men accrued illegal. The act would have little effect on the monopolies that already existed. It wasn't until the election of Teddy Roosevelt at the end of the Gilded Age in 1901 that at least some of the robber barons' power was broken. Among the most famous of the great tycoons was Cornelius Vanderbilt, a man widely disliked in his lifetime for his cunning business practices. Vanderbilt is important because he was one of the major figures behind the enormous expansion of the railroads in the U.S. The Gilded Age was the golden age of the railway, as trains remained the fastest way to move goods across large areas. In the U.S., the Transcontinental Railroad was revolutionary, as it linked the Atlantic to the Pacific for the first time. When Vanderbilt entered the railroad industry, he was already very wealthy, but he sold his previous businesses to buy up as much rail track as he could. The railroads were particularly vulnerable to being taken over by monopolies because there was a very limited amount of train tracks in any given region. Soon, Vanderbilt could charge his customers extortionate rates, confident that they had no choice but to use his businesses to transport their goods. In response to the eye-watering high fees charged by many railway companies, a collective of farmers known as the Granger Movement campaigned for fairer prices. The Granger Union would go on to have a surprisingly important afterlife, as they would inspire both the People's Party and the Greenback Party, important progressive political movements which campaigned for fairer economic conditions and more economic equality. Economic equality was a hot topic in the Gilded Age. The late 19th century saw progressive.
Okay, so there should be quite a few correlations you can get in this. Having monopolies on businesses, income inequality, people having to do what? Uh, did these people sit down uh, when it got overbearing? You're going to have to take action because sitting on the sidelines and supporting those the farmers who had no choice but to put their products on rails, and when they just decided we're going to charge you whatever we choose to charge you because you have no other outlet. Hmm? Amazon, who has have you thinking that you must shop with them because this is the only place that you can get what you need, because you have come accustomed to getting packages at your door. It is so convenient. All of this dumb shit. You're gonna get sick of being dummies. Let's continue.
Workers' movements spread across the industrialized world in a bid to give ordinary people fairer hours, better pay, and safer working conditions in factories that often use dangerous equipment. Unfortunately, many wealthy Americans increasingly believed in the theory of social Darwinism, an ideology that argues poor people deserve to be poor because they are naturally inferior. Tycoons did little to help their workers, often demanding that they work harder for longer to increase output and turn more profit. In response to
So, your government has put the Department of Education under the Labor Board with the understanding that they have done everything that they can for billionaires and millionaires. So, uh, what do you think your government is going to do for your children, your poor children? The thought process that poor people are destined to be poor. They are to remain poor. They have no consideration for you. They have no consideration for you actually bettering your life and bringing yourself up out of poverty. None at all. Uh, what I also am going to talk about, let me let you finish this.
Worsening conditions, many American workers unionized, and the American Federation of Labor that organized these unions was founded in 1886.
Okay, this is when unions came into play. Who fights union tougher than anyone? What a billionaire is so insistent on fighting unionizing his company? Amazon. Amazon. God damn it, you are not going to better yourself. I have no money to pay the people who work for me and have made my profits into what they are. I have no more money to pay them because I have to pay be the next person who's who's presenting 2026 Met Gala. I have to buy this madam face bitch on the side of my arms with these hard tits, rock size diamonds to wear on her neck and her fingers and her wrists. I have no money to pay you. Get out and pee in your motherfucking water bottle and deliver these fucking packages. Are you crazy?
Other workers took a more radical path, joining more socialist groups and even turning towards anarchism. The US government did little to help the situation, repeatedly halting legislation meant to improve working conditions. Tensions between workers and bosses led to several major disasters in the Gilded Age. In 1886, the Haymarket riot in Chicago led to a series of deaths when workers' peaceful protest turned violent. An unidentified assailant threw a stick of dynamite into the crowd during the gathering in an attempt to hit a police officer. Shooting broke out, resulting in the deaths of many police officers and civilians. A few years later, a similar incident occurred in Pittsburgh in 1892. The so-called Homestead Strike saw a clash between a crowd of Carnegie steelworkers and a group of private militiamen from the Pinkerton Agency, who had been hired to police the crowds. During the violence, Henry Frick, a hated industrialist who violently opposed the union.
So how did we get to the point where we get government officials telling you that unions are not good for you? How do we get to the point where nobody is supporting these workers who are trying to unionize? You know, Starbucks workers, Amazon workers. Where do we get to the point that we are supporting the robber barons and ignoring the workers? Y'all got the game real fucked up. Oh, some of y'all, some people, not y'all in here. I mean, I'm just saying, you know, on a broader scale, America has the game real fucked up to their own demise. You're dancing and paying for your own demise, being stupid.
Was almost assassinated by a disgruntled anarchist. Economic inequality. During the violence, Henry Frick, a hated industrialist who violently opposed the unions, was almost assassinated by a disgruntled anarchist. Economic inequality was not the only major social issue of the Gilded Age. It was also a terrible time for race relations. The Native Americans suffered greatly during this period. During the Dakota Gold Rush in 1876, a war broke out between the U.S. government and the Sioux Nation, resulting in the biggest campaign against the Native Americans in U.S. history. 10 years later, in 1886, the last major Native American resistance force, led by Geronimo of the Apache, was finally defeated.
So, are the American people, the American workers, the Indian of their time? Yeah, they want y'all to look at black people, illegal immigration as the problem, as they're doing what? As they're doing what? Creating ballrooms that are sufficient enough to host billionaires in your fucking White House, the people's house. This is what the people house feels is important, that they need something opulent enough to usher in this era of a billionaire. Your government, while they are uh, throwing people off their health care, while they are taking away Medicaid for the poorest of people, for disabled people, for for the elderly, while they are uh, uh, creating bills that are also going to close down a host of rural hospitals, while they are your government is supporting AI and sitting up there with people like Mark Zuckerberg at the table, all of these tech billionaires, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, sitting at the table telling you what these billionaires are contributing to you, as these all of these billionaires sitting at the table are trying to create AI to eliminate your jobs. Wake up, people. This is what your government is actively doing, but they want you to look at your neighbor as the enemy. And they want you to look up to these people who are absolutely trying to pit you against each other and make you feel like, hey, somebody in the same condition that I am in, somebody who can't do anything for themselves, much less do anything to me, while I continue to finance the person who is absolutely trying to ruin my existence. Are the American people the new Indians of this golden age? That's what I'm asking.
Gilded Age was also a dark time for African Americans. After federal troops withdrew from the South in 1877, the African American population lost its much needed government protection. Lynching soon became common, with angry mobs of white Southerners accusing African Americans of any manner of crimes, with little to no evidence, and proceeding to carry out extrajudicial executions.
Okay, we definitely know this history, but I'm trying to compare and contrast now and then extrajudicial killings. Where is that happening now? Where is that happening now? Venezuela, the boats off of Venezuela, extrajudicial killings are going on there right now. How many people are making a fuss of this? How many Republican senators are mute? Congress people are mute on this, as this is what your government is doing right now. Uh, are we comparing and contrasting the Gilded and the Golden Age, that they want you that they sit up and pontificate and think that it is a flex? Make America Great Again is regressive. It always has been. Again means to go back to what it used to be. Is this where we're going? And where do you fit into this puzzle? Where do you think you fit into this puzzle? Because we all are Indians. We all are Black people. Understand, your whiteness is not going to protect you in this administration. What this administration has set up for you. It should be obvious. But some people think that you still have the protection of the white skin. No, it's not going to protect you either. You should know it's not going to protect you. It has been shown that you are not protected either. You just a common nigger too. So get used to it. Get used to it. If you don't get used to it now, you're about to get used to it. Because this is the plan for you all as well.
To make matters worse, during the Reconstruction era, the first segregation laws, or Jim Crow, were passed, making Black Americans in the South second-class citizens. Although the
And you notice that they have repealed the Civil Rights Act. Have you noticed that your government has said that U.S. contractors, people who get contract work from the U.S. government, they can now segregate? Why did your president do an executive order allowing segregation from people who receive government contracts? Why is the first thing that they wanted to make a sin was DEI? We making America great again, huh? Let's continue.
1875 Civil Rights Act had put some protections to prevent discrimination. The act was abolished in 1883. During this period, the
And it also was abolished again in 2025.
enormous wave of immigration also led to a wave of nativism, a form of
What? Immigration? A large form of immigration. Look at Uncle Sam holding his nose at the immigrant. Do you see any correlations? I hope you see the correlations now. The people who did not build the United States. The United States were built on the back of Black people and immigrants. The whole fucking Lincoln Memorial. They have the chisel and the hammer that the I think he came from Italy. Of the guy who inscribed all of that fucking speech on the Lincoln Memorial with these old fucking ass tools by hand. A fucking immigrant.
resentment against migrant workers, also launched in 1883. During this period, the enormous wave of immigration also led to a wave of nativism, a form of resentment against migrant workers. Italian and Irish immigrants were particularly picked upon, and in 1882, the Chinese Exclusion Act banned Chinese immigration altogether. While these workers contributed greatly to America's economic boom, many Americans feared losing out to foreign arrivals. Many immigrants in this era inevitably turned towards a growing and corrupt political phenomena, the political machine. These corrupt organizations were typically found in major cities and bought votes in exchange for favors. The most famous of these political machines was Tammany Hall in New York City.
Bought votes in return of favors. So, what do you think that these billionaires are buying when they spend $1 million for access to sit down at the table at these grand balls? We see people are getting pardons for their children. They are getting pardons for all types of criminal behavior, up and into SAing and a child uh, uh, peddling with children. They're being pardoned in this administration. If they have the money to drop in on your president and sit at one of his $1 million balls. Hmm? Do you see the correlation? I hope you do.
Founded in 1786, it would become notorious for corruption by the late 19th century. Political machines thrived during the Gilded Age because they provided opportunities for poorer people and vulnerable migrants. Local politicians would find jobs for newcomers in their wards in exchange for their votes. Political machine bosses often helped immigrants gain their citizenship papers faster, and the jobs they created often provided better living conditions for the people living in their area. Come election day, these faithful patrons would vote, sometimes multiple times, for their valued protectors, securing them political power for years at a time. Although corruption, poor working conditions, and rampant prejudice were all rife during the Gilded Age, it is also a time of great opportunity. Ultimately, The problems of the Gilded Age would lead to another great era in American history, the age of progressive politics, in which reforms rolled back the worst excesses of this grand age of wealth and expansion. To learn more about the Gilded Age, check out our book, The Gilded Age, a captivating guide to...
Okay, I just wanted to share that with you. That is link number 3 in my description box. So, what else? I have something else I want to share with you about this AI situation. Mm, Uh, I just want to give you the information. West Virginia, Coal Town. What is happening in Virginia? Tech billionaires' shocking plan for West Virginia.
What you're looking at isn't just an old golf course. It's land that's seen more than a century of extraction, abuse, and broken promises.
They're taking millions, trillions of dollars out of coal, gas, and
of land. Only this time, they're not mining for coal.
along came this project of AI.
Data centers coming to Mingo County.
A big initiative to attract data centers.
So if you're thinking about a data center, come while the getting's good.
Mingo County, West Virginia is one of the latest examples of a playbook we've seen roll out across the U.S.
Everything's being kept hush-hush on this, on the data centers and the electric grid. They don't want you to know anything.
They originally had no intention of providing a hearing at all.
We're essentially inviting in the worst actors, people who would want to locate in West Virginia because of our entire lack of regulation.
But what does a data center mean for one of the poorest counties in America? A county that was once the beating heart of coal country.
Just because we're coal miners in a coal mining neighborhood don't mean we don't want clean water, clean air, clean everything.
How many people in here are opposed?
Are data centers the new coal mines, another extractive industry that'll make a few people rich and leave everyone else with the mess?
And now they're asking us to once again pay the cost of doing business with our health and our livelihoods.
They think we're stupid down here. They think they're just going to push it on us.
Or are data centers something different? A lifeline for places like this.
And I firmly believe that this is going to turn this into a mecca for West Virginia.
We went to Mingo County to find out.
So we are putting up this air monitor. So I can put it in with wood screws, or I can put it up with zip ties.
You put it up with whichever one's easier for you to do.
Yeah, wood screws.
Tyler Cannon grew up in the hills of southern West Virginia, where news travels fast and nothing stays secret forever. In March, he came across something unusual. 2 brand new permit applications for power plants in Mingo County.
These power plants would be the second largest in the state in terms of power generating capacity, and they would be the third largest in the state in terms of greenhouse gas emissions.
But those power plants were never meant to power the homes in Mingo.
We have an update on data centers coming to Mingo
It's
County.
ground zero when it comes to 2 potential data centers.
Residents are raising concerns.
It ain't what we see. It's going to kill us. It's what we don't see.
When the news broke about the data centers, residents started showing up to public meetings with a lot of questions.
Why are greenhouse gas emissions not accounted for in this permit?
What kind of experience do you have with this kind of equipment that they're saying that they're going to use to control emissions?
What sort of time frame is this project looking at?
How is the public to understand water impacts when we have no information about volume of withdrawal? And what would it take for us to get you to not issue these permits?
And for months, they were met with silence, delays, and half answers.
I have no college degree, but I have common sense, and common sense tells me this is not good.
Eventually, many residents started taking matters into their own hands. Why did you decide to have one of these installed?
I wanted it installed to find out just exactly what this thing was going to be and what it was going to emit.
Tommy Powers isn't your typical tree-hugging environmentalist. For years, he was an underground coal miner.
I'm not doing this because I hate coal mining or off-grid power plants. If they can make them safe and do what's right, I would support them. But when I go to a meeting that they refuse to answer questions, it tells me they have something to hide.
For people in Mingo, this story's got a familiar ring to it. Another industry, another promise of prosperity, built on the same land that coal once hollowed out.
We have seen every 5 to 10 years in southern West Virginia, some industrial developer propose what at that time is cutting edge technology that requires an incredible amount of resources, promising jobs in hopes of a lax regulatory landscape and political conditions that will embrace whatever industry comes our way.
It's kind of been the history of this area.
It is, and we're not far from it.
Less regulation. Right? Why do they want less regulation? This is why.
From that today.
Commercial coal mining came to Mingo County in 1890. Since then, the money has mostly flowed out. The mountains have been scarred, and the people, they've been paying for it ever since.
How many people here got breathing problems? Put your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, people are paying the cost of doing business with their health, with their environmental conditions, just as they always have. I mean, we're at the Miners Memorial, and the cost of doing business in March 1960 was the death of 18 men. And now they're asking us to once again pay the cost of doing business with our health and our livelihoods.
The company behind the power plants is Transgas, based in New York. They claim their power plants won't be like the polluting industries of the past, that they'll be able to capture 99% of their emissions. But their permit applications, which would explain exactly how they can promise this, have been heavily redacted.
Now what's left redacted is the specific engine name of these gas turbines and the catalytic units. Without that information, we have no way to verify their claims that they're going to capture 99% of their emissions at normal operating.
And it's not just pollution. Residents like Pam Serber have been sounding the alarm about something else: water.
So Mingo County's already plagued with water problems, and I don't know if this where they'll get the water.
Data centers are thirsty. A single facility can use millions of gallons of water a day. But in Mingo County, a lot of people can't even count on clean water from their own taps, another legacy left behind by the coal industry.
Why do you have to come out here for water?
You can't drink the city water. It's too much chlorine, or it's just they overpower it.
Yeah.
And when you do get water, you're under a bull advisory.
How often are you having to come out here?
3 times a week.
And how important is it that this stays unpolluted?
Very important. There's a lot of people rely on this. A lot.
How does it make you feel that water problems have been so present for people down here? Yet this thing's going to come in and...
I know, it blows my mind that they would even consider it because of the water issues.
Do we know, for instance, whose data centers these are going to be? What companies are behind this?
No, it has not been released publicly who the data center customers would be.
At this point, we can only guess about who these data centers are really for. Maybe it's Meta, who recently pledged to invest $600 billion in building AI infrastructure by 2028. Or maybe it's Amazon, also planning.
And notice that they don't know exactly who the data center is for. I showed you another where they were trying to open a data center in Arizona. And they didn't know who the data center was for either, because it's hid under layers of NDAs and shell companies that they didn't find out. They found out that the data center was coming to Arizona by submitting a FOIA request for something else. And in that FOIA request, the bottom line of a previous thing was on there, and the person looked into it and come to find out a whole data center was coming to their town, and they had not been alerted to it. And then they decided to then they forced community meetings to be able to have questions about this data center. And even though this data center was for Amazon, they bought in a woman who also worked for Meta in getting a data center set up. And one of the I'll show you. One of the participants questioned her, where are you going to get the power from? And she basically said, well, we have no control over that, and the deal has already been made that they will be plugging into your electricity that is already up, which meant that Amazon will be plugging into the electricity grid, increasing everyone's electricity bill. And she said that with a smile on her face. When people started booing, she smiled and like, oh, well, oh, shucks, with a smile on her face. And then another woman got up and said, and called her by name. called this woman by name. And when you work for Meta and you did the same thing, I think it was in Austin, and it caused this, that, and the other problem, and then the look on the woman's face who were previously smiling about just plugging in into your electricity grid, she got a, oh God, you know who I am look on her face, and sat down and started whispering to the man next to her. See, these people are using the same tactic, and sometimes even the same people to go out to these town halls and blow smoke up your ass. One data center in Texas, I think it was don't quote me. I think it was Matter also that I played for you guys here. Sent someone out to the town hall meetings. He said what he had to say, and he turned around and walked out of the building. Didn't give a fuck about any concerns that the people in Texas had about the water quality. That was being ruined, the air that was being ruined. He said what he had to say, turned on his heels, and walked out of the door. Let's be clear.
Over $100 billion in investments. Whoever it is, the pony head. Maybe it's Meta, who recently played.
Do we know, for instance, whose data centers these are going to be? What companies are behind this?
No, it has not been released publicly who the data center customers would be.
At this point, we can only guess about who these data centers are really for. Maybe it's Meta, who recently pledged to invest $600 billion in building AI infrastructure by 2028. Or maybe it's Amazon, also planning over $100 billion in investments. Whoever it is, the playbook isn't new. Massive projects, often shrouded in secrecy, and locals who find out far too late once construction is already underway. But these data centers didn't just show up out of nowhere. First, the companies had to be invited in.
This is going to be the single best place in America for data centers to come.
Data centers are at the heart of Governor Patrick Morrisey's vision for West Virginia's future.
Right now, we have a lot of data centers that have been knocking on our doors, and they're anxious to come to West Virginia and start using our natural resources as a main source of power. We're going to make it easier for these data centers to do that.
Data centers are being sold as a lifeline for this region. Jobs, tax revenue, a way to jumpstart the economy in one of the poorest parts of the state.
This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. I think it's going to drive economic growth and manufacturing and bring a lot of high-skilled jobs into the state.
But the reality is a lot more complicated.
One of Governor Patrick.
Your own president told you on a interview with Laura Ingraham that you what we need to bring in bring in great people from other countries with when she asked him about those H-1B visas, we just don't have great people here. So which one is it? We don't have great people here, and are these gonna create jobs? These are not going to create jobs for people in West Virginia because West Virginia don't have the job skills or the education to work in these facilities. So they're blowing smoke up your ass once again. What they're going to do, the people who use most of the H-1B visas, I think that there are 162,000 H-1B visas allowed, and they are all being used up by tech billionaires. No other industry can get them because these are who are using up all the H-1B visas. Now, 4547 himself said that he used, I think he said H-1BA visas to get less skilled workers. You know, the people who does housekeeping and gardening work on his golf courses. He's not even employing people who can do the job. But they want you to believe that they finna give these poor West Virginians jobs. Just
Morrissey is top.
I think it's going to drive economic growth and manufacturing and bring a lot of high-skilled jobs into the state.
But the reality is a lot more complicated.
So where are the people in West Virginia going to get these high skills to work these high skilled jobs? He's blowing smoke up your ass.
One of Governor Patrick Morrisey's top legislative priorities that he muscled through during the 2025 legislation was House Bill 2014. And it does a few things. It completely preempts local control so that local counties and municipalities no longer have any say in the development or operation of data centers. And then it sets up a new property tax scheme.
Property taxes are supposed to be reserved for local needs, with the vast majority of funding going to things like schools, fire departments, and roads. But Governor Morrisey's data center legislation flipped that equation on its head. Under the new law, 70% of property taxes from the data centers will be diverted to the state.
The biggest chunk of it is set to go into what's called the Personal Income Tax Reduction Fund. So it's supposed to trigger cuts in the personal income tax, 2/3 of which will go to the wealthiest 20% of households.
That tax revenue could have gone a long way in Mingo County, where 30% of people live below the poverty line. You got this AI supercomputer thing that might be going in. It said that we are the richest country on earth. Does it feel like that?
Not here in my little community, because I'm seeing the need more and more and more. And I'm seeing more of our younger people have to leave to get jobs, to be able to make ends meet.
Janet Gibson runs a food pantry in Mingo County.
Why do you think there's such a push to put them down here?
I think so that they can get away with whatever they need to get away with, and they think that we're dumb hillbillies. So I don't know.
Is that something you heard before?
Yeah, everybody's heard it down here. They think we're stupid down here. They think they're just going to push it on us. We're not going to benefit from it.
But not every local is opposed to the project.
Everything costs something. Okay. The fact is, does the benefit outweigh the bad? And that's what we're.
Okay, so this old bastard, he's driving a Jaguar. He's okay with it. I wonder why.
Talking about here, I think, is the benefit outweigh the bad, and I think it does by a big margin.
Ernie Salmons owns the Twisted Gun Golf Course, which sits on top of what used to be an old coal mine. Now, it's slated to be the site of a new data center.
What is it about these data centers that
because the data center is going to be on his property, so he's profiting from it. That's why he's for it. He is a one single individual in the town that's profiting from it. He said everything costs something, and your golf course where this data center will sit makes you more palatable to have the data center there. I'm sure. Now I understand. Does the good outweigh the bad?
And that's what we're talking about here, I think, is the benefit outweigh the bad. And I think it does by a big margin.
Ernie Salmons owns the Twisted Gun Golf Course, which sits on top of what used to be an old coal mine. Now, it's slated to be the site of a new data center.
What is it about these data centers that you really want to go in here? Why do you want this to happen?
Generate jobs, lots of high-paying jobs.
We couldn't find any hard numbers on how many jobs these data centers would bring, but in general, data centers aren't huge job creators. Once they're built, they usually employ somewhere between 50 and 200 workers. And there's no guarantee that any of those jobs will go to locals.
There's a concern that these aren't going to be local jobs, that a lot of the folks that, these are high-skilled technical things.
Well, they won't be for a lot of local people. There's a lot of local people here who've never had a job in their life. They live on, they get a check every month, okay? They've never had a job.
Create jobs. Who are you creating for? Those 250 you want to bring in and house up there? That ain't my locals. That ain't my ones that I'm helping compensate income with a blessing box.
I'm sorry.
So he's gonna profit off of this. He says some of these people ain't never had a job in their life. It's gonna create jobs. So why aren't you behind something that is going to create jobs for people who you say that just sit up and collect the check? Why aren't you more for something being brought into West Virginia that is going to create jobs for West Virginians? He don't give a fuck. He's getting money in his pocket. Is that a job? Is that your job? Maybe that's his job. The one person in West Virginia who has a job. Let's continue.
Yes. I mean, why you bummed? Tell me about that.
On our second day of filming, it was official. The state's Department of Environmental Protection had approved the permits.
If we're talking dream scenario here, a permitting process should be based on prior and informed consent.
on the part of everyone miles around.
Is that what happened here?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. In fact, the whole focus of the organizing we've been doing for the last 3 months has been to push the DEP to recognize the validity of local people's concerns and come down here to share with people what they want to permit or what they just permitted in their backyards.
Powerful tech companies and politicians are already lining up to write the next chapter of West Virginia's future, whether local residents want it or not. And across the country, it's a similar story. Massive deals struck behind closed doors, local voices drown out, and the whole thing is called progress. But in the shadow of all...
So Elon Musk created Grok in Memphis under NDA. Jeff Bezos center that they were data center that they were trying to get in Arizona, which they actually defeated, was signed up under a NDA. The Mattis Center that I told you about in Texas, they bought a property right up against other people's property, and they expanded it created it and expanded it without having any input from the people who lived around these data centers. And I just showed you a video with the number of data centers. They said Virginia has the most data centers of all states. I think it's something like 900 data centers are in Virginia alone. I showed you a video where the guy who lives in Virginia said that there is humming 24/7 from these data centers. They are not asking any of you regular people to put these data centers in your communities that are costing you more in electricity. And we're going to talk about the water next.
All that, people here have been building something else, an economy rooted in the land itself.
We're in Mingo County, West Virginia, and when you're here, you got to hit the trails.
The Hatfield-McCoy trails wind through Mingo, bringing people from all over.
Oh, dang, look at that.
Yeah, so here's Australia, Philippines, New Zealand.
Whoa.
England.
All that traffic brings real wealth into the county. Gas stations, motels, restaurants, and for the most part, it stays here instead of getting siphoned out of state. It's not perfect. It won't rebuild the schools or provide clean water, but it's something. And it begs the question, are data centers really the best that Mingo County can hope for?
Does it feel like this is inevitable?
Pretty much. It's going to come. But again, we can fight to make sure that it's done correctly.
How I see this industry developing in the state is a bit of a mystery. But one thing that I know for certain is that the communities that are being presented with this, they're not going to take it quietly. And they haven't been.
But you can at least take the message back that says, if you approve this permit, you're taking away my quality of life.
If you are not aware of this channel, More Perfect Union, I put the link in my description box. Go over there and check them out. It's quite informative. Hey, Leonard, what do you think Trumpy put under the new ballroom? I think he put a bunker. I think he actually put a bunker under the ballroom. Now, Leonard thinks that he put a whole data center under the ballroom. Hey, Leonard, how are you doing? Let's talk about water. If you're interested in this, this link is number, I believe, 7. This is link number 7 in my description box. Could Texas run out of water? Wall Street is betting big on it. Water. Now, I told you guys, this was about maybe 3 years ago. I did a segment on water, how water is going to be a high commodity. I 3 years ago, I was telling you about how precious water would be becoming in the next few years. And here we are. Here we are today. Since Ronnie Q don't know nothing about news, I warned you about the water shortage. I showed you how water preservation was not being done in the United States, while lakes and rivers are drying up all across the world. Here we are, and it's only expected to get worse. So, if it wasn't such a problem, why is this happening? Pay attention. Pay attention to these hedge funds people.
There's not enough money in the state of Texas to get me water that I have lost.
When they talk about my water, they're talking about their commodity. It's immoral. What's going on?
This is the front lines of America's new water wars.
A massive groundwater project could pull billions of gallons of water from East Texas.
They can take all of your water, all of your neighbor's water, and all your granddaddy's water.
One hedge fund manager claims that he can deliver billions of gallons of water to Texas cities that are running out. But he's made a fortune off a crisis before.
We're talking to Kyle Bass. He made $500 million shorting the subprime market.
And we made hundreds of millions of dollars in a day. And I sat down with my team and I said, this is it.
Kyle Bass's plan is part of a broader Wall Street trend of buying up water rights as water becomes a more valuable commodity.
Private investors are betting that in a hotter and drier future, water is the new oil.
I believe that agricultural land with water on site will be very valuable in the future.
Landowners and politicians are fighting back against this Wall Street water grab. And in the process, they just might change some antiquated water laws in Texas.
Democrat, Republican, black, white, everybody is in agreement. We got to protect our water.
The first stop on my investigation in East Texas was with John McCall, a lifelong Republican who has become an unlikely water activist.
Oh, thanks.
This is Texas.
John McCall's ranch is right next to Kyle Bass's property, where massive pumps could drain billions of gallons of water.
I've lived here all my life. My ranch has been in the family for 100 years.
What do you think of Kyle Bass as a neighbor?
He didn't apply for the Doctrine of Good Neighbor Award because I would have thought I would have got a phone call. You can't take a resource and say, I'm going to take 15 billion gallons away from that resource and it's going to be just fine per year, every year. It's not going to work.
On the other side of Redtown Ranch is Melissa Meter. She showed me her small pecan orchard that could be devastated by Kyle Bass's project. What would you do if there's no water for the property?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, we would have to move because you can't live without water, and neither can your animals. Definitely not something we want to do. But if we're forced to have to do it, then what else do? You can't live without water. This is my pig family.
How does it make you feel that someone like Kyle Bass wants to profit off of your water?
I wake up every morning, and that's the first thing that I open my eyes to. It's scary, you know. This is my home. I love it here, you know, and it's a shame that somebody could actually force me out.
What do you think needs to change in Texas?
If we do not change the rule of capture laws, then it's just going to keep happening.
Since 1904, Texas has had a groundwater law called the Rule of Capture. Essentially, landowners can pump as much water as they want from their property without getting sued by their neighbors. Now, conservative Republican lawmakers from East Texas want to change this antiquated law.
The rule of capture basically says whoever has the biggest pump wins. And I don't begrudge anybody for making money. We're not communists.
I can count one person who owns property in my entire district who is in favor of this project. And that's Kyle Bass.
So whatever you've been reading about us trying to take all the water and going to leave the whole area out of water, I would never do that. We are doing things that are responsible by law and by science.
What would it feel like to see him start drilling these wells?
I don't even think about that. I think we're at the right place at the right time to have this fight. I like a good fight.
Representative Cody Harris and Senator Robert Nichols are leading the fight to protect water in East Texas, but they'll need support from lawmakers across the state. That's why Harris called an 11-hour hearing this summer.
Let's say I'm your neighbor and I decide I'm going to drill the same number of wells, but drill them deeper. You can't pump your water anymore. Who's in the right?
Not something I've thought about.
Do you believe that you have the capacity to feel empathy?
My wife asks me the same question all the time. Without joking aside, yes, I do.
During the hearing, Kyle Bass was
He's not joking. He's not joking. Why would that come up? My wife asks me that question all the time. Because your wife lives with you unfiltered. That's the first thing that popped to his mind. So if his wife asks if he has any empathy, you remember the Republican god Charlie Kirk said that there was a problem with the word empathy. He had issues with the word empathy. Funny how this stock of people have absolutely no empathy. They want what they want, and they will do whatever it takes to get it. And the hell with you. Now this is July 15th of this year. Let's continue.
Adamant that he's looking out for the greater good.
Joking aside, yes, I do.
During the hearing, Kyle Bass was adamant that he's looking out for the greater good of Texas.
So we sit here today because I read the state water plan, and it is, it's farcical. There isn't a plan. And so as we sit here today, we worry about where we're going to move it from and to, we're going to stop exporting and things like that. What's going to happen is we're going to run out of water somewhere, and it's going to happen soon.
The thing is, Kyle Bass is right on this point. Right now, Texas is gaining about 1,500 people per day, in part because of Governor Abbott's tax abatements that have brought more and more businesses to the state. But its water plan hasn't caught up yet.
Do you think that there's going to be a water war between cities and rural parts of Texas?
I know that some areas of Texas are...
Texas, less regulation in Texas. But look at what businesses that they are bringing into Texas. Look what the businesses are doing to the access to water in Texas. But I'll be goddamn no regulations. Come to Texas, come to Florida, as Florida has sank into the depths so badly that they can't get insurance on their houses, and the housing market is in shambles in Florida because they can't get insurance on their homes, and the fucking real estate market in Florida has Florida underwater, and there is nothing that numbnuts governor can do to figure it out, because they want to have a state with no regulations, and they insisted that they cannot use the term climate change in any government paperwork. And that's where you sit, you stupid motherfucker. And therefore, that's where you sit as people move out of Florida in droves. Let's continue.
Desperate for water, but you can solve that with surface water. You don't have to go into the aquifer.
But Kyle Bass couldn't make any money off of surface water.
That's exactly what I think this is all about.
In Texas, the state owns surface water like rivers and reservoirs, but landowners own the water that comes from aquifers under their land. So Bass is legally able to pump extraordinary amounts of groundwater, even if it leaves his neighbors' wells dry.
This is not a philanthropic effort. We are doing our best to do things right, but there actually is a world where you don't have to give up returns. And in the end, what that's doing is bringing water from high concentrated areas to areas of desperate need, which is a societal benefit.
Well, Bass claims that this is a
societal benefit, as he sits up here with his American flag blanket draped over his bed. Message. Let's continue.
Societal benefit. I think this is actually a classic case of disaster capitalism, turning a crisis into a return for investors.
This is not greenwashing. We're actually creating things.
In 2021, Bass founded
Hold
conservation.
Hold on. Did we see another prop and behind him as he's sitting in a different room now? What does he have propped up behind him in the next room? Let's see.
This is a societal benefit. I think this is actually a classic case of disaster capitalism, turning a crisis into a return for investors.
This is not greenwashing.
Is that another American flag that we see? Let me make sure my mic is on. Is that another American flag that we see draped over that chair? Message: disaster capitalism. Let's continue.
We're actually
capitalism, turning a crisis into a return for investors.
This is not greenwashing. We're actually creating things.
In 2021, Bass founded
He believes that he is creating things. He's creating things. Really? You created water? You mean you created water? Well, turn it into wine, bitch, since you're so creative. Create that.
Conservation Equity Management. The firm does some real conservation projects, but its responsible water development isn't one of them. While this office may look pretty nondescript, it's actually the East Texas headquarters for Kyle Bass's Conservation Equity Management. In 3.5 years, they've already raised $185 million from their investors. Conservation Equity Management wants to pump water from counties that currently use 8 billion gallons total per year. Their plan would use over 15 billion gallons, going beyond what many believe the aquifer can handle, and potentially having consequences on nearby state-managed rivers. The Trinity River supplies water for Dallas, Fort Worth, and Houston. But if Kyle Bass's wells go online, there could be a lot less water flowing here too. That's because the water in the Carrizo-Wilcox aquifer is connected to the Trinity River. So Bass's pumps would potentially take water that a city like Dallas already depends on.
So if somebody like Dallas wants to buy from these wells, they're going to be buying their own water back.
Lawmakers advancing a bill that could put the brakes on major water pumping projects.
So they're going to deplete the water that is available to Dallas. And Dallas is going to have to buy the water back from his company. You see, less regulation. Less regulation. Do you think, how is that, who does that help? That helps him and his shareholders. Not his shareholders, his investors, as he calls them.
Harris introduced a bill for a 2-year moratorium on Bass's project so scientists could study the effects on the aquifer.
Move passage.
But when the bill reached the Senate, Senator Nichols removed its key provision, the 2-year moratorium on drilling.
I did not feel like I had the votes to do the 2-year moratorium.
Why do you think you didn't have the votes?
We hired some of the most expensive lobbyists in the state of Texas.
It was just a massive, massive disappointment that the bill ended up.
A Texas Republican cleared the way for no testing to be done. So we just going to fly by the seat of our pants as we let this motherfucker get rich off of reselling water that he's allegedly just pulling from an aquifer. He's creating something. He's creating havoc. That's what he's creating, havoc for the American people as he sit up in American flag is draped in the background of every sitting that he's sitting in. He wants you to believe that he's a patriot. That's what they all want you to do. They all talk as if they are these great American patriots who love America. I guess I would too. If I was getting rich off of everyday American people. If I was a swindler. Isn't that the first thing they do? The pomp and circumstance and all of the motherfucking displays set perfectly in the background to make you think that I'm such a great patriot?
Dying. I call on the Groundwater Conservation District to deny the permit application. Stand firm, and this body will have your back.
Since there's no 2-year moratorium, local entities called groundwater conservation districts will most likely decide the fate of Kyle Bass's permits. Groundwater conservation districts are a patchwork of local entities, but some counties in Texas don't have these districts at all. One of them is Houston County, where part of Kyle Bass's property sits.
You're in Houston County, which actually doesn't have a groundwater district. So technically, under the rule of capture, he could start pumping water tomorrow.
Well, if he really wanted to be the most unpopular man in the state of Texas, that's what he would do.
We're heading to a groundwater management meeting where they're in the middle of determining how much water could be pumped from the aquifer in the coming years. The board hired a hydrologist to see how large-scale pumping could affect East Texas water.
How much groundwater can be pumped from an aquifer without causing groundwater declines? Well, if it's that simple, we can all go home, because that answer is 0. You're always going to cause some declines. 568 of these wells will go dry.
As a community, we need to give support to you guys. You groundwater districts need support and funding because you cannot fund yourself.
The problem is these districts run on tight budgets. They have to choose between funding science about aquifers and fighting lawsuits.
If you're going to effectively manage the groundwater in our aquifers, you should be entirely focused on what the data says about the aquifers and nothing else.
But even the aquifer data that Representative Harris wants is contentious. People like Kyle Bass can distort the science by hiring their own hydrologists to produce data that supports their groundwater projects. To understand the reality of a massive groundwater project like this one, I traveled to Lee County to see these high-capacity water pumps in person. This is the Vista Ridge pipeline. It provides 20% of San Antonio's water, but it comes at a big cost for the people who live nearby. I met up with landowners who have been getting together for years to commiserate over the water they've lost.
When Vista Ridge started pumping, that was in the fall. And the next April, in the spring, my pump started sucking air. And so the well fell from 120 feet to 200 feet in a 6-month period. And you get air to the water system and your shower will start spitting at you. It's disgusting. So we're sunk.
They'll pump until
That's right.
there's no more water at all. Then they'll go on down the road.
So you feel like in this case, there does need to be some more regulation?
Something. We got to somehow get control of this.
We need something now.
The $3 billion Vista Ridge project is one of the biggest private public infrastructure projects in the U.S. A consortium of major banks and private equity funded the project, and now they're making money by depleting this local aquifer. Okay. Meanwhile, people like the McGees continue to pay the price.
We have 50 acres.
Nancy McGee invited me to her property that she and her husband built together over 30 years ago.
What we're looking at is our water well history. And I always find it quite telling when I look at September of 1990, then 20 years later, it was at 68. That means that our water table dropped 1 foot in 20 years. That to me is incredible. Wow.
Today, the McGee's well is dropping 1 foot every month. But even after lowering their pump, it could run dry in about 7 years.
And then just for
this last lowering of our pump was over $10,000. For us at our age, that's devastating.
Nancy fought hard to get mitigation funds to cover the costs of drilling a deeper well. She and her neighbors eventually won, but they faced opposition from none other than Ed McCarthy, Kyle Bass's lawyer.
I've been accused of stealing water from widows and babies. We're not going to steal any water.
McCarthy has a history of using cunning legal tactics on poorly funded groundwater districts to secure water rights. Once, he even sued every single person on the board of a groundwater district in federal court because they took away a permit from one of his clients.
That's very intimidating because the district can't just cover all your legal fees. In this water wars, I think it's you're going to suffer from the pumping of the water, you're going to benefit from the pumping, and then there's just the right thing.
Back in East Texas, a groundwater conservation board is trying to determine if they did the right thing when they first reviewed Kyle Bass's drilling application. A new lawsuit claims there's a clear conflict of interest because a man named Donald Foster already had the contract to drill Bass's wells, but he was also on the very same board that processed the drilling application.
Why was Mr. Foster picked? It wasn't because he was on the board. It's because he's one of the best qualified drillers in that part of the country.
While I was reporting in Texas, a source told me that there could be a major development in this lawsuit. So our camera crew tagged along with Representative Harris to another local groundwater meeting.
Mr. McCarthy has been successful because he's been able to outspend and outlast the groundwater conservation districts. So we got to make sure that that doesn't happen this time.
My clients have no interest in drying up the aquifer, no interest in harming anyone. And they have publicly stated that if the data doesn't support the project or it requires a modification of whatever project may be requested, that's what they'll do.
Our community, East Texas, and the entire state of Texas is depending on y'all. We support you and we're behind you.
Okay, this is actually a pretty pivotal moment in the case, but I'll be honest, at first I didn't really know what this decision meant, so listen carefully.
I'd like to make the motion that the district attorney are authorized to negotiate a judgment that will declare the prior votes on administrative completeness of application to be voided. The board will reconsider administrative completeness in a future meeting.
To translate some of the legal talk, Kyle Bass's application was just denied.
Everybody please say aye. Aye.
And this is why it is important to you to pay attention to what's going on in your local government. Uh, uh, it seems like it was far too few people there, but the fact that these people push back, he will have to reapply, and we don't know where it's going to go, but we know that because some people came out and gave some pushback. So everybody want to sit on their ass and talk about they are not going to protest anything. This is not my problem. This is their problem. While they are looking at the theatrics that are being presented to you behind this ice and all of this shit, what they are doing in the background should frighten you. Uh, let's I want to cover this about this AI situation right here. I talked about the head of Oracle. What is his name again? Who is also buying Paramount? Who will also be he put his son, his nipple baby son, in charge of Paramount. His merger with Paramount. Not his merger, his purchasing of Paramount. Now, this is the same outfit that wanted Jimmy Kimmel fired so that this merger would go through. Larry Ellison. He is also the owner of Oracle. He is also one of the billionaires that sits at the table with 4547. So that last link I just showed you in my description box is link 8. Let me show you Oracle, the company that knows everything you do.
For all of humanity, and it is wealth. He thinks there is a single score for all of humanity, and it is wealth. It is a numbered list. He wants to be at the top of that list.
This is America's digital landlord. Briefly, the world's richest man and the billionaire wax sculptor who's about to control all our TikTok data, Larry Ellison. His company, Oracle, already provides software to the NSA, probably hosts your health insurance data, and builds body cams and drones.
We're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. The police will be on their best behavior. Citizens will be on their best behavior.
And he's somehow angling for even more.
The operations of these
police will be on their best behavior. Citizens will be on their best behavior. Now, if you don't remember, a couple of weeks I bought you a story about China. I brought you a story about what they are doing with data in China. Your social credit rating is what it's called. They have this in China right now, and this is the premise on which it was created. What you heard come out of this man right now: police will be on their best behavior, citizens will be under their best behavior, and I need you to understand that having this social credit rating, it will also keep you in your place. How? Because it will monitor every place you go, everything you buy. It says it predicts if you are going to create a crime. And we know that 4547 has already put that memorandum in place, stating something about how the government will be able to predict if you are going to create a crime. Now, you must understand that 45, 47, and this billionaire sit hand in glove with each other, and he has many government contracts. The social credit core, the social credit ugh, the social credit score in China will not allow you to buy a plane ticket, for instance, if it doesn't feel that you have the social credit to purchase a plane ticket to travel. This is what this social. While you think that, oh well, this could be innocent, no, it keeps you in the place that it deems via AI and data. It keeps you in your place that it seems that it deems you to fit, and you are not allowed to excel out of your social credit rating for life. If you're unaware of that, we can review that, or you can look it up yourself. Let's get back into this.
Of TikTok
and drones.
we're constantly
And the billionaire wax sculptor.
He wants to be at the top of that list.
This is America's digital landlord. Briefly, the world's richest man and the billionaire wax sculptor who's about to control all our TikTok data, Larry Ellison. His company Oracle already provides software to the NSA, probably hosts your health insurance data, and builds body cams and drones.
We're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. The police will be on their best behavior. Citizens will be on their best behavior.
And he's somehow angling for even more.
The operations of this kind of TikTok new company that would be US-based would be a joint venture that would largely be managed by Oracle, which is Larry Ellison's company.
The TikTok deal will add our favorite brain rot app to the giant blob that already controls most of our...
Hold on, she talks real fast. I had it sped up because the other people were talking slow, but shit, she is a talker.
Media, and even more.
The operations of this kind of TikTok new company that would be US-based would be a joint venture that would largely be managed by Oracle, which is Larry Ellison's company.
The TikTok deal will add our favorite brain rot app to the giant blob that already controls most of our media and sets up the dominoes for a full-blown surveillance state.
This whole issue of privacy is utterly fascinating to me. Who's ever heard of this information being misused by the government?
So if he's going to control all...
This whole issue of privacy, whoever heard of the government and infringing on your privacy? Oh, the Patriot Act that they were aware, they were alerted that was intruding on their privacies years later. Oh, whoever heard of it? Whoever heard of it?
All our data. I wanted to find out, what does he believe and what does that mean for us?
Some people have compared it to the oil boom and the railroad boom. Larry Ellison is the robber baron of this era, but instead of oil, he's trafficking.
Where the oil boom and the railroad boom, where did we hear about that? Where did I just tell you about the Gilded Era, the oil boom and the railroad boom? Did I tell you that they are trying to replicate the Gilded Era in America right now and telling you it's the golden era? Put it together, people. Let's put it together.
In data. Some people have compared it to the oil boom and the railroad boom. Larry Ellison is the robber baron of this era, but instead of oil, he's trafficking in data.
When it comes to Ellison's early days, the one thing to know is for someone who would become one of the most successful men in the tech sector, he did a lot more talking than typing. Even before Oracle, he always knew how to pull the strings. As vice president at a company called Precision Instruments in the 70s, he was overseeing the search for another company to come in and help with this struggling data project. And this gave him an idea. He and his former coworkers, Bob and Ed, made a company, put in the lowest offer, and Larry gave his own new company the job. Nice. They eventually named this company Oracle after a CIA project they had previously worked on, and Larry bought in at 60%. But data storage in the 70s was crazy, and people were looking for ways to simplify it. This guy named Ted Codd had published a theory about how to digitally store and retrieve data more efficiently using a new system called the relational database. But it didn't really exist yet, so IBM made a team to create a preliminary version. When they got it working, they published another paper on how, So when the Oracle guys came across this, it was a total score. Ellison's programmers could reassemble it like an IKEA directions manual, and Larry could sell it. And boom, free idea, billion-dollar software.
The database is absolutely the most technically innovative thing that they've done. Everything they have built, they've ultimately built around that.
Oracle had Ellison's talents as a salesman to thank much more than his skill as a programmer. He frequently promised programs to customers and delivered them late, never, or completely different than advertised, and had Bob and Ed pick up the slack. This is Caleb E. Karma, a journalist who covers politics and tech.
There are trillions of data points, happening every second. Every time you buy a book on Amazon, that's a data point. Anytime you're interacting with anything online, that information is almost always being stored somewhere. Those companies that make a lot of money off of having that information need to be able to quickly pull it and compile it in a way that makes sense and is profitable.
So is Oracle basically the whole internet? Kinda. Or at least the infrastructure that keeps a lot of the data on the internet flowing. And not just for users like you and me, but for big corporate customers too. Take your bank, for example. They probably have too many customers with too many transactions to keep them in one mega giant Excel sheet. And that's what the relational database is for. The relational database allows them to keep like 1 million spreadsheets at once. So all the bank's customers might be in one table and all your transactions in another. So when I spend $8 on a latte, the POS system tells Oracle to put coffee shop and minus $8 on my transaction table and changes my total money column to 0. But it's not just banks.
Today, their clients include United Healthcare, Citibank, Netflix, Amazon, pretty much every major corporation on the S&P 500. They also make a lot of money now from cloud computing, which is a way for a company like OpenAI that can't afford to buy all the processing power that they need to contract that out to another company, in this case Oracle, to build these massive data centers and house all of these GPUs and process all of that computing remotely.
They are dominant in the Fortune 500. They managed to find their way into just about everywhere.
Over the early 2000s, they started acquiring other software companies, and their business model shifted towards just absorbing all the useful yet kind of boring behind-the-scenes tech that runs the internet. This is Brian Cantrell, an engineer who worked at Sun Microsystems, which got bought by Oracle in 2009.
In 2006, I and another engineer started a group inside of Sun to build a new storage product at Sun. That product was very successful, arguably too successful, because it brought Oracle in as a customer for the first time in a while. And Oracle swept in and bought the company, which absolutely did not see coming.
And through buying up their customers and making it hard to get off their software, they were able to spread like a fungus.
The big reveal for me working inside from the outside of Oracle moving in, I kind of thought this is a great competitor. And actually, it's a company that hates competition and wants to do everything it possibly can to asphyxiate competition and then dominate. And that's how it's done what it's done. You couldn't go to an airport and...
So they hate competition. Keep that in mind when you see what other thing that they are into.
The country without seeing Oracle's ad campaigns. Oracle runs 10 of the 10 top banks. That's it.
They've also been a contractor for the government since their inception.
Larry Ellison, his prior occupation at Ampex, they weren't able to finish the project, so they went back to the CIA and continued to work for them under that same codename project, Oracle.
And that's far from their only government contract. The US government is one of their best customers. Soon after their CIA...
They work for the CIA, and that's far from their biggest customer. That should concern you. If it don't concern you, let's hear a little bit more.
Reprise, they got a contract with the Air Force as well.
They have huge contracts with the Department of Defense, and they have an active contract with the CIA, as well as other agencies also for data management and software. Really, they create the plumbing for all of these data points to travel through.
So they own data centers, host and manage huge databases for companies and the government, and even own software that other programs are written on. That's a lot. But let's also zoom out for a second to just how the economy of the internet works in general these days.
Oracle is very much a proprietary software company. When you get the Oracle database, you have a license for Oracle. You don't buy software. You get a license for software. It's a software landlord, which allows you to raise the rent.
Think about how annoying it is to switch from Spotify to Apple Music. If you're the government, we're talking about giant databases of things like everyone's tax information ever, where switching programs is really hard and expensive, and there are very few options anyway.
Which has led to some people saying that Oracle doesn't have customers as hostages. Oracle especially will give away their products for free or for unheavily discounted. And as soon as we get a foot in the door, prices are going up, we can sell our products. And the government will in turn become reliant on Oracle software because it's very difficult to migrate that over to another system.
Basically, their carnivorous and litigious nature plus the rent-based economy of software allow them to corner the market and become the only option to corporations and the government. Back to my favorite Obi-Wan Kenobi impersonator for a second. What's his vibe?
You know, he acquired the 6th largest island in Hawaii. He spent nearly $1 billion on a sailing racing team, or hundreds of millions of dollars worth of property around the world. He's been married and divorced many times. He's gotten quite a bit of plastic surgery done to maintain, his perpetual, youthful look. Today, he's still the second richest person in the world.
He's been a billionaire since 1993. Doesn't he do like philanthropy or something?
So I went looking for his philanthropic work and struggled to find much. What you found was a medical foundation that he donated a lot of money to. The purpose of that medical foundation was to promote longevity. Very clearly his.
And remember how he got his start working with the CIA? It seems to have rubbed off on him, and he's like super into surveillance. Here's what he had to say after Edward Snowden blew the whistle on the NSA's mass surveillance program.
The great thing is we live in a democracy. If we don't like what NSA is doing, we can just get rid of the government and put in a different government.
But clearly you're saying whatever the NSA is doing is okay with me.
It's great. It's great. It's essential.
Oracle even makes discount body cams for cops.
We completely redesigned body cameras, and the camera's always on. You don't turn it on and off. The truth is, we don't really turn it off.
And really, this guy will take any opportunity he can to get more surveillance data and therefore more money.
We think we can absolutely lock down schools. The second someone pulls out a gun, immediately use AI cameras to immediately recognize that.
So his solution to school shootings is one where...
And so this technology recently had a young black, I think he was in a junior high school student, apprehended for having a bag of potato chips in his book pack. Understand that.
They're not prevented at all, and instead we constantly surveil school children using resource-intensive AI that coincidentally happens to make him a bunch of money. This is not only not a solution to the problem, it adds additional harms that the rest of us have to deal with. The cops have already pulled a gun on a student because AI thought his bag of Doritos was a gun. But back to the TikTok deal for a second. Remember way back when this whole thing was about what if China's in our Wi-Fi?
Mr. Chu, does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network? Is TikTok under the influence of the Chinese Communist Party? Have you ever been in a Communist Party?
And it wasn't just China that politicians were worried about.
Sites, it's overwhelmingly so.
Over the 4 years that the TikTok ban was...
Speaking of which, we got to talk about what X recently did and undid to its platform. X recently allowed you to see what country were the posters posting from. And you may or may not be surprised that a lot of this identity politics, one of the largest 47 page, I think it's called Cat Turd on X, that posts the most racist, derogatory identity politic bullshit, wasn't even in this country. There are a lot of posts that come from India, Pakistan, and of course, where else? Israel. A lot of these sites on X that have been boosted in the algorithm to say some of the most racist shit comes from people who don't even live in America and speak as if they are so frustrated about Black people, about immigrants, and all of this stuff. These are are accounts that are not even in the United States. Now, understand that their platforms and their posts are being supported and highlighted and also boosted in the algorithm. One site professing to be a government site. Oh, I forget which one. Is it I think it's the Department of Homeland Security. It is in a whole nother country, and they're posting things on X under a fake Department of Homeland Security site. So when Elon Musk saw that happening, they disabled your ability to find out where these sites are coming from. So in fact, all of the stuff that have now, how come there's no regulation on that? How come Congress is not investigating that? Because all of the shit that's being highlighted and propped up as Americans are being so upset about black and brown people, about racist shit, about supporting 45, 47. They are all fake sites. So I just thought I would interject that. I don't know why. I think because she brought it up.
It's definitely going to.
Other social media sites, it's overwhelmingly so.
Over the 4 years that the TikTok ban was definitely going to happen, and then probably not going to happen, and then definitely happening again, TikTok started taking precautions.
So they, came to Oracle and said, how about we host our user data for, US users on Oracle servers in Texas?
So if the data's already here, what is this all about? Ellison's personal views matter here. It's not just Oracle's massive data business that landed them American TikTok. Going back to those congressional hearings, the push to ban or force a sale of TikTok was always rooted in ideology. So what's Ellison's ideology behind being so pro-surveillance? While he's flip-flopped and funded both parties in the US, perhaps his most firmly held political belief is his support for the state of Israel.
I have been to Israel. I have spent time to the people who govern the state of Israel. And, I feel a deep emotional connection to the state of Israel and the Israeli people.
He's given the organization Friends of the IDF over $26 million. And according to leaked emails, he literally made Marco Rubio run his speeches by him to make sure they were sufficiently pro-Israel before giving $5 million to his 2016 presidential run. Rubio is now Secretary of State and central in negotiating the ceasefire. Larry's also...
This is your government. Your speech must be sufficiently pro-Israel. We're getting to this. Beholden to Israel. Your politicians must be beholden to Israel. And has he not been beholden to Israel? It's not important that you be beholden to Americans and the American people. No, you have to be beholden to Israel. And this man has all of our American data. This man knows all of your information. And he is making sure that your politicians are beholden to Israel. Let's see what else he has.
Given $350 million to the Tony Blair Institute. That's more than 10 times what he gave to the Friends of the IDF. TBI is a think tank and consultancy that, surprise, likes to recruit from McKinsey.
I think their stated goal is advancing neoliberalism.
TBI is deeply entwined with Oracle. Some of the same people sit on both boards, like the organization's shared non-executive director and Blair's key advisor. Former staff have even said that there were hush-hush joint retreats at Ellison properties in the US.
Tony Blair Institute, in turn, has sort of become a sales company for Oracle. They have all of these connections with governments in Rwanda and Indonesia and other global South countries. They're essentially, consulting, offering, altruistic solutions, and then offering Oracle as the remedy for their problems. And then those countries are then locked into what are essentially predatory contracts with Oracle.
Coincidentally, TBI is also notably pro-AI and surveillance. There's even a page on their website that reads like an ad for the UK's digital ID program, which would give the government a ton of info about citizens' health, finances, and more. They want to centralize all government data on citizens into a single library. And the current ceasefire deal was heavily influenced by the Tony Blair Institute.
I would say it's very much in jeopardy. Tony Blair himself has been approved as...
They can figure out a way to do that all the way up to your health information. They can't figure out how to give you health insurance. Let's continue. Maybe that is why. Maybe that is why they don't want to give you health insurance. You're crowding up the planet. Die.
Taking a leadership role. Their idea would be a digital ID system, total digital surveillance.
As reported by the Israeli outlet N12, the Jerusalem Times, and Canary Media, Blair and Jared Kushner's plan is for Gaza City to become a tax-free city of startups with server farms for cloud computing and AI and a Tesla factory employing cheap local labor. So for billionaires like Ellison, money and power create a positive feedback loop. Make money, buy power, change the rules so you can make more money, rinse and repeat. It's bigger than just beliefs. Right now, he's using that money and power and exploiting an internationally recognized genocide to build himself a tax haven in a war zone. But what does that have to do with TikTok? Well, it has to do with this, and how Larry's increasing control over the information that passes through our feeds and into our brains is being shaped by one man's personal views and political goals. So while the details are still murky, here's what we know about the deal. ByteDance will sell 80% of its US operations to a group of investors that includes Oracle, along with investment firms Silver Lake, Andreessen Horowitz, and a BlackRock partner, MGX. And according to Trump, it's likely one or two Ellisons, a Murdoch or two, Michael Dell, and possibly Barron will be given TikTok board seats.
It would break off TikTok's US operations and allow a consortium of US investors to control the app within the US. And along with that, Oracle would control its algorithm and its data and user security side of everything. They would pretty much be given the whole system.
There's also language to suggest the government may have free reign with our TikTok data. The deal definitely leaves some privacy wiggle room by saying trusted security partners may also share information with other United States government officials. And on top of all this, David Ellison, Larry's son, just appointed himself the CEO of Paramount Skydance, which owns CBS and is trying to buy Warner Brothers, which owns CNN. Combining the CBS and CNN audiences under the same control would give the Ellisons access to about 3.2 million TV viewers and over 350 monthly online visits. And this all leads us to a few main issues here. One, these two deals would give the Ellisons access to huge swaths of the American audience and add TikTok to the growing list of media outlets controlled by the tiny club of big tech guys and billionaires who hang out with and donate money to Trump. They've already installed a strong ideological ally, Barry Weiss, as the head of CBS. It's pretty blatant crony capitalism, which is where a super powerful politician just hands out business deals to his rich buddies. Two, while I can't say what they will do or know the truth in Larry's heart, they are building the framework for a massively profitable surveillance state at home and abroad. And setting all that up is a lot harder than pushing the button. And three, because Oracle already provides the infrastructure for a lot of government departments and private enterprises, adding TikTok and government surveillance data to the stuff we rent space for on his servers is really just following suit. But combining it all under one digital umbrella makes Larry Ellison America's digital landlord. It locks the government into rental agreements forever and gains Oracle more access to a guaranteed source of money, taxpayer dollars.
Everything that we have ultimately is due to technological innovation. To me, technological innovation is so core to the human experience. I mean, that is our human creativity.
No, that's your human creativity. This motherfucking nerd who has a camera in his face, who is so self-important, but he couldn't hang on to his own invention because Larry Ellison is so competitive. The sharpest tool in the shed of dull tools.
Oracle is not interested in attacking into those larger themes of humans wielding tools to go to better themselves. It's like just not interested. It's like just pure monetization.
They don't care about you bettering yourself. They are in it for the money. Of course they are. Of course they are. That is number 9 in my description box. The links are all of the links that I. Hey, Z Sarah. Hey, Nappy Child. It's good to see you, ladies. They can now go into everyone's bank account and make money and take money without even notifying you. Of course, they can. That is one of the issues that they are also having about Doge going in and taking all of people social security information. Yes, they can definitely, if you do something that they want to deem as criminal, they can also go into your bank account and take your money, freeze your money, and yes, they have the ability to shut you down if you go to a protest that they are against. This is a way to control the population, to prevent you from doing certain things, to prevent you to restrict your rights. This is what this is about. All of this shit. Oh no, nobody wants your information to do that. Oh no, oh no. They just how has this improved your life by all of these billionaires having your information? How has it improved your life? And exactly how are they even presenting a dialogue that them having your information is going to improve your life? They're not even trying to make a case that them having all of your data is going to improve your life. They say them having all of your data is going to improve their AI business, though. And we know that the intent of AI is to take your jobs. And your government let them walk right in for a petty little $1 million dinner with 45, 47, and do exactly that. Okay, let me so let me share this with you. uh this is a story on Mediaite. um this, what is this, dated November 20th of 2025. Ellison's uh, axing CNN acres amid takeover bid. Uh, Now, here we go. Some CNN anchors may actually lose their job. You saw in that report that Ellison's son appointed himself over that Skydance merger. Larry Ellison and senior White House officials reportedly discussed axing two CNN hosts President 44, 45, 47 hates most, Aaron Burnett and Brianna Keeler, in a shakeup promise. Promise as he courts regulatory approval for Paramount Skydance takeover of the network's parent company. Isn't that the same thing that happened to Jimmy Kimmel? Did that not happen to Jimmy Kimmel? Ellison, the largest shareholder in Paramount and MAGA ally, remained in frequent contact with figures in President 4547's orbit, according to The Guardian. And in a recent call, not only discussed potentially firing Burnett and Keeler, but also discussed ideas for their replacement with senior White House officials. So, uh, are we looking at a Caroline Leavitt being the replacement for Aaron Burnett or Brianna Keeler? Are we looking for that lion bitch whose husband created a company and got a government contract over the McCoy, over the Department of Homeland Security? Could these lion bitches potentially be the next people who are reporting the news to you under Ellison's son's tutelage. This why you should be concerned about it. Art Ellison, the largest shareholder in Paramount and a MAGA ally, remained in frequent contact with figures in presidential 45-47 orbit, according to The Guardian. And in a recent call, not only discussed potentially firing Burnett and Keeler, but also discussed ideas for their replacement with senior White House officials. Sources told the newspaper that Ellison even talked about airing CBS properties. Wait a minute. Sources also told the newspaper that Ellison even talked about airing CBS properties such as 60 Minutes on CNN and proposals that were said to draw interest inside the White House. So he's going to put 60 Minutes on CNN. Now, do you wonder why the producer of 60 Minutes quit and said that he felt that he would not have the ability to report the news fair and unbalanced? Do you wonder why? The third producer 60 Minutes has had. He had been the producer over 40 years. The exchanges were described as informal, not least because Ellison holds no executive role at Paramount, which is run by his son David. Okay. So these are just informal conversations. There's really nothing that he can do. Larry Ellison can do to actually make these things that they were talking about happen because he holds no executive role at Paramount because it's run by his son David. So how could understand that Larry was just chit chatting? Poo poo. How could I do these changes? I was just having conversation. Poo poo. What can I do with this data? Poo poo. Privacy. Who would invade people's privacy? By God, I just have all this information. So I actually own this privacy. How am I invading the privacy when I have access to privacy? I was given access via your government. Stealing privacy data. Who would do that? Privacy. What could someone do with people's privacy data? Fire Brianna Kelly. Brianna, whatever her name is, and replace them with a White House official. How could I do that? I have no executive role at Paramount. It's run by my son. I can't do that. But in his state to influence to have loomed large at Paramount, prepares a full bid for Warner Brother Disney ahead of a November 20 deadline following earlier unsuccessful offers. According to The Guardian, Trump is already viewed as sympathetic to the Ellisons after Paramount paid $16 million settlement to him for the infamous Kamala Harris 60-minute interview last year. Several current and former Washington consultants with ties to the 45-47 administration previously held contracts with Oracle, where Ellison serves as executive chairman. The Guardian pointed out that Federal Communication Commission Chair Brendan Carr, who said that they could take it the easy way, or they can do it the easy way or do it the hard way. That Brendan Carr previously told its reporters that Paramount takeover of Warner Brothers Discovery would not likely be challenged by him. I'll be very surprised if there was a FCC role at all in that type of transaction, Carr said, and added that he would not focus on the rumor mills around those transactions. So now all of a sudden, Brendan Carr said he doesn't see a role for the FCC in this transaction, but he did see a role in the transaction. What is her name? Where what's her name? Wolf. What is her name? Oh my God. Oh, Sherry Redstone was trying to make the Skydance merger, but not so with Larry Ellison. I hands off on this. Hands off on this. But with Sherry Redstone, you got to get Jimmy Kimmel out of here. You see how that works? You see how it's good to have friends in high places? Okay, Paramount, however, faces uh, competition from Comcast and Netflix. Oh, I guess that's the end of the story. So the FCC is going to be hands off. Brianna, what is her name? Brianna Keeley, Aaron Burnett, and Brianna Killer may lose their jobs to Trump administrations. Do you see how that works? Let me drop this in. I'm gonna drop this link in the chat. You can peruse this. This is why I'm just telling you. I'm just giving you the information. They are already talking about filling positions at CEN with Trump officials. Do you understand why that is so dangerous? If you don't, I just tried to warn you. I just tried to give you the information. Then let me share some more things with you about what's going on. This is going to be a number 10 in my description box. So I have already talked to you about how private equity is buying up all of the own 40% of homes in the United States to make uh, United States citizens, lifelong renters, to have these homes not keep up the upkeep if you are, and to inflict fees on you at every turn that will make them get more of your money. Uh, I've been talking to you guys about this for years. For years, I have been talking to you about this, sharing videos about this. Of course, More Perfect Union has a lot of information and videos about this, but there's more. There's much more. Let me share. Wait a minute. There's one more thing about Larry Ellison I have up here. Uh, it's a short, so let me share this with you. What Larry Ellison doesn't want you to know.
They're saying Larry Ellison just became the most powerful man in America because of Daddy's little boy. This is Larry Ellison's son, David. He owns Skydance Media, the company that was merged with Paramount. Larry Ellison's son. Larry Ellison is the guy who owns Oracle Corporation, one of the largest computer software and cloud storage companies in the world, that he interestingly founded after working on a major project for the CIA to build a database that was codenamed Oracle. So that's weird. Ellison's company now provides data storage to OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT. Oracle has a $500 billion partnered investment with OpenAI and SoftBank Group Corporation in 10 gigawatts of AI infrastructure in the United States over the next 4 years. So if we ask ChatGPT a question, the answer is very likely produced using data stored in Larry Ellison's company's database. In that cloud is data about everything. So Larry Ellison's becoming the AI data guy. He's a big tech billionaire who not only has a ton of power because of his own companies and investments, he has sway now through his sons too. David Ellison was meeting with the Trump administration to negotiate the huge merger between his company Skydance and Paramount, which also owns CBS. And no, South Park isn't the only show being affected. Notably, Stephen Colbert's show was canceled amidst the negotiations.
This is all just going away.
The FCC voted in late July to approve Paramount's $8.4 billion merger with Skydance Media and transfer all 28 CBS television station licenses to Larry Ellison and his family, because even if David Ellison is Paramount's new chairman and CEO, it's his dad who's footing the bill, alongside the private equity company Redbird, and it's dad who has Trump's ear too. Also, as part of this agreement, David Ellison pledged to abandon all diversity, equity, and inclusion programs at Paramount. This is just a ton of power to be in one family, and it puts Larry Ellison in the growing ranks of billionaire big tech execs who own major media companies, while Trump cuts funding for public broadcasting. But I'm sure nothing's going to go wrong giving more power to the guy who once said citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. Or who suggested that the government unify all the national data to be put into a database and feed it to AI. But at least Larry Ellison can now continue to support his passions, like hanging out on his private island and racing his yachts. I'm not even kidding. He owns an island in Hawaii, and he's been heavily involved in yacht racing for decades and has won several major competitions, including the America's Cup twice, as the owner of Oracle Team USA, of course. They're saying Larry Ellison just became the most powerful man.
Okay, there you got it. If you don't think that there's a reason they are not regulating AI, it's because they have a bigger plan in store. So once AI takes all the jobs, what do you think? What do you think that they have in store for the people who are left in the United States with absolutely no jobs? Okay, let me. Let me share this. I think it's. Let me share this with you. Where is it? About housing. Let me share this one first with you. Hold on. So I talked to you about the housing situation and how private equity is buying up all of the housing. But you would also be surprised about this. This is going to be number 11 in my description box if you want to visit it. Mobile homes, the last affordable housing, question mark, is it?
Families and retirees could buy standalone homes in the 1970s, mobile home living in Pima County promised a smooth entry into the dream of home ownership. Working families and retirees could buy standalone homes in vibrant communities without the crushing cost of a traditional mortgage. 50 years later, mobile homes are the largest source of non-subsidized affordable housing in the region. But as time has gone on, park infrastructure and homes built decades ago have aged. And crucially, Tucson has gotten hotter. That's left many residents in a deadly bind.
A manufactured home is a factory-built home on a permanent chassis that was built after 1976. And this is when the federal government put in place basically a universal national housing code for a particular type of housing, right? Before that, there was factory-built housing on permanent chassis, but it wasn't regulated at the national level. So it might not have even been regulated at all, but it was basically a patchwork quilt of regulatory standards for this housing type. And as a result of that, oftentimes the standards were very low. There were no requirements for them to have any insulation. The wiring was low quality, aluminum wiring, or materials that were not really well suited to the Southwest desert region.
We're burning up over here. Yeah, it's hot.
Es como una bomba de tiempo. El calor es súper, pero súper caliente.
It's horrible. I think I recorded 87 in the trailer with the thermometer.
Extreme heat events are actually the #1 weather-related killer in this country.
Por esa razón te puedo decir que es muy peligroso.
The thing that really sets Tucson apart as a site of manufactured housing is how much of it there is for a city of our size. We're the only city in the United States, last time I checked, with a Metro Tucson being just over 1 million people, with more than 10% of its housing stock in manufactured housing. We also have certain areas of the city that are totally dominated by manufactured housing. For instance, the area of Flowing Wells, the dominant housing form there is manufactured housing. There's no other housing type that is more common than manufactured housing. So we really have these sort of sub areas of the cities that are of Metro Tucson that are basically manufactured housing cities within a city.
What began as a dream of affordable independence has, over decades, become a dangerous reality. In 2024, Tucson had 112 days of 100-degree plus heat, more than any year on record so far, according to the National Weather Service. The story of Hummingbird Harvest shows the tragic stakes of heat in Tucson's mobile home parks. In July 2024, the small North Tucson park experienced an 11-day electricity outage. During that time, temperatures soared above 105 degrees. On August 7th, one of the park's residents was found dead inside his home. Paul Dakin was 70 years old. There was no electricity in his home and no air conditioning. The official cause, environmental heat exposure.
In epidemiology, we're looking at things like their social determinants of health and their environmental determinants of health, and seeing how those came into play with how they were exposed to what made them sick, whether it be lead in their water or excessive heat exposure. We know that as folks age, they become more vulnerable to heat. That's both just an effect of aging, but also the fact that older adults tend to have those chronic conditions. So they're more vulnerable to heat-related illnesses and potentially dying of those things a lot more than the younger population.
Between May 2023 and September 2024, heat was a factor in 114 indoor deaths across Pima County, according to Arizona Luminaria's analysis of medical examiner data. Nearly a third of those deaths happened in mobile homes or RVs.
In the meantime, what were they trying to build in Arizona that got defeated? A Jeff Bezos data center. This is the biggest thing that is being pushed by your government. Not elderly people who are so destitute that they are living in mobile homes. No, they're not paying attention to people baking in their metal mobile homes. They're worried about giving Jeff Bezos access to your data and charging you for it. Let's continue. This is in Arizona.
Far out of proportion to the number of mobile homes in the region.
People have very long not recognized that extreme heat events are actually the #1 weather-related killer in this country. We always think about tornadoes and hurricanes because we see all of the infrastructure destruction, but it affects
Hold up. Did you see her beard? And she's letting it grow. Did you see this? I didn't see that. Oh my God.
We always think about tornadoes and hurricanes because we see...
What's going on here? Oh, is that a guy? Is that a trans person? Maybe that's a trans person. I just realized this.
All of the infrastructure destruction, but it affects populations and people the most.
Residents may have ACs in their homes, but whether the park's electricity grid can keep up with usage or meters can give accurate readings depends on park management.
The electric has been going off 3 to 4 years.
This is the worst. It was constant for June. It was constant every day. Every day. Like
sometimes an hour and a half, sometimes 20 minutes, sometimes more.
The 2-year-old, she told me, "Mommy, I'm hot." And I was like, we were getting in the car. And I got the 3 of them in the car and with the AC on. I suffered enough, but not my kids. How do you cope?
You go outside. You don't even know what's hot outside. Spray yourself with water bottles.
That's about it.
Go to somebody's house.
Yeah, we go. I put my little one in the tub.
The way that people need to start thinking about heat in Tucson, Pima County, Arizona is a little bit more seriously, because it's not necessarily about how hot the high is during the day, but about the duration and how many days that it's hot or how cool it gets at night. And so we don't necessarily have the same sense of reprieve that we had before. And those are things that are both impacts of climate change, and then also the heat island effect and radiant heat are much more extreme in these areas where we have mobile home and manufactured housing.
As the heat rises and with it the risk of heat-related deaths, local governments and advocates are working to inform vulnerable communities about extreme weather. In 2024, a coalition of mobile home resident advocacy groups and academics studying the issue helped change state law to mitigate the impact of extreme heat. The new law barred landlords from restricting certain kinds of air conditioners or cooling devices because they were noisy or unsightly. And this summer, Tucson, Pima County, and nonprofit partners held a series of door knockings to educate residents about the dangers of heat.
We call these like heat canvassing events. We get groups of volunteers to go out into surrounding neighborhoods in the community, and they essentially give out heat safety information packets.
This year, we're doing it based on data, and we're out here to be able to prevent deaths and heat-related illnesses. We're really distributing this heat in areas of our city where we have traditionally seen 911 calls related to heat, and so this is where we see the most need.
Morning. We're just giving out information on like the heat and on cooling stations and stuff like that.
Hello, good morning. Anybody home? De cómo protegerse ahorita con el calor. We know that some of the mobile homes here are a little bit isolated and disconnected from each other, and so the more information people have and the more the community stays connected, the less likely heat illness comes up.
Well, I grew up in a manufactured home in the area of Yuma, Somerton, Arizona, and so I personally know how hot they can get, and many of them are old and are not up to par in terms of living conditions.
I think it's something that makes us feel like we're making a difference, and if we can provide a little bit of information, a cooling tower, keep people cool during these triple-digit temperatures, I think it's worthwhile.
We've seen the number of heat-related illnesses and heat-related deaths continue to trend upward in a way that is very concerning for us.
So I'm just gonna leave information right here.
The region is getting hotter and more expensive. Without protections, mobile home residents are on the front lines of both.
It's frustrating because you're like, how do I keep my kids cool? Or, how do we keep ourselves cool?
This is the last affordable housing. There's no place that's cheaper than this. My name's Kimberly Lucas. I live at Friendly Village Estates, and I've been here since October of 2021. I'm from Chicago, South Suburbs. I lived in Sauk Village all my life, and I taught at the local high school there. My parents have been down here since '88, and I would come almost every year and visit when I had time off. I came because my parents were getting elderly, and so my mom needed some help when my dad got sick. I always knew I'd come and help them, but I didn't think I'd live in their park. I was looking for a bigger home in here, and I found this 1970, and it was completely untouched. Well, when I bought this, it was $40,000 for just the blank shell. Yeah, and it needed all kinds of work. And I went ahead and dumped another $40,000 in it.
Across southern Arizona, mobile home communities have become spaces for intergenerational living and for many an accessible chance at home ownership. But when residents have a dispute with their landlord, whether it be about utility bills or lot rent prices, they're often left to find solutions on their own.
If I do something on the property, I have to have their permission to do it first, unless it's replacing what's existing already. But yet they don't pay for anything. So it's all my cost, but I'm restricted by their rules.
When did you kind of realize that dynamic?
Right, not till I got in here. I got my first 1530. 1530 is a warning that if you don't follow our rules within 15 days, we will evict you in 30. The process is super fast. I think they pay a $73 fee or something, $65 fee, and ask to evict the person. Within 3 days, they're in court.
Silver King, the owners of Friendly Village Estates, did not respond to a request for comment. After years of organizing, residents' complaints about the little recourse available in disputes with park owners have caught the attention of the state's top lawyer. In a Tucson town hall in the spring of 2025, Attorney General Chris Mays confronted stories of predatory landlords and life-destroying bills.
These town halls are important that the AGs are having, because I do think housing discrimination is a significant piece of the problem. And I believe that many people have been made homeless by this.
The landlords are throwing us out. They're making things up, and I'm not kidding.
I was too frightened to be just me against them.
The reason for that is the intimidation.
So if I violate their rules and they kick me out of their property, I can't get back in here. It's called trespassing. Therefore, how do I sell my house? Because it's on their property, it's abandoned and they take ownership.
I got evicted, and it's over back utilities, but they didn't have the meter readings or anything. And I ended up getting evicted off of that because I couldn't pay because I'm on SSI.
I think this is an all hands on deck problem, and it clearly is something that is an existential threat and problem for Pima County.
Challenging utility bills during
So they don't read the meters, and they are evicting these people, and they are keeping their property. And what are they doing with these properties? They're reselling their property. They're profiting off of these poor people. This is in Arizona. Let me remind you of them trying to sneak the data center into Arizona. Actual Amazon data center. They tried to sneak it into Arizona. And what were they going to do with the electricity bills? It was found out. I'm going to drop this link in the chat. I just want to play one little section of this. They found out this all was done in the dark under NDA, NDAs and stuff, and nobody was notified it, but the people found out about it, and they decided they had to have a meeting. Look at all of the people who showed up to question about who was going to foot the cost of the electricity and the water. And they had this woman who decided that she was going to fluff over all of your concerns. Let's see this one more time.
And electricity requirements will increase by maybe
would sit on, allowing them to procure the massive amounts of water directly from Tucson water.
the water and electricity requirements will increase by maybe double over the next 5 years. Are we prepared for that?
I can only speak for what's in the development agreement for the water portion, because the water is in the development agreement. All of the water infrastructure and maintenance and then upgrades will be paid for through the water rates, which will be assessed by two.
I can only speak for it. It's in the development agreement. These people had no prior warning that these data centers that use massive amounts of data. This is also in Arizona. And she said it's in the development agreement. And, I can just give you the information. I cannot even have a full conversation about this. And it would be, how will they pay it out? How will they meter it out again?
And then upgrades will be paid for through the water rates, which will be assessed by two.
It would be paid for through the water rates, including upgrades. We already let you know that they are already assessing upgrades, and it's going to be paid for through what? The water rates. The water rates that who are already paying? All of these people in this auditorium are going to have to pay for upgrades through your water rate.
On water. The water infrastructure and maintenance and then upgrades will be paid for through the water rates, which will be assessed by Tucson Water.
She's smiling. You see her smile? That's the only thing she has to offer. When they are like, "Are you serious?" She smiles. I just want you to understand that she finds this funny. You're like, ain't nothing I can do about it. Well, that's what it is. It is what it is.
Which will be assessed by Tucson Water.
You are asking us to trust Christina with our water when she worked on Meta's data center team for the last 6 years while they were bleeding Georgia dry.
By no means am I.
Christina, what happened to your smile now, Christina? See, that's why it is important that you have information. Understand that Christina, she did the same thing for Meta in Georgia. Okay. Let's go back to our previous one. This also is linked in your description box. If you have not seen uh, this video, how they tried to sneak a whole data center into Arizona, and they got shut down. Jeff Bezos' data center got shut down in Arizona. But you can't tell some people that you may want to reconsider paying for your own demise by continuing to shop in Amazon. Let's get back to this one. Both of these links are in my description box. Link 12 and 13. That last one I just showed you was link 13. This one we're going back to link 12. So let's get back to that.
During an eviction proceeding is difficult, and the burden of proof often falls on residents. In addition, the speed of the eviction process, where a hearing can be set just days after a landlord files a complaint, can make it difficult to find legal representation. That's what happened to Roseanne Aldama.
No, this is not right. There is no justice for the poor, only for the rich. They can afford a lawyer. We can't afford a lawyer. We have nobody to back us up. I already tried everything. So now from having a home to living on a driveway, that's where I live now.
Aldama lived in Desert Shore's mobile home park for 7 years. She was in a rent-to-own program, just 10 months away from owning her home outright when the eviction notice came.
Growing up, we did a lot of moving, a lot of evictions, because when they wanted to raise your rent and everything, and you couldn't afford it, well, then it was time to vacate. I moved in Desert Shore in 2017. Each time we'd get a new manager, the rent would go up, and then I'd seen the bill of $730. You know, gas kept on going higher or lower, and at one point my light went up to, I think, $400. So by the time they racked up so much that when I got out of there, I owed them over $6,000.
In the statement, Skyline Real Estate disputed Aldama's details about her gas charges and said she was evicted for non-payment of rent. In August 2024, the Attorney General ordered Skyline to credit money back to residents at another park owned by the company, saying they were overcharged for water.
At the end of October, I went into eviction court, but they wouldn't get my payment. And the judge said, well, you should have saved them. I go, you know what? At the end, I had to use the money to go find somewhere else to live.
Roseanne Aldama lost her home. She started over in a shed on borrowed land, where she works on a tenant resource guide and advocates for manufactured home residents, all while stringing together access to basic utilities like water and power.
This is just the shed. And like I said, I used the money to find this place.
And do you own this?
No, I don't. This one right here, I put down $150, and it's $191 a month. And $206 for the toilet, which is going to be going up because if you see all the flies, because it's a porta potty. So I got to wait for them to service it.
My God.
It is safer than being out in the street. And by the time I'm done, I hardly have anything left in my check.
So this right now does not have power or running water.
It has nothing. It's just somewhere to stay in, so I don't stay outside.
Aldama's experience, while stark, is not unusual.
My mom always says justice is for the rich, not for the poor. So you got to make things work because there's no justice for you.
Overbilling of electricity in master meter parks is appalling. Master meters are a total opportunity for unscrupulous landlords to take advantage of tenants, and they're doing that.
Oftentimes, the customer of the utility is the owner of the park, and so they're paying TEP, and then they hire a sub-metering company that then decides how much of that total bill each of the individual residents need to pay.
We were bringing the issue to the table that they have the ability and are currently trying to make as much money as they can off their utilities.
There's a big issue with fraudulent utility bills in master meter parks.
Your bill had 3 items: rent, electric, and gas. Now, there's 17 items.
We're seeing utilities that normally would be $125 a month going as high as $900 a month.
It's not an aberration. I think it's more common than not that someone loses.
These are poor people. These are people on fixed incomes. And they are padding their electricity bills.
Their home from the eviction. And I think in some ways it feels like you're the last line of defense, not because other people don't have the power, but because they're not using the power.
I wish I wasn't your last line of defense. I wish that we had a stronger set of laws on this, but I do have laws that I can enforce.
We want the world to know that we're fighting this because we can't afford not to fight it.
Organizers point to 2 troubling flashpoints in particular. One is electricity outages amid the heat of summer. The other is fraudulent or contested utility bills, where residents who get a high bill in a park where utilities are sub-metered are often left to negotiate with their landlord. And if they don't pay the requested amount, they can face eviction and lose their home. In Tucson, a grassroots network that includes mobile home residents themselves is working to change that system by educating families, especially Spanish-speaking residents, about their rights.
Nosotros como Poder Casas Móviles educamos a la comunidad acerca de sus derechos, por decir, si algo te está faltando, por decir, has tenido un cortón eléctrico, tú tienes el derecho de reportarlo con tu manager.
It's a group that's predominantly people who live or have spent extensive time living in manufactured housing and understand the issues that people are facing and do the work with a lot of compassion and care.
Estamos ayudando a personas que están a nuestro mismo nivel. Y yo creo que también eso hace más fuerte la relación con ellos.
We see there's so little case law in eviction court, and some of that is because the vast majority of people, even if they have very, very valid claims, are not able to appeal because it's cost prohibitive, because it's a quick turnaround time, and because a lot of people are in a state where they're focused on having a place to live. And we really are able to help share some of that risk with people by providing completely free services, and we can provide limited scope housing and eviction legal advice.
Empezaremos con el abogado del parque, luego le escucharemos a usted y luego tomaré una decisión.
Recently, we did an eviction theater where we took pretty much an exact script from eviction court. So we're we really need to act this out and embody it, and had people then reflect on what did you see happening?
El inquilino debe 1.590 de renta atrasada, más 900 en servicios públicos, 150 en casos de demora.
Cuando se presentan ante una corte es un temor de ver al juez, aparte que hablan un idioma que no es el nuestro. Es importante que ellos sepan que igual ante una corte también tienen derechos.
We got another call from Redwood Mobile Home Park. It was actually a Facebook message to one of my coworkers.
Me llegó un mensaje un domingo en la noche, a las 9 de la noche por Messenger. Entonces decidimos ir a este lote de trailers que está en el sur Tucson y vamos a hablar con ciertas familias nada más.
Families at Redwood Mobile Home Park had endured weeks without reliable electricity in triple-digit heat. Residents contacted Poder Casas Móviles, who connected them with the Attorney General's office. Within hours of receiving notice of the issues at Redwood, the Attorney General's office responded and began an investigation.
Somebody got a hold of how they got a hold of Ray or whatever. And then I was just invited to go to the meeting.
I was like, I'm going to go around and see what neighbor's supposed to come out. And I did my whole line. I went to knock on their doors.
Y vinieron como unas 5 familias y empezamos a hablar ahí mismo, les explicamos quiénes somos, qué hacemos, a qué nos dedicamos, nos dijeron la situación.
The electric has been going off when the ACs are going on.
I think we had a whole week, 2 times a day.
Yep. Twice a day.
Twice a day, it was happening.
When the weather was 114 and all that, that's when they would go off.
Families at Redwood Mobile Home Park endured weeks without reliable electricity or water in triple-digit heat. In August, Attorney General Mays issued a cease and desist order. That extraordinary step underscored the danger residents have been warning about all along and highlighted the few avenues for relief otherwise available to them. In response to a request for comment, Josh Court, the Central Region leader with the owner of the park, Boa Vida, blamed the electrical issues on alterations made by residents. Quote, "It was determined that there were numerous unpermitted alterations made by residents, which caused the power draw to greatly exceed the capacity of the system. We will continue to work with licensed electricians to make any repairs or changes needed to ensure the system is being used as designed and ensure that our residents do not experience interruptions caused by other residents tampering with the system."
The response from them is we have overused our electric.
Oh, yeah.
And we did get a letter from her that our meters are 50 amps and that we're overusing them.
Well, 50 amp is not enough just to run. A water main busted. We're going to be without water for 4 hours. But the plumbers never showed up that day. Sunday. They didn't show up till the next day. Monday. So we're stuck without water.
Any of these changes, they happen only when residents are working together and when they're organized and when they're leading the efforts. The Attorney General didn't go to Redwood Mobile Home Park and say, hey, I think there might be an issue here. Residents spoke up for themselves. Residents had the courage to say, I'm already living the consequences of not speaking up, and those consequences are tremendous.
For me, it's my kids. That's why I spoke out. And I think I've been, every time somebody comes and asks questions, because I want our.
Okay, that link is in my description box. Go over there and check it out. But if you think that is bad, let's get into this. There is also this. When the landlord are not abusing these poor people living in mobile home parks, private equity's ruthless takeover of the last affordable housing in America.
It comes down to?
This is in my description box as well. Let me see. What number is it in my description box? This is number 12 in my description box. Go over there and check this out.
Some greedy person. I worked my whole life, and this is what it comes down to? Some greedy person wanting his big chunk out of what little bit I had.
How much longer can you afford to live in your home?
1 month. I don't know what I'm going to do. Hope that I don't wake up tomorrow. Death crossed my mind.
One of the most important forms of affordable housing is under threat. They're called manufactured housing communities. You might know them as mobile home parks or trailer parks, and they often get a bad rap. But 22 million Americans call them home for a reason.
We're pretty much the last oasis of affordable housing in this country.
These parks are at the foundation of America's housing market, often the last line of defense against homelessness. But over the last decade, these communities have become the target of a new kind of landlord: private equity.
Private equity firms are increasingly getting involved.
Some of the biggest investors in America have moved into this industry.
People living at a local mobile home park outraged over the sharp increase in lot rent.
Rents were raised by nearly 60%.
Their rent could increase by thousands of dollars a year.
A group of mobile home residents are protesting their living conditions.
It's like you have genetically bred a superior predator and let him loose in a target-rich environment. This is actually a good day. Sometimes it's like mud.
This corporation is putting profits ahead of the safety and welfare of our local citizens. And this we will not allow.
So why have manufactured homes become private equity's latest target? And what can be done to save one of the last forms of affordable housing in the country?
I've lived in manufactured homes for 50 years, maybe more.
So while you think JD Vance has a private equity company called acre traders that is buying up all of the farmlands of all of these farmers that are going bankrupt because they can't afford to farm on their farmland. Why do you think that these private equity groups are allowed to go in and just sponge every penny of the American citizens, and we are giving bailouts to Argentina? While you're not paying attention to what's really going on in America, why you are not seeing this shit highly reported in your for-profit media? Because people like Larry Ellison are worried about getting Trump administration officials to be on CNN. You're you're hearing a lot of propaganda in your real American media. You're hearing a whole lot of bullshit that does not affect you and how, not you as an individual, you as a citizen of the United States are forced to live as they prop up these mega millionaires. Let's continue.
Madeline Beckett lives in a park outside of Lansing, Michigan.
This park was run the way a good park should be run, by the same couple for years and years and years. They were a little stern, or she was a little stern. She was a lot stern, but nobody pulled any punches with her.
Like most people in manufactured housing, Madeline owns her home, but pays monthly rent to the park owner for the land it sits on.
When I retired, I looked at my money and my situation, and I'm like, okay, great. I knew what the rent was. It was a third of my income. I don't live high on the hog. You know, I'm not going to Paris anytime soon. And then the conglomerate came in and offered apparently the owner money that he couldn't resist. I looked it up and I went, oh dear, I think we are in trouble.
3 years ago, a private equity firm bought Madeline's community and later sold to another firm. Since then, her monthly rent plus fees have jumped 50%.
Instead of what I thought the rent was going to be, it's $200 more. I have nowhere to go. Just the other day, my daughter went with me to the food bank, and I hadn't done that before. I haven't been poor. I worked for 45 years. There is no American dream anymore. All it is survival.
During the pandemic, institutional investors started to...
She is absolutely right. And she is definitely absolutely right. So all of this pull yourself up by your bootstraps. This woman says she has never been poor. She worked all her life. And this is the thanks that she's getting. And we're going to hear more about the thanks that she's getting. Now, this compared to these other mobile parks that we saw, these I mean, at least they're well maintained. They have well maintained streets, driveways, grass, and all of this type of stuff. But at what cost? Let's see.
Buy more manufactured housing than ever before.
Anymore. All it is survival.
During the pandemic, institutional investors started to buy more manufactured housing than ever before. Between 2020 and 2021, they made nearly a quarter of all manufactured home purchases in the U.S. Today, 12 private equity firms own at least 1,200 parks nationwide, according to the Private Equity Stakeholder Project.
Look at this. Look at this map. Look at this map. Just understand that. Private equity firms.
In Michigan, private equity owns 1 in every 10 parks.
There is an overall trend in our economy to identify who has the fewest choices and then squeeze them.
Paul Terranova organizes manufactured housing.
Who has the fewest choices and squeeze them? This is their motto. Okay. I just want you to know.
Residents in Michigan.
While folks often call them mobile homes, they're not really particularly mobile. Wall Street investors, private equity firms, hedge funds kind of figured out that folks living in manufactured housing communities are trapped. They can't move.
It costs $10,000 to $20,000 to move one of these homes, and most people who live in them can't afford that.
If you think about the fact that the average manufactured housing resident lives on about $35,000 a year, That's generally out of people's range.
Because they can't move, they're uniquely vulnerable to predatory landlords who can charge the highest rent residents can bear.
There's a guy named Frank Rolfe who runs something called Manufactured Housing University.
Okay, we're now at her second park. We're getting out again. So here we are.
He was quoted saying something along the lines of, owning a mobile home park is like owning a Waffle House and having your customers chained to the booth.
The big thing is they can really...
So he is taking people on tours to purchase mobile home parks as an investment. He's preying on people to buy these mobile home parks. And most of the people who buy them, some of them do, some of them promise to make upgrades and things to these parks at a cost where the people who live in them cannot afford them. And then they know that they will also make money off of these people motor homes, or getting certain people out and upgrading the park for people who can pay them. You know, the people who used to have jobs under in the government and things like that, who find themselves out of work. You know, the over 1 million people who have lost their jobs in this administration, who are the foreclosure rate in the United States is skyrocketing under this administration. So, of all of these people whose homes are being foreclosed on, what do you think they are going to do? What do you think they're going to do? Let's continue.
tolerate rent increases.
It's like owning a Waffle House and having your customers chained to the booth.
The big thing is they can really tolerate rent increases really well. And it pretty much works throughout America because there's so much need for affordable housing.
They can take rent increases very well. This is what all of these people are sitting up here about to invest in mobile home park. And he's saying that they can take rent increases very well. Make that make sense.
Really tolerate
is like owning a Waffle House and having your customers chained to the booth.
The big thing is they can really tolerate rent increases really well. And it pretty much works throughout America because there's so much need for affordable housing right now.
That business model, a reliable stream of payments from
It pretty much work across America pretty well because of the need of affordable housing. So let's go in and nickel and dime every penny out of these people because there are more coming, because there is no affordable housing in the United States. So once we get the first rung out, we'll have a second run because as opposed to buying a brick and mortar house, it will still be cheaper. And then once we get them in, let's nickel and dime them until they lose the fucking property. And we will never have to buy another mobile home because, hey, we already got our product right here. Do you see what's being done here in the great United States of America? The greatest country in the world. If people don't even have health care, let's continue.
Tenants is a big reason why these parks. That business model, a reliable stream of payments from captive tenants, is a big reason why these parks are so lucrative, providing investors with one of the highest annual returns of any asset in real estate. Higher than offices, commercial, industrial, you name it.
Hey, trailer park. This is a financial play to them. They don't care about us. They'd just as soon evict us, take our homes, and then rent them out to somebody else for $200 more.
Theo Gantos lives in a park near Flint, Michigan. 3 years ago, it was taken over by Homes of America, an affiliate of the hedge fund Alden Global Capital. Alden Global is best known for buying newspapers across the country and stripping their assets.
Yeah, we had a pool, before the Homes of America. We still pay the same amount as though we had a pool and as though we had a community center, but we have no community center either.
Since 2021, Homes of America has gone on a buying spree, spending nearly $300 million to acquire 138 parks across 17 states. They've raised rents and aggressively evicted residents. After years of neglect, only about 15% of the lots in Theo's park are still occupied.
And who is?
Look at this shit. A private equity company, and look at all the blank pads where homes used to be, where people used to live. I'm pretty sure a lot of them in this park, it looks like, were run down, and they just took these mobile homes out of the park themselves, because I'm sure that the people didn't pay $20,000 to actually move their motor homes. I'm sure some of these motor homes have not been moved since they parked them on these pads.
Homes of America.
Homes of America is just a shell within a shell within a shell. Homes of America is Randy Smith.
Randall Smith is the founder and chief investment officer of Alden Global. He lives in Palm Beach, Florida. As of 2017, he owns 17 mansions. He has since sold 14 of
17 mansions. 17 mansions he owns. Under how many shell companies he's buying up these mobile home parks? Let's continue.
them for a reported profit of $57 million. He owns 17 mansions. He has since sold 14 of them for a reported profit of $57 million.
Yeah, this is the plunder of private equity. This is what they do.
Okay, everybody ready? Everybody rolling? All right, good afternoon.
In August, the county prosecutor brought charges against Homes of America's local LLC for operating the park without a license. It's the first time that the owner of a manufactured housing park in Michigan has ever faced that criminal charge.
Didn't even bother to have a license to own a motor home park, but is profiting off of it. Make that make sense? How does that even work? How was he even allowed to purchase it without a license? It doesn't matter. He has 17 mansions. He can do what.
In the North Morris Estate's inability to obtain a license is its seeming refusal to fix the park's water problem.
Well, when the water comes out like this, it kind of ruins your whole day.
Yeah. Hopefully, we'll get the attention of the out-of-state corporation that owns this park and force its officers and directors to do the right thing for the residents of this community. It's clear to me this corporation is putting profits before people.
Honestly, the warrant should be to Randall Smith, CEO of Alden, but he's hidden himself behind multiple shell layers. So getting to him is hard.
These big companies buying up these communities now need some oversight, because right now they're free to abuse residents in pretty much every way they want.
Holly Hook lives 30 minutes away at another park, owned by private equity firm Haven Park Community.
So my point is to let you understand that these private equity groups that are buying up all real homes, they're also all the way down into motorhome camps that they're buying up. And they're doing the same thing in real homes as they're doing in these motorhomes. They are nickeling, diming you for all of these fees. Your rent steadily goes up every year. You have no chance to save, no way to build yourself up out of your current condition. Trying to make you a permanent renter to ensure that they continue to make the maximum amount of money off of you. This is what's happening in the United States of America. It's just really something that should be talked about a little bit more in our political discourse, in my opinion.
That's the same company that bought Madeline's Park, and it owns 63 other parks across the country. In the last 6 years, Haven Park has doubled Holly's housing costs. To avoid homelessness, she's had to take on 2 roommates. What power do you have right now in the existing legal structure to do anything about the rising rent or any of the fees?
There's absolutely no recourse right now. About a year after this started, it's like something just broke in me, and I started talking to some neighbors saying we've got to gather and do something about this.
Residents were up in arms, and they started going to their local township council meetings and their city council meetings. And a few of them were able to make contact with a couple of state representatives, a Democrat named Senator Don Cherry.
A lot of people from the district went up to him and told him about what Haven Park was doing, and that's what got him interested in drafting the bill package.
What the legislation tries to do in the broadest sense is to weed out the bad actors in the industry. What we're trying to do is make sure that folks don't get exploited. That's what this is about.
State Senator John Cherry is the sponsor of legislation that would protect residents from the worst abuses of predatory landlords. The bills were drafted in 2021 by a coalition of residents and advocates in direct negotiation with the landlord industry group.
It was a very collaborative process that actually included the Michigan Manufactured Housing Association.
The legislation would require landlords to justify any rent increase above the rate of inflation in front of the state commission. It would also limit the fees that landlords can charge, make utility charges transparent, require notification when a park is sold, and force landlords to pay fair market value for a home if a resident is evicted.
These are really modest protections, so it's not everything that we need right now. It's not going to set the rents back to what they were or anything like that, but it would start to make things more fair. It would just be a modest start.
In the state's last legislative session, the legislation passed the House with overwhelming bipartisan support.
The bill is passed.
But then something changed.
In the early part of 2022, the Michigan Manufactured Housing Association did a 180, pulled their support, and it died in the Michigan State Senate.
How
When
it
we looked at
died?
the records, we did see that that coincided with the Michigan Manufactured Housing Association Political Action Committee suddenly getting some very big donations.
Over the course of the year, 2 Haven Park executives gave $358,000 to the industry PAC.
And that's
It was killed by the very people that they were fighting. They had money to give political PACs, but they did not. Isn't that crazy? How long would it take for them to get $358,000 out of the poor people that they are abusing in these parks? But they got $358,000 to give to political PACs to ensure that they obviously obviously that was the cheaper option. Just give them $358,000 because we're making more abusing the elderly and the poor. So I guess it came up less, and for your government to be bought by $358,000 says a lot. This is why it is important that you are active in your local government. The chairman and the CEO.
right when the
executives gave
Committee suddenly getting some very big donations.
Over the course of the year, 2 Haven Park executives gave $358,000 to the industry PAC.
And that's right when the Manufactured Housing Association just totally pulled their support.
That money is some of the people that I know, that's their grocery money. That's their prescription copay. That's the medicine that they're doing without and the food that they're doing without because these people were gouging.
The most vulnerable residents in Michigan are being taken advantage of. And some people have to choose between rising rent, medications, and food.
In February, Holly, Theo, and other residents went to the state capitol to lobby for a new version of the bill package.
I'm testifying in support of Senate Bills 486 through 490. Free market when residents are trapped.
Its fate will be decided in the upcoming legislative session, this September and October.
We have overwhelming support from who've committed to support as well.
How many legislators would you say you've met with?
I would say at least 100 of them. We've met with almost all of the Michigan Senate or their staff. And now we're starting to work on the House.
Manufactured housing communities are just one type of property that large investors have targeted in recent years. But these parks are ground zero in a fight that affects all of us. The fight for meaningful control of our neighborhoods and for housing that people from all walks of life can afford.
Everybody deserves drinkable water, and everybody deserves to have affordable housing. We just want a livable place.
Thanks so much for watching.
This is the last one. Hey, Chris Stone Bridges. This is the, please hit the like button. This is the last one that I want to show you about who does have this administration's attention. We investigated hundreds of 45, 47 donors. What we find will shock you. This link is in the description box. This will be the last link in the description box. Maybe. I think.
In September 2025, Trump hosted a dinner for big tech's top CEOs.
The most brilliant people are gathered around this table.
Meta, Google, Microsoft, OpenAI, everyone was there.
This is definitely a high IQ group.
It was the usual scene. A bunch of people around a table praising Trump, thanking him for everything that he's doing.
Well, thanks for hosting us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for including me.
Thank you for being such a pro-business, pro-innovation president.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
But I've got to admit, this dinner in particular, it had me scratching my head. It was weird. And not just because Zuckerberg got caught on a hot mic trying to be the teacher's pet.
All of the companies here are making huge investments in the country.
How much are you spending, would you say, over the next few years?
Oh gosh, I don't know, at least $600 billion.
Sorry, I wasn't ready to do our I wasn't sure what number you were going.
Trump and Trump allies have historically been anti-tech.
There's no question that what the big tech companies are doing is very bad.
I think big tech has made a terrible mistake and very, very bad for our country.
The presidency that started the antitrust lawsuit against Google was Donald J. Trump's presidency. We've got to take on those monopolies. President Trump already did it, and I think he'll do it again if we give him another chance.
In fact, Trump's first administration sued Google and Meta, and they tried to ban TikTok. So when I saw this dinner, and when I saw this scene at his inauguration, I was more than a little surprised. What changed? How did we go from this?
I'm filing a major class action lawsuit against the big tech giants, including Facebook, Google, and Twitter.
To this.
This is definitely a high IQ group. They're leading a revolution.
For the love of money. Dollar bills, y'all. For the love of money. That's how you
Revolution in business and in genius.
Well, we can't say for sure, but I'm guessing all of these donations didn't hurt. And the switch up on big tech, it's just scratching the surface.
Are we supposed to pretend that multi-billion-dollar corporations make multi-million-dollar payments and do not expect anything in exchange for those things?
You're looking at all of big tech's donations to the second inauguration of Donald Trump. Each company gave about $1 million to the new president to throw a massive inauguration party, which many of their CEOs attended. How did they get away with giving the president $1 million each? Because there are almost no rules regulating inauguration funds. No laws saying what the funds have to be spent on. No limits on how much can be donated or who can even donate. And as a result, inauguration funds have become a major tool for corporate interests to buy influence in our government. Another way to flatter and buy out Donald Trump. And the strategy is working. Before the inauguration, Meta was not in good standing with the government or with Donald Trump.
I consider Facebook to be an enemy of the people, along with a lot of the media.
Under Biden, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was investigating Meta for illegally harvesting users' financial data to sell more ads on their platform. Then, Trump takes office, Meta donates $1 million, and the investigation vanishes. In fact, the Trump administration has basically shut down the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau entirely, which is great for Mark Zuckerberg, but not so much for the entire idea of protecting consumers. Google is playing the same game as Meta. In 2020, the previous Trump administration opened an antitrust case against Google. They said that Google had created an unfair monopoly. Something about running the single biggest search engine and the single biggest web browser at the same time seemed a little unfair, I guess. Google actually lost that case technically, but the judge ruled that Google wouldn't have to change its business in any major way. They could keep the Chrome web browser as long as they paid a measly fine that they could basically dig out of their couch cushions. A lot of people saw it as a major blow to antitrust efforts, and yet 5 years after he opened the lawsuit, Trump changed course and congratulated the CEO of Google on this favorable ruling.
You want to talk about that big day you had yesterday?
I'm glad it's over.
Don't forget, Biden was the one that prosecuted that lawsuit. You know that.
Google's stock price, of course, skyrocketed after the ruling. Then there's Apple. Tim Cook personally donated $1 million to the inauguration. And for his donation, Apple has been given a lot of preferential treatment. Just this past April, Apple was in a tough spot. Trump had just announced huge tariffs on all kinds of goods coming from foreign countries. Tariffs that would raise Apple's cost of doing business by billions. Weeks later, After Tim Cook met with Trump, the White House announced tariff exemptions for smartphones, computers, and chips. You know, the things that Apple makes. So a $1 million donation for Apple and billions in savings. I guess that's what economists would call a return on investment. To me, it just looks like a bribe with extra steps.
Microsoft, you guessed it, also got in on the action with a $750,000 donation.
And like Google, they got the FTC off their back. A major antitrust case against them dropped for a huge merger they did in 2023 with Activision. Amazon reached a big settlement with the FTC for essentially tricking consumers into signing up for Amazon Prime, a case the FTC could easily have won. So why would they suddenly settle? Are you starting to see a pattern yet? Well, just wait, it's about to get worse. According to research done by Public Citizen, 1 in 3 lawsuits brought against big tech by the government have now been dropped by the Trump administration. So if these donations are all paying off for big tech, you really have to wonder, what else is being bought by all these donations? What you're looking at now is the biggest inaugural fund in the history of the United States. You might be wondering, why are we talking about the inauguration now, months later? Well, first, information about donors take months to be reported to the public, and some donors try to hide their donations. Second, inaugural funds have become a major tool for corporate interests to buy influence in our government. We have all this data because Open Secrets combed through the Federal Election Commission filings to find out who donated. Over $240 million, nearly 800 donors, and like I said before, no rules about how that money has to be spent, managed, or where it can come from. Even the Trump team can't find a way to spend $240 million on a party. So what's happening with all that leftover money, and who's managing it? There is an opportunity here for unprecedented levels of corruption. Unlimited corporate money flowing into the coffers of the Trump inaugural fund, buying access without any oversight. So of course, big tech companies weren't the only ones throwing their hats in the ring. Up first, the top donor, a company called Pilgrim's Pride, contributed $5 million. They're one of the top chicken producers in the United States, and this was their biggest political donation ever. And you know what? It looks like they're getting good value for their money. Because in March of this year, just a few months after the inauguration, the USDA started changing the rules around poultry production. The USDA decided to let poultry giants speed up production despite serious safety concerns. Unions pointed out that increased speeds will mean more injured workers in an industry where over 80% of workers are already at risk for repetitive use injuries. And yeah, that makes sense. But I guess the unions didn't have $5 million to give to the Trump administration. Next up, Big Oil, ConocoPhillips, and Chevron. On the first day of the new administration, Trump signed an order to expand drilling on federal land in Alaska. Then they passed the One Big Beautiful Bill, which had $18 billion in tax breaks and incentives for big oil. Then in July, they reversed their own ban and decided that Chevron should definitely be allowed to operate in Venezuela. And I'm sure the $2 million donation had nothing to do with it. NVIDIA got in on the action with $1 million donation. And what did they get? Permission. The government had previously banned NVIDIA from selling their most advanced AI chips to China on the grounds that China would be using them for the military. Not the case anymore. AI chips can be sold to China again, although NVIDIA does have to share 15% of the revenue with the US government. Just like with Apple, tariffs seem to only apply to people who lack direct access to the president. Boeing made a contribution after having a very bad couple of years. You might remember a few years ago, their planes were literally falling out of the sky. Hundreds of people died. Seems like the kind of thing that there might be a trial over. But in May, the Department of Justice made a deal with Boeing to not prosecute them for crimes over the 737 crashes, as long as Boeing paid about $1.1 billion in fines. Sounds like a lot of money until you learn that Boeing had just won a contract for $50 billion with the Department of Defense to build new F-47 fighter jets. Looks a lot like a preferential slap on the wrist to me. If you hate the current state of air travel, then you'll be interested to hear that Delta and United both made major donations. Then the Trump administration turned around and killed new rules that would force airlines to compensate passengers for excessive delays. In response to this move and the rollback of other rules about hidden fees and flight cancellations, the airlines said, "We look forward to working with the Department of Transportation on implementing President Trump's deregulatory agenda." Yeah, I bet they do. The crypto industry also came in with some of the biggest donations for President Trump. Crypto companies and schemes rocketed to the center of the Trump world at the start of this year when Trump passed the Genius Act, the first major piece of legislation that brings cryptocurrencies into the formal economy, started dropping major investigations into crypto companies, created a strategic cryptocurrency reserve for the government, and launched his own meme coin on the Solana blockchain, another major donor. Which is a long-winded sentence that I can't believe I just had to say. And maybe the worst part of all of these donors are the ones that we don't know anything about. The shell companies, political action committees, and the fake nonprofits that were made to hide who the real donors are. Americans for Pharma Reform, Election Freedom Inc., Axe Capital, all untraceable dark money. We'll probably never know who they were or what influence they bought. So yes, technically no one has broken the law here. But shouldn't we care when massive corporations buy influence at the cost of the public? $1 million to spare? You can have dinner with the president, and he might even listen to your concerns. $5 million to spare? You can probably buy a whole policy. To me, this looks a lot like a system of patronage, a government that operates on fealty, bribes, personal favors, and insider access. It's not just the inauguration and all this money. It's how the Trump administration has attacked big law firms to get them to offer free work. It's how they sued media companies to get them to take people off the air that don't give Trump favorable coverage. It's how they force private companies to bend the knee to comply with Trump's preferences. It's how they threaten to withhold funding from states with governors that Trump doesn't like. The inaugural fund was just one move in the playbook, a move that recenters corporate power at your expense.
Thanks so much for watching. If you liked this video, be sure.
Hold on 1 second. I want to, while we're speaking about AI and all of 4547's bullshit. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, I also want to comment on Pete Hegseth is actually talking about court marshaling. What is his name? The senator from Arizona for sedition. What is his name? Oh, the bald head guy. Mark Kelly. Now, Mark Kelly is retired from the military. Mark Kelly was in the public service announcement saying, "Do not take unlawful orders." Now, 4547 decided that he wanted to charge these people who were in the public service announcement, who had served their country or had been in the CIA. He wanted to claim that they should be tried for sedition, and he also amplified it. He also um, promoted people who were responding to him. He also put their comments up and reshared their comments that these people in our government should be hung. He amplified these comments about these people should be hung. Now, Pete Kegbreath decided to take it upon himself to once you retire from a company or something, is your company allowed to call you back to say that they are firing you for something, and then which will firing you for something that you have done in retirement, which will then strip your retirement benefits away from you? That's what Pete Hegseth is trying to do to Mark Kelly, because he spoke up and said something that is in one of their one of the books, one of the pledges that they make for being in the military. He repeated something that they are well aware of. Do not take unlawful orders. So Hegseth is trying to reactivate Mark Kelly in the military so he can court-martial him. Make that make sense. So he is calling Mark Kelly back to duty so he can court-martial him. Court-martial him, possibly he can possibly go to jail, and he will definitely lose his retirement. The same Pete Hegseth, who I showed you, is the reason why they have to remind military personnel that do not take unlawful orders, because Hegseth is not going to be on the hook for it. These people who are following orders, you just can't follow all orders. Hegseth, who would not say if he would not even give unlawful orders when questioned by Congress in his confirmation hearing. So this is the reason why seeing them do these killings in the Caribbean, this is the reason why the military has to be reminded, because you understand that Hegseth is not the one who is have his finger on the trigger that have killed up to 81 people in the Caribbean, talking about they are killing narco drug traffickers. See, obviously, somebody needed to be reminded about this, because what they're doing in the Caribbean is committing war crimes. So understand that they obviously needed to be reminded about this. Now, my question is, Pete Hegseth trying to repatriate him back to the service to court-martial him, having him to come back to the service, wouldn't that be an unlawful order to have a retired military personnel come back to the service so you can court-martial him for something that he has done in his retirement? Isn't that indicative of why they needed the reminder to not follow unlawful orders in the first place? I'm just curious about that. Any comments? Anybody have anything? You got anything for me? Because I'm quite curious about that. Okay, no comment. I guess no one knows. Let me play this for you. Let me play. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is, right here. The link will be in the description box.
Let's go to the next part on sedition, shall we?
Yeah, so you guys have been probably following the story. We covered it on the show. Alyssa Slotkin, Mark Kelly, and some other Democratic members of Congress, like national security Dems, who either come out of the CIA, former CIA, or former military, put out this video saying, hey, if there are unlawful orders, you should not follow them. Not specifying which unlawful orders, etc. And I think it was meant to provoke, and it certainly got that response. Trump started calling them the seditious seven. He retweeted a comment that, George Washington would have had them hanged. He said they were traitors, etc. Well, we have a new escalation in this battle. We can put E1 up on the screen. This is the Department of Defense statement here. They say the official statement, the Department of War has received serious allegations of misconduct against Captain Mark Kelly, retired in accordance with the Uniform Code of Military Justice and other applicable regulations. A thorough review of these allegations has been initiated to determine further actions, which may include recall to active duty for court-martial proceedings or administrative measures. This matter will be handled in compliance with military law, ensuring due process and impartiality. Oh, yeah, okay. Further official comments will be limited to preserve the integrity of the proceedings. Department of War reminds all individuals that military retirees remain subject to the UCMJ for applicable offenses, and federal laws, such as this particular code, prohibit actions intended to interfere with the loyalty, morale, or good order and discipline of the armed forces. Any violations will be addressed through appropriate legal channels. All service members are reminded they have a legal obligation under the UCMJ to obey lawful orders, and orders are presumed to be lawful. A service member's personal philosophy does not justify.
Orders are presumed to be lawful. What makes me presume that anything lawful is going to come out of this administration given to our military, when our military has been unlawfully killing people off of Venezuela in fishing boats and calling them drug traffickers, when they have proven absolutely none of this? They are assumed to be lawful. You know, like Hegseth was told point blank that his predecessor was told to shoot protesters in the leg, and he refused that order. And he said, "I don't know where you get that from. I got it from his book that he wrote." But I be careful about believing things that you read in books, except for the Bible, is what he told Elizabeth Slotkin. So are you? And who was sitting right there with him during the questioning? This Mark Kelly was sitting right next to her as he was questioned about would he take an unlawful order from the president. So why are we to assume that the orders from the president would be lawful when the president in his last term made an unlawful order that the Department of Defense head of the Department of the Defense would not take in shooting protesters in the leg? Now, here's a question that I have. Shouldn't all of this shit that we're talking about be obsolete? Because he said the Department of War is enacting all of this. There's no such thing as the Department of War. The Department of Defense cannot be changed unless they take it before Congress. They cannot unilaterally change the Department of Defense to the Department of War. Are we clear on this? So who is actually sending out this bullshit? There is no Department of War. So would this be a unlawful order that Pete Hegseth is putting up under the name of an agency, a fictitious agency? Huh? Okay. I'm just curious.
Or excuse the disobedience of an otherwise lawful order. We can put Mark Kelly's orders, and orders are presumed to be lawful. A service member's personal philosophy does not justify or excuse the disobedience of an otherwise lawful order. We can put Mark Kelly's response here up on the screen as well to get what he was saying. So he says, when I was 22 years old, I commissioned as an ensign in the United States Navy and swore an oath to the Constitution. I upheld that oath through flight school, multiple deployments on the USS Midway, 39 combat missions in Operation Desert Storm, test pilot school, 4 space shuttle flights at NASA, and every day since I retired, which I did after my wife Gabby was shot in the head while serving her constituents. In combat, I had a missile blow up next to my jet and flew through anti-aircraft fire to drop bombs on enemy targets. At NASA, I launched on a rocket, commanded the space shuttle, and was part of the recovery mission that brought home the bodies of my astronaut classmates who died on Columbia. I did all of this in service to this country that I love and has given me so much. Secretary Hegseth's tweet is the first I heard of this. I also saw the president's post saying I should be arrested, hanged, and put to death. If this is meant to intimidate me and other members of Congress from doing our jobs and holding this administration accountable, it won't work. I've given too much to this country to be silenced by bullies who care more about their own power than protecting the Constitution. Sagar, I'm curious for your view on this. I mean, in some ways, look, I mean, what they said is basically on its face uncontroversial, that like, hey, if there are illegal orders, you don't have to follow them and you actually shouldn't follow them, which is just, Ryan was saying, it's basically like, hey, don't commit crimes. You know, it's very on its face, very uncontroversial. But because of the context around it, it was obviously meant to provoke. And they did that very effectively. I mean, it reminded me of a sort of a Trumpian tactic. I was like, oh, these centrists are actually learning a little bit of something. And now they've created this whole conversation around, okay, well, which orders would be unlawful and what are you talking about? And a whole furor around this with the Trump freak out and overreaction here. So I wonder what you make of it.
Yeah, they're doing this guy the biggest favor they ever could. Mark, do you know how much skill it takes to make Mark Kelly compelling as a figure? Right?
Okay, enough of him. Okay, that link is in my description box. I also want to share with you that also appeared on Breaking Point. What Steve Bannon has to say about AI. Let's get into this since we have been talking about AI most of the morning. You know, all of this other shit are just attention grabbers. Oh no, that's 4547 fucking up the pardon for the turkeys. He can pardon criminals with ease, but he had problems pardoning the turkey this morning. But I want to play this Steve Bannon warns AI will destroy MAGA. If there is a God, let's pray that Steve Bannon is right.
And he actually definitely has his eyes. You got to give credit to Steve Bannon. He actually definitely has his eyes open about this. Let's go to the next part here and put this on the screen. Steve Bannon now tells ABC News he is warning the Trump administration that their AI agenda could, quote, crush the working class, fracture MAGA, cost GOP in 26 and 28. He is working to, quote, turbocharge the base to revolt against it. Inside MAGA's fight to stop the AI revolution. And this really fits with the launch of a new candidate down in the state of Florida, James Fishback. He running against Byron Donald to succeed Ron DeSantis as the next governor of Florida. And he specifically calls out AI data centers in his new ad, in his launch video. Literally, let's take a listen to that. Guys, that is A8.
My name is James Fishback, and I'm running to succeed Ron DeSantis as Florida's next Republican governor. I'm running for Florida governor so I can make life more affordable for you and your family. I'll stop the construction of any AI data center that threatens to raise our electricity bills or poison our water supply. If he goes out and supports the building of AI data centers that threaten our electric bills and our water supply, he can't be our next governor.
He talks about banning large companies like hedge funds and others, private equity, from buying homes. And 3 is AI data center. So look,
I will say, Sagar,
I didn't even know that they were going to stick that in. I had no idea about this candidate. He is warning about private equity groups going in and buying homes away from. I'm telling you, pay attention. And this is a Republican, Byron Donalds. Go sit down and go somewhere and sit down with your secret criminal past and sit down under your white wife and pretend like everything is better in your black life and pretend like make everything better in your black life by pretending like you're still living under Jim Crow rules, as you said that black people live so much better under Jim Crow. Go on over there and sit your ass down somewhere, Byron Donalds. Stupid motherfucker.
Longer list. He also says abolish property taxes.
I know that. So yes, I was going to get before we get to the downside. We have to get to the upside. At the very least, I will say this definitely demonstrates the thesis that AI data centers will be a cornerstone of a lot of the elections that are coming up in 2026. And there's already been all of these revolts on a local level. It was not difficult to see this coming, but this was, I think, a major flash in the pan for a lot of the big tech movement, because this is the big fight in the White House right now. And they're not wrong. They're like, sir, when they go to Donald Trump and he hears about some of this pushback, he goes, sir, we're the only thing saving your economy. And he needs that, especially in the midst of tariffs. He's like, if you stop this gravy train, we're dead. Like, you're going to be facing serious questions about tariffs, about the economy. You're already having problems with affordability. And not to mention, many of us gave you, hundreds of millions of dollars when you were running for president. And on the other side, though, is if you look at the way that the political winds are shifting, it's obvious that for people who aren't in those established power centers, the best move is to run against them. That's why James Fishback carved that lane out for himself. I believe Byron Donalds had said something which was pro data center very recently, which demonstrates how, he himself, because he's more inside the system type politician, he kind of thought it was a gimme in terms of this race. And now that might really come back to bite him.
I mean, it's the politics of it are fascinating because certainly at the grassroots level, really doesn't matter whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. There's a lot of concern. A lot of these data centers are being built in rural red Trump areas. And, whether it's Mingo County, West Virginia, or we played the some of the more perfect union reporting from a small town in Louisiana where, these.
Girl, I did too. I played the Louisiana one last week. They're all over the place, just wreaking havoc all over the United States, these data centers.
This meta data center is going in is a major, major issue. There's problems with one of Elon's data centers outside of Memphis.
Yeah, outside of Memphis. I've talked about that. I talked about that months ago.
And Pearson about. Abdul Sayed has been sounding the alarm about issues in Michigan. Graham Plattner has been going very hard in the paint against these tech companies. And so it was interesting to see a Republican really, this is maybe the first time I've seen a Republican candidate really jump this aggressively into the fray, because the reality is, and I think this is another sort of sign of Trump's weakness at this moment, this is the major push of his administration. I mean, in terms of the sort of
this is the last thread that 4547 is hanging on to. So if you didn't see that, go check that out. The link is in my description box. Now let's get to this pity turkey pardon. Why don't we? Here we go. This is Pondering Politics. This link will be in my description box as well. I'll go over there and check him out. It seems like 4547 has been hanging out with keg breath on this video. So let's see the turkey part.
Along with it. Well, Donald Trump observed that particular tradition, but naturally he added his own weird, dishonest, unhinged twist to it, and we have to talk about this particular speech. But before we do, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, friends, leave it to Donald Trump to make something as rote and as silly as pardoning a friggin' turkey really weird and unhinged. But let's jump right on in which he can't help himself. He has to talk about his best friend, Joe Biden.
You remember last year, after a thorough and very rigorous investigation by Pam Bondi and all of the people at Department of Justice, the FBI, the CIA, the White House counsel's office, and the Department of Everything. We have a Department of Everything. You know what that is? I think that's called the White House. Into a terrible situation caused by a man named Sleepy Joe Biden. He used an auto pen last year for the turkey's pardon. So I have the official duty to determine, and I have determined that last year's turkey pardons are totally invalid, as are the pardons of about every other person that was pardoned other than Where's Hunter?
Yeah. He can't pardon a simple turkey without making it some sort of weird attack on his political opponents and nothing. I mean, just very strange shit, right? Like, just keep it. When President Obama did the turkey pardon speech, he had his daughters with him and made a bunch of dad jokes, and it was like funny and lighthearted. Trump has to make it about vengeance. That's where his mind instantly goes.
Where's Hunter? No, Hunter's was good. That was the one pardon, Pam, that was good, right? The rest of them are all invalid. I don't know what the hell you're going to do about that, but that's now we're going to take a little of the joking. That is a mess.
Yeah, so again, Department of Everything, I think we're calling it the White House. He's not particularly good with words. And again, he wants to make it about going after his political opponents. Listen, even with this 6-3 conservative supermajority Supreme Court, and I in pursuit of Donald Trump's agenda, but I think even this Supreme Court is not going to allow the Justice Department to overturn President Biden's various pardons. So, but that's all Donald Trump cares about, is trying to go after as many of his critics and his political opponents as possible. So that's where his priorities are. Here's another clip.
Howard Lutnick, Linda McMahon, Scott Turner, Administrator Lee Zeldin, who's done a great job. A nuclear power plant gets approved in less than a week. Okay? I'm only kidding, but pretty close to that. And we have more. Where's Lee? Stand up, Lee. One of my great superstars. Thank you.
So Lee Zeldin, I would say, is pretty terrible as the EPA administrator. This is a guy who doesn't really take climate change seriously, for example. It's hard to be, it's hard to be somebody who cares about the environment if you don't care about the anthropogenic climatological effects on the environment. But again, that's Trump for you. By the way, Lee Zeldin, even though he's not a household name, is one of the most sycophantic members of the Trump administration. The next time you watch a cabinet meeting, which is saying
but there are many of them back into our country. We're leading in AI. We're leading in everything. Our auto plants are pouring back into our country. Where do you see the jobs coming with them? But many of them are under construction. But Lee's done a great job in getting those approvals. I appreciate it very much.
Where are these jobs being constructed? I keep hearing about all of this construction. Where are all of these jobs pouring in the country at? Surely, since 45, 47 said that you will not be able to just take Americans off of the unemployment rolls. Isn't there some job training going on for all of these jobs that are pouring into this country at least? Since the American worker is not equipped to take these jobs according to 47 himself, surely people are in some type of paid job training to take all of these fabulous jobs that are pouring into the United States, I would assume.
FBI Director Kash Patel, who's been very busy doing a great job. Also.
Been very busy flying his girlfriend jobs compared to where the Biden administration was. It's a total disaster. The unemployment levels are slowly ticking upwards after decades lows under President Biden. The best it was ever in the past 50 or 60 years under Joe Biden, ticking upward under Trump, going in the wrong direction. Trump's just lying and hoping you don't notice.
That's going to be saved. The turkeys being pardoned today go by the names of Gobble and Waddle. When I first saw their pictures, I thought we should send them, I shouldn't say this. I was going to call them Chuck and Nancy. But then I realized I wouldn't be pardoning them. I would never pardon those two people. I wouldn't pardon them. I wouldn't care what Melania told me. Darling, I think it would be a nice thing to do. I won't do it, darling.
So he's talking about naming turkeys after his political opponents and not pardoning them, presumably getting them killed, which would be part of Trump's latest spree of calling for the death of Democratic lawmakers. So it's actually part and parcel of who he is and in total alignment in his rhetorical strategy. Really unhinged joke to make. But again, we'll continue. I'll point out that Trump famously made a joke about multiple jokes about Nancy Pelosi's husband, Paul Pelosi, who a couple of years ago was nearly beaten to death with a hammer by a deranged Trump supporter who was looking to kidnap Pelosi herself. She just wasn't home, and so he viciously attacked her husband instead. So not the first time that Trump has wished bodily harm on the Pelosi family.
These are two of the largest turkeys ever presented to an American president, over 50 pounds each. It's the largest we've ever had.
Oh, the largest in the world. These are the largest, the biggest, they're the greatest turkeys in the world. They're the largest. Of course they are. Everything is the largest, except for your peeing according to Stormy Daniels. But I digress.
Big turkeys, are they as good as the normal sized turkey? Better or as good? Do they tend to be a little fatty, maybe? No, he said no. He knows the turkey business. Anyway, despite their size, Secretary Kennedy has formally certified that these are the first ever Maha turkeys. I don't know if I agree.
How did Secretary Kennedy find the time? Isn't he sexting that reporter? Uh, how did he find the time? It's a wonder. Let's continue.
Agree with that. These are Maha. In other words, they could be fat, but they're still Maha. They've been fattened on a steady diet of grass, beef, to allow the smoothies and all of the other things that they've been eating for this occasion. This was a really big occasion, but they've eaten every fattening food that you can eat. We wanted to really make them special, and they really are. They're like record-setting. I've never seen a turkey that big before.
Of
Are they
course
violent
not.
at all? Will they attack as I walk over? Because if they were, I'll stay right up here.
If there is a God.
So they're feeding the turkeys beef and trying to fatten them up for the pardon? A turkey is eating beef? Interesting. Huh. All right. Speaking of unhinged jokes, here's one from Trump suggesting that he was going to deport them to a foreign country to be tortured.
But instead of pardon, some of my more enthusiastic staffers were already drafting the paperwork to ship Gobble and Waddle straight to the terrorist confinement center in El Salvador. And even those birds don't want to be there. You know what I mean.
What is all
I'd
this?
like to thank
What
the
is all this?
president of that country. They do a rather efficient job. It's got to be the largest prison in history.
I was ready to send Toddles and Waddles straight to El Salvador prison. What is up? What is really going on?
Never seen anything like it. And a lot of people are behaving on our streets now. You know, Washington, D.C. is considered a safe zone. This was one of our most unsafe places anywhere in the United States. It is now considered a totally safe city. I won't tell you about murders. We're having murders, like a lot of murders, on a weekly basis. We haven't had a murder in 6 months.
That's
a lot to unpack there. Number one,
that's absolutely
again,
untrue.
Trump just making a punchline over sending American citizens and legal residents and even undocumented citizens or undocumented immigrants, I should say, not citizens, who should not be sent to CCOT in El Salvador because it's a well-known torture facility. Their civil liberties, human rights are violated there. Trump is joking about that. It's a
Let me see if there's any more.
The mayor is incompetent.
Respect. So here, Donald Trump goes on a tear about Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Of every newspaper, it's out of control. The mayor is incompetent, and the governor is a big fat slob. He ought to invite us in, say, please make Chicago safe. We're going to lose a great city if we don't do it quickly.
So Trump, who is not particularly thin himself, attacking Governor Pritzker, who is overweight, but there's no reason to speak about somebody like that, particularly when he's not insulting you likewise. Like, I understand and listen, if you like banter and if you like trading insults, but that's not, I mean, Trump's just like out of nowhere attacking Pritzker's weight. I mean, Pritzker has thick skin. He can handle it, and I'm sure he'll fire back. I don't know if he'll attack Trump's physicality, although there's plenty to pick on. But again, Trump just hates Pritzker because Pritzker is one of the most effective Democratic governors at calling Trump out and humiliating him rhetorically.
Just fine. And I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank Pete Hegseth. The job you've done here is incredible. And I hear you having the same kind of success in Memphis, Tennessee, where you had an even worse situation. And Memphis crime is...
Well, if Chicago is the worst, if D.C. was the worst, how could Memphis now be worse? Which one is it, stupid? Which one is it? I understand you was even worse. I understand that it was even worse. I thought that you said Chicago was the worst of the worst, and we're about to lose the city. Lose it to whom? Whom are you about to lose Chicago to? Now Memphis, I heard Memphis was even worse.
Down 64% in 3 weeks. And by the time you have 4 or 5 weeks, you're going to have it down. We had an even worse situation. And I hear you having the same kind of success in Memphis, Tennessee. We had an even worse situation. And Memphis crime is down 64% in 3 weeks. And by the time you have 4 or 5 weeks, you're going to have it down almost where there won't be crime. And we could do that in Chicago, by the way, if they would let us. If the mayor was a low IQ person, but he should understand this. This is a very serious thing.
All right, Loopy, you are on a loop. You are on a loop with your dog whistling about black men. I concur. I do concur. I definitely agree with you. Hey, Lena, pretty brown eyes. It does sound that way. It does sound that way. Can you guys please hit the like button? This link is in my description box. If you want to, I just can't do it anymore. I've had my full. I apologize. This link is in my description box. I think there is one more thing that I want to share with you. If you are unaware, the James Comey and Letitia James cases have been dismissed because the acting U.S. attorney that they put in Virginia was put in erroneously. They will have the opportunity. They are giving a 6-month extension to refile the case against James Comey. Because remember, they were right at the threshold of the statute of limitations, and she rushed and sent the cases through. However, her appointment was not supposed to happen, and they have 6 months to retry the case, but they cannot have an interim person sitting in the chair prosecuting her. Understand that the real interim person before her, who they ousted when they said that there was no case, he is no longer working for the Department of Justice. Understand that no other person in the Department of Justice would sign on to these documents that Lindsay, what is her name? Lindsay Airhead decided to push forward on Comey and James. So the Jameses are off. James Comey and Letitia James. The two Jameses have thus far prevailed. Now, if they want to bring the case back against James Comey, it is going to have to be a congressionally approved prosecutor. The prosecutor is going to have to be approved by Congress. So no more interims are going to be able to bring forth a case, and they have 6 months. Let's see if they can fill this seat in 6 months by someone that the Democrats and the Republicans will approve. I'm really. I'm not a fan of James Comey. I am one who also agree that James, if it had not it been for James Comey, we would not have had the first Trump administration, and we would not be having this one with him coming out at the last minute to say something a whole bunch about nothing about Hillary Clinton and her servers. But I am against retribution. I am against 45-47 and his bullshit of trying people just because he decides that he doesn't like them. Now, let me Let me share something else with you. There is one more thing I want to share with you. Let me see. Let me see. I really hope. Mm, I really hope that there is some retribution for Pam Bondi as well. I really do. Because Pam Bondi also went behind this unqualified Lindsay Halligan and said that she had approved all the paperwork and that all of this paperwork was intact. When in fact, Lindsay Halligan, being the prosecutor, was the biggest thing that was not intact in this prosecution. So they have not. It was a different judge who was to judge on if Lindsay Halligan even brought Comey's case in front of a real grand jury, or if she switched the paperwork and just had the chairperson of the grand jury sign the paper. So I think we may still get that ruling. Let me let me. I hmm. I think I do want to share this with you. Hold on one second. Here it is. Let me share this with you. I apologize. It took me so long to find it. Here we go.
Just been dismissed after a federal case against former FBI Director James Comey has just been dismissed after a judge determined the interim U.S. attorney who brought the case, Lindsay Halligan, was unlawfully appointed. I want to bring in MS Now senior legal reporter Lisa Rubin, legal affairs reporter Fallon Gallagher, and Peter Baker stays with me. Guys, I was just handed the 29 pages of this. I don't know if either of you is a speed reader, but give us the high points or low points, depending on your perspective here.
There are two. And I should also break, Chris, on our air that this order, it looks as if Judge Cameron Curry has also entered a similar order with respect to Letitia James, who is also being prosecuted by the same office and by Lindsay Halligan in particular. My two high points here are as follows. One, this is a dismissal without prejudice, which means that the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Virginia has an important choice before it. There is a federal statute that allows a case that has been time barred but is dismissed for other reasons to be brought again within a 6-month period of time. Theoretically, that gives the U.S. Attorney's Office then 6 months to bring the case against Jim Comey again. But that also means if they do that, they don't get a chance to appeal the ruling with respect to the lawfulness of Lindsay Halligan's appointment. You're asking, well, why would that be so important to them? It's important to them because they have at least 4 other people around the country who are similarly situated, who are appointed by the Attorney General in an interim capacity after that first 120 days under the statute has elapsed. And so it's very important to this president and this attorney general that its interim U.S. attorneys be able to continue as such. So that's point one. Okay. Point two would be that at the end of the opinion, Judge Curry says very clearly that they don't get to appoint another interim U.S. attorney, but rather that the power, as under the statute, remains with the district court to install an interim U.S. attorney unless and until the president nominates and the Senate confirms someone else. So it's not just that Lindsay Halligan herself can't remain in this position. It's that Attorney General Pam Bondi and the president cannot do this again. They're not entitled to use this same procedure or process, but rather the district judges of the Eastern District of Virginia, under the statute in place, are entitled to nominate and choose somebody of their own selection now going forward. And again, the U.S. Attorney's Office, whoever it's going to be led by in the future, it's not going to be Lindsay Halligan, it looks like, will have to make a choice in the Comey case whether to appeal or whether to try and file these charges again and still deal with some of the same motions to dismiss that Jim Comey has also brought, the one for vindictive and selective prosecution, for example, or stemming from what he calls the fundamental ambiguity of the charges against him. If they were to bring the case again, you have to imagine that Jim Comey and his legal team, led by Pat Fitzgerald, would bring those same motions yet again. And those are really fatal, in particular because they could lead to a dismissal with prejudice as opposed to here, where you've got a dismissal by Judge Curry without.
Because already, I mean, besides stating on the very first page that this was invalid, that the attempt to install Ms. Halligan as interim U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia was invalid, they go back to the factual background, the appointment, and they do not obviously address these other charges, or that he was the other defense that he was putting forward, including what he called a fundamental ambiguity, as Lisa points out. So let's remind folks, what were the, and I guess could again be, the charges against James Comey?
Right. So James Comey has been charged with 2 counts. One is obstruction of Congress, of a congressional proceeding, and one is lying to Congress. And all of this stems from a hearing in 2020 and where he was testifying about something that he had initially testified about in 2017. And so this indictment came down just days before that statute of limitations was going to end. And so they had to get Halligan in there very quickly and secure this indictment very quickly. I believe she was 3 or 4 days on the job when she actually did this. And as we know, and as we've discussed extensively, she went into that grand jury room by herself and presented this indictment. And as we learned last week when I was in court, Comey's team came out with a motion to dismiss late Friday night, saying that they believed that there was not even a valid indictment in place. So we didn't even get to those motions to dismiss based on the alleged grand jury misconduct that happened. You'll remember that she got 2 of those charges. There was initially a 3rd charge in there. The grand jury agreed on those 2 charges. And then she went and basically redrafted a new version with those 2 charges that the grand jury did agree to, without ever presenting that to the full jury, and just had the foreperson and another grand juror sign off on that. So they're still
Exactly what I told you.
full space for motions to dismiss to arise. But I just want to add, this is not a full victory for the Comey team or the James team, because in every single one of these motions to dismiss that they filed, they have asked for these cases to be dismissed with prejudice, meaning that they cannot bring these cases again.
But they were dismissed without prejudice. So these cases can be brought again. Unfortunately, there is no one currently in the Department of Justice who was willing to bring these charges against either of the Jameses, Letitia James or James Comey. So we'll see what happens. We will see what happens, and we will see the countersuit that the American taxpayer are going to have to pay when the government is sued by the 2 Jameses. So that link is in my description box. Avail yourself to that. Now, I want to share, this may be the last video. Democrat judges go according to the law. So are you mad? It seems like you're upset. Okay, now, it seems like there is a breaking story that 4547 may be on the verge of firing Cockeyed Patel. I didn't get a chance to review this. Let's review this together. Shall we? The link will be in my description box.
We're coming back for some brand new breaking news. MS Now has just learned that FBI Director Kash Patel may be out of a job in the coming months. 3 people with knowledge of the situation say President Trump and his top aides have grown tired of Patel and the unflattering headlines he's been generating recently, including using a government jet to visit his girlfriend and enlisting a SWAT team as her security detail. Joining us, MS Now Justice and Intelligence reporter Ken Delanian and MS Now White House reporter Laura Barone Lopez. Both of them.
Why are they saying that Kakai Patel girlfriend must be Mossad? Because there is no way she must be a undercover spy. Because there is no way that this woman would be dating Patel. That's just a side note. They're saying that he is date your the head of your FBI is actually dating a undercover spy for Israel because there is no way on God's green earth that he would be able to catch someone who looks like her. I'm just giving you what the people are saying, what is being reported.
Broke this story along with Carol Lenig. Ken, give me more.
Well, Katie, I should say, first of all the qualifiers apply here. With Donald Trump and personnel decisions, you never actually know exactly what's going on. But we are being told that Kash Patel, the FBI director, is on increasingly thin ice. And the president is considering replacing him by the end of the year with Andrew Bailey, the former Attorney General of Missouri, who is acting now as co-deputy FBI director, along with Dan Bongino. And it's for all the reasons that you just said and others.
Dan Bongino, ooh, a blast from the past. When was the last time you seen Dan Bongino after you saw him crying about I miss my family, I haven't been able to visit my family? Well, a blast from the past. I almost forgot about Jan Bongino. Oh, he has a babysitter there who has his same job title. Maybe Dan Bongino isn't even around anymore. When the last time you seen Dan Bongino? Did they take him to a black site somewhere? Because I have not even seen him, much less heard his name mentioned since they brought that former AG from Missouri in under Dan Bongino's same job title. And haven't I seen or heard of Dan Bongino? I think he may be in Seacock, the Seacock prison. Let's go.
The use of taxpayer resources, the flying his girlfriend around on the FBI jet, but also the premature tweets, including related to the Charlie Kirk assassination and other investigations, that terrorist attack in Michigan where Patel got out in front of the investigation and tweeted about the arrests before the rest of the government was ready for that to happen. So Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche of the Justice Department have been annoyed with Patel for a long time, although they've publicly denied it when others have reported it. And now it's increasingly clear that the White House is as well. Now, our reporting this may actually enhance his job security, right? So it's hard to know exactly what's going to happen, but that is the reporting at this hour, Katie.
Yeah, no, we have seen situations where when it comes out that somebody is being considered for removal in order to prove that that Donald Trump does not have any chaos on his team or in his cabinet, has come out and said, no, of course not. I'm not considering anything. Let me play the president a little bit earlier today talking about Kash Patel during the Turkey pardon.
FBI Director Kash Patel has been very busy and doing a great job. Also, thank you, Kash.
Was that scripted? Was that always intended to be there, or was he responding to a question, Laura?
Look, I will say that right before we went out there for that Turkey pardon, I had asked the White House for comment on this story. And so because sources had been telling me, those that were talking to Carol and Ken were also telling us that essentially this ouster could be closer than ever. And part of that is because Andrew Bailey would now be able to take that role after reaching this 90-day requirement for being in that position. And so the White House had responded to me right before this event started. White House spokesperson Abigail Jackson, not denying it outright, not calling.
God damn. How do you get a brand new job and after you get off your 90-day probation, you take your boss's position? Your boss must be doing a fucked up job. A whole fucked up job. Yes, he was.
this false, but she did say that the FBI Director Patel is a critical member of the president's team and that he's working tirelessly to ensure the integrity of the FBI. That's what Abigail Jackson, the White House spokeswoman, said. And then after that, I went out there for the turkey pardon into the Rose Garden. And I thought it was interesting that the president said, thanked him and said that he was doing a, quote, great job. And then there was some clapping and the president said, see, Cash, you have a following. So was it scripted? That's the time.
And they may be following you out the door, Cash. I don't know. Hopefully.
I mean, when it happened, but this appears closer than it's ever been before because, of course, sources close to the White House have told me that they've definitely heard grumblings about Patel for all the reasons that Ken laid out. But this time around, more because of the back-to-back bad headlines about Patel's use of government resources seems to really be pushing those around the president and allies to the edge when it comes to Patel, Katie.
Yeah, no, what's interesting, Ken, is if we think about the first administration and when cabinet members had been ousted, a lot of them had been accused of mishandling or misusing government funds, misusing government planes. A version of corruption, and I guess this would fall into the same category. If you're talking about the SWAT team and the using the private jet, at the very least, just a misuse or an unseemly use of government property.
Yes, and the SWAT team reference, just to make sure our viewers understand, goes back to our reporting that members of the SWAT team in Nashville have been deployed as a security detail for Kash Patel's country singer girlfriend who lives in Nashville. And the New York Times has reported that other SWAT details from other cities have also been enlisted in that cause. What's also interesting, and you're absolutely right, Katie, that those kinds of things, that Donald Trump has a track record of looking on with distaste and disdain. But what's also interesting is that Kash Patel is under fire from MAGA activists for things that probably our viewers are not paying attention to. There's a series of conspiracy theories, for example, about the January 6th pipe bombs. That case remains unsolved. A lot of people in the MAGA world have these unfounded beliefs that somehow the government was involved, that the FBI is covering up. And Kash Patel and Dan Bongino have not been as forthcoming as these people would like about that case. So they're mad about that. They were also angry the other day when they essentially leaked the story to Fox News, or did an interview with Fox News and laid out their findings in the assassination plot against Donald Trump, and essentially said the guy acted alone. There's no larger conspiracy. That runs against a lot of conspiracy theories that are percolating in MAGA world right now. And so it's a really interesting dichotomy you have. So every current and former FBI agent I've ever talked to has absolute disdain for the way Kash Patel is running the Bureau. But then you also have the MAGA right that's not happy with Kash Patel.
And Laura, who's Andrew Bailey? Give us a little bit more on him.
Well, Andrew Bailey, as Ken was laying out, used to be the Missouri Attorney General. He was brought in because of the fact that those inside the White House, those inside the FBI were not happy, which, as Ken has documented very well, were not happy with Dan Bongino. And Bongino was very upset and rebelling a bit over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files over the summer. And Bailey was brought in as co-director, or co-deputy director, excuse me, of the FBI, which is, as Ken was explaining, this position that is not normal. He's someone, according to sources that I talked to this week, that so far the administration seems happy with.
So basically, they were holding Kash Patel in until the guy from Missouri got his 90 days. It appears the handwriting is on the wall. It was also reported last night. Let me. Let me share this with you.
24, when the current FBI director was working.
Major reasons why Kash is on the chopping block today, and that is this clip and breakdown from Chris Hayes.
Back in 2023 and 2024, when the current FBI director was working as a podcaster obsessed with cleaning up the deep state, slashing government spending, he had one specific idea about how to do it.
Chris Wray doesn't need a government-funded G5 jet to go to vacation.
maybe we ground that plane. 15,000 every time it takes off. Just a thought.
Go take their money. Chris Wray doesn't need a private jet.
We're not the guys running around on private jets. And
this is what he was saying about Chris Wray, his predecessor. Every time he could open his crooked mouth, this is what he was saying. And how many times has he been questioned and been defensive about his own personal use of a private jet, going to pick up his bimbo, who he left his wife for in Las Vegas, to take her to a WWA match in Pennsylvania, taking her back home to Nashville, and then continuing back to Washington, D.C. Make that make sense on your government dime. But they say he reimburses for the difference that it would take for him to now, how many people are going from Washington to, where does the bitch live? In Nashville, Pennsylvania, back to Nashville, back to D.C. How much did that cost this crooked-eyed liar? A whole hypocrite.
somebody maybe in Congress should ask for how many flights on a private jet Director Comey took, or my predecessor Director Wray took, and how many personal.
Well, somebody did ask you. Let's continue.
Trips they took.
Don't knock it until you try it. That's what I say about private jets. The use of government jets for personal travel by former FBI director was sort of an obsession of Patel's for years. In 2023, Patel called former director Chris Wray a, quote, government gangster for his jet usage, which is why it was surprising to see Patel repost this photo on Sunday of him in his FBI-branded hoodie out on a date with his country singer girlfriend, Alexis Wilkins. Now, Wilkins was performing at a Penn State sporting event on Saturday. And if you're wondering how Kash Patel got there to support her, well, public flight logs show he took a taxpayer-funded government jet. Later that night, that same jet flew from Pennsylvania to Nashville, where Patel's girlfriend lives. Now, I should know, FBI directors are required by law to use government planes for security purposes. It's a point Patel raised in May when Senate Democrats last inquired about his jet usage.
Oh, this is a great point. Do you know why I have to use a private jet? Because Congress made it mandatory.
Okay, in April 5th, well, we didn't make it mandatory that you go to UFC games with Mel Gibson.
Are you telling me I can't go home?
You got to use some judgment here.
I love the logic there. I had to go to the event. So what, I'm supposed to stay there? Well, you don't have to go to every event. Patel's lack of judgment when using a taxpayer-funded plane for private excursions during a government shutdown on the eve of SNAP benefits running out is really just the tip of the iceberg.
It is kind of funny, the idea of Donald.
Is there any more? This link is in my description box. Let me see what they're saying here.
Kash Patel report says Donald Trump is weighing whether or not to fire Kash Patel as the FBI director in the coming months, reported MS Now on Tuesday. The report cited 3 people with knowledge of the situation who requested anonymity in order to speak freely. White House spokeswoman Abigail Jackson released a statement to MS Now in response to their report saying, President Trump has assembled the most talented and impressive administration in history. I'm trying not to laugh right now. And they are doing an excellent job carrying out the president's agenda.
I'm trying not to barf right now.
FBI Director Patel is a critical member of the president's team, and he is working tirelessly to restore integrity to the FBI. Now, I'm not even going to...
Okay, so go over if you want to see the remainder of this story. You can check it out. It is the last link in my oh my god, in my box where I drop links in the description box. So go over there and check that out if you want to. I didn't even talk about the G20 summit and how Africa refused to hand over the 1 trillion. 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 1 trillion they refused to hand over the 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 mallet to a representative that 4547 somebody who wasn't Marco Rubio, no Department of State official. They wanted to send some nobody out there and receive the the mallet. What is that thing called? Oh my God, I am receive the mallet that would then transfer the G20 to the United States, since the United States is having the G20 next year. You do understand that 4547 refused to go to Africa. I guess because maybe he considers it one of those shithole countries. I don't know. But uh, the president of South Africa refused to even allow this nobody into the closing ceremonies of the G20, and said if 4547 wanted the motherfucking mallet, that he is, what is this? He is going to have to go to some a UN office and get it, because he's not since you decided not to show up, motherfucker, you get nothing. And they actually did a resolution at the beginning of the quorum, instead of at the end of the quorum. Now they talked about they one of the things that they talked about is forming new alliances in trading. Canada was there, and all of the European Union was there. Everyone was there except for the United States. All of the nations that the United States decided to put all of these tariffs on. He refused to even go to the G20 based upon the lie that he's trying to get out here, that there's a white genocide in South Africa as his reason to not go. Uh, uh, it was just the utter disrespect. That's why he did not go. Because this administration, in my opinion, is working on a whole lot of white supremacist bullshit. That's my opinion on why he didn't go. So, I got one more thing. Speaking of this administration and the route this administration seems to be taking, understand that this administration is trying to be apologists for all of the white nationalists, all of the white supremacist talk in this administration. Uh, let me share with you. Now, the president of the Heritage Foundation said that there needs to be a place for young guys like Nick Fuentes in this administration. Let's be clear about that. Let me share with you this. So, Lindsey Graham said that he is definitely on the non-Nazi side of the administration. So, in saying that, Lindsey Graham was saying that there is a Nazi side of MAGA. He said uh, he's on the non-Nazi side of the Republican Party. And that only indicates that he feels that there is a Nazi side of the Republican Party. Let's be clear. Don't get mad at me. If you got any problems, talk to Lindsey Graham about it. So let's see Nick Fuentes. They said that Nick Fuentes is really coming up in the Republican Party and may be a strong leader for the Republican Party. So they wanted to cancel Tucker Carlson for platforming Nick Fuentes. And Nick Fuentes, I forget who he said. He's a fan of some, who was it? Well, we know he's a fan of Hitler, but it wasn't Hitler. He said he was a fan of some other. Anyway, let's see Nick Fuentes crashing out.
No, your trade war is destroying the economy. This is where you end up. So as you all know, there's a massive right-wing civil war currently ongoing. You have Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin versus Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens to one extent or another. Then you got people who are like sort of in the middle trying to make peace, like Alex Jones and Matt Walsh. Hey, why can't we all just get along? That sort of shit. It's really showing no signs of slowing down. If anything, it's speeding up, right? Ted Cruz is now leaning into the fight against Tucker Carlson, and you have the pro-Israel right versus the anti-Israel right, and there's, all these different dividing lines. And it's all happening because MAGA's falling apart, because Trump is making horrible decisions. It's a mess. He's a mess. He's an absolute mess. When, your trade war is destroying the economy, this is where you end up. Your own people end up at each other's throats. When your endless warmongering is, busting up the myth that you were ever anti-war. This is what happens. This is the result. So anyway, Nick Fuentes, not to be deterred, cannot help himself, and he decided to go after Tucker Carlson, one of the only fellow travelers in this war, this right-wing civil war that he has. Here we go.
Here is speaking currently on early release Patreon for the Sean Ryan Show, talking shit in circular statements for 2 hours about you. You are winning. Stay strong, brother. Just a wang effing.
Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't like that he keeps calling me an anti-Semite. What the fuck is that? He didn't call me an anti-Semite on the show or in person, so what is that? We dinner for...
Now understand that everybody is up in arms because Tucker gave him a platform, and they said Tucker softballed all the questions from him, and now that everybody has come out and taking sides against Tucker Carlson. He doesn't want to get canceled, obviously. So I'm not a viewer of Tucker Carlson, but obviously it seems like Tucker has started to calling Nick an anti-Semite, but he had no pushback for anything that Nick Fuentes said when he was on his program that has the whole Republican Party, well, not the whole, some parts of the Republican parties are quite excited and accepting of Nick Fuentes' views. So it seems like Tucker is now gone to calling in an anti-Semite, and Nick is not having it. Nick Fuentes, how can you be a white supremacist and you're half Hispanic? Make that make sense. Nick better be careful. They're going to fuck around and send ICE out for Mr. Fuentes. Catch.
Semite on the show or in person, so Semite, what the fuck is that? He didn't call me an anti-Semite on the show or in person, so what is that? We dinner for 3 hours, then we do a show, we do this big interview, now I'm an anti-Semite. Since when? So let me get it straight. First, I was a gay fed in my parents' basement. Then we're totally kosher. Now I'm an anti-Semite. So what the fuck is that? He goes on for 3 years, he's been going around telling everybody, oh, he's a Fed. He was a Fed at J6. And what else did he say about me? Everything you can think of. He was trash talking me to anybody who would listen for years. To Alex Jones, to groups of people. I heard this secondhand from a lot of people. This guy was talking shit about me for years. He worked on that hit piece. Then he goes with Candace Owens finally and says, oh, he's a weird gay kid, came from nowhere. He's a Fed. He's the David Duke, blah, blah, blah. Then I do a show. None of that. Oh, let's just not talk about that stuff. Okay, if we're friends, sure, let's not talk about it. Now I'm an anti-Semite. Oh, okay. So what is that? I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like fakers. I don't like fakers. I don't like people that, I don't like to put on. Like, just cut this shit. Cut the act. Like, see, I'm so over that kind of, it's deeply frustrating to just kind of have people lying to your face playing games like that. Oh my gosh. Maybe I'm just not cut out for politics, but that's just very like two-faced. Is it because they're on his ass now or what is that? But he's going around saying, I disagree with his anti-Semitism. What the fuck? Sorry, are you Ben Shapiro now? What is anti-Semitic about what I say? Honest to God. I go on the show every night. I say, I don't hate anybody. Don't attack people physically or verbally. We don't hate them. We don't want to hurt them. We don't want to take their rights. We just want them to be loyal to America. They can't have power if they're abusing it. What is anti-Semitic about that? Honestly. And he's totally playing a game with me right now where he's trying to go around and say, we understand and we pity him. And we just want to know why people like him. Why? So you can reverse engineer it and make some other guy that isn't like me at all? You want to know why people like me? Why? So you can kill me and then take my audience? Is that why?
Do you actually think that's what Tucker's doing? Oh, my God.
You want to pander to my audience, take me out, and then you're going to give my audience to Rufo and Lomez or JD Vance or something? It's all bullshit.
So he's already in the midst of like a 4-front war, and he goes, let's add a fifth. Let's add a fifth. So Candace Owens, who's nominally on his side in this right-wing civil war, he also hates her and goes after her all the time. Is there anybody that he hasn't gone after? It's just so funny that in this moment where like the schism is there, the right is fucking imploding, and you're having your moment, and you're winning the fight. Look at Ben Shapiro's numbers on Daily Wire. Look at fucking, they've imploded. Mark Levin was always just propped up because he was on Fox News and shit. He was never like, was never actually the force of his own personality. He couldn't make it in the free market of online.
So the link is in my description box. Go over there and watch Kyle break this whole right-wing hate fest up. There are, I thought it was one. It seems to be 2 more things that I want to share with you. I want to give you a little highlight about the bots that are all over the country sharing divisive hate speech on Elon Musk as if these people are American citizens. All the remarks that they are talking about American politics. Elon Musk created a feature where you could see what countries these people were coming from, and come to find out some of the most highlighted platform X users accounts are from people who don't even live in the United States. These are prominent X accounts. Let's check this story out. This link is also in my description box. Let's get to it.
Well, it turns out that some of the largest MAGA influencers on Twitter are America First in name only, because hundreds of them have been exposed as foreign bot accounts. For example, The General, a self-described patriot and ethnic American with 140,000 followers who describes himself as America only and spreads anti-Indian and anti-black racism, is actually based in Turkey. There's also The War Hamster, a self-proclaimed America First account with 22,000 followers who fearmongers about foreigners voting in American elections, that's actually based in the UAE. And we are barely scratching the surface, but we're learning about the locations of these accounts thanks to a new feature Twitter just rolled out that's actually being celebrated for once by its users. The Daily Beast reports Elon Musk's social media site X has rolled out a new feature in an effort to increase transparency, and unwittingly revealed that many of the site's top MAGA influencers are actually foreign actors. Dozens of major accounts masquerading as America First or MAGA proponents have been identified as originating in places such as Russia, India, and Nigeria. One example is an Ivanka Trump fan account, Ivanka News. It has 1 million followers and frequently posts about the dangers of Islam, the threat of illegal immigration, and support for Trump. That account is based in Nigeria. Now, we'll talk about some more accounts in a moment, but before you give Elon Musk any credit for this new feature, don't, because the proliferation of bot accounts got even worse under his leadership after he chose to roll out the new verification system, where premium users would get paid ad revenue to tweet, which was not only a boon for bot accounts, but it incentivized negative engagement farming, because saying something outrageous like you like Hitler or something like that was so extreme that it would attract eyeballs. And regardless if people were interacting to call you a dickhead or to cheer you on, you were getting engagement, which brought in ad revenue. And in turn, made you want to do that even more. So this is why the platform became so toxic under Elon Musk, because he fostered this environment where people were literally being rewarded for bigotry. The quality of the posts plummeted, and the rage bait became basically the new norm. Like, you can't post something without Nazis in your replies, thanks to Elon Musk. And now we're learning that it's not organic. It's not just that he got rid of all of the terms and conditions that banned Nazis and now people can let their freak flags fly. It's that this kind of behavior is rewarded on the platform. Now, with that being said, I can't place all of the blame on Elon Musk here, because even though he exacerbated Twitter's existing problems, the presence of foreign bot accounts isn't necessarily a new phenomenon. In fact, The Independent reports that bots make up a majority of internet traffic now for the first time ever, and 37% of said bots are actually malicious bots, according to a report published by cybersecurity firm Imperva. Now, what's malicious is a pretty broad category. It can be a phishing scam, somebody who's trying to obtain your personal information. It can be a scammer who's trying to farm sympathy for donations for a GoFundMe. It can be a hostile account trying to rage bait people for clicks. And sometimes it's real people, oftentimes it's automated or AI-driven accounts. And we're reaching the point where dead internet theory is no longer a theory. It's just all bots on the internet interacting with each other. And in case you've never seen what a human-run bot farm looks like, it's exactly what you'd expect. It's this. You can see more than 150 phones connected to computers, and they're running scripts. And the reason why these things exist is because they're lucrative. People make money doing it. The industry wouldn't exist if it wasn't profitable, and Twitter basically came in, and I guess it seemed like the gold rush for bot accounts. And let's be real, the reason why Trump supporters are disproportionately targeted on Twitter, quite frankly, is because they're more gullible. They're stupid and likely to fall for the dumbest shit imaginable.
And let's be clear, they're racist. They're racist. This type of stuff could only excite you and not disgust you if you were not racist. If you didn't need the hate that makes you feel like your race is superior to other races of people based simply on your color or their color. That's why they accept it, because they don't want to accept their inadequacies. Let's be clear. Why do you think that they have snatched on to this DEI, suspension of DEI? Because they know they can't compete. So how dare you not keep the rails up that discriminate other races so they are not allowed to compete? We need those guardrails up for ourselves because we're inadequate. Let's continue.
Well, all you have to do is say immigrants bad, trans people bad, and they clap like seals. So, of course, they were going to be targeted by accounts as soon as Elon Musk made it a thing that you can make money off of. And targeted they were, because again, the amount of right-wing accounts that were unmasked as foreign accounts is truly mind-blowing to me. Here's some more examples. There's MAGA Nation, an account with 400,000 followers, and it's actually based in Eastern Europe. There's Dark MAGA Coin with 15,000 followers based in Thailand. There is MAGAscope with 50,000 followers based in Nigeria. Defiant Els, which is a massive right-wing account. It has 1.6 million followers, and it's based in Japan. Red Pill Media X with 100,000 followers is based in Pakistan. A huge Charlie Kirk fan account with nearly 200,000 followers is based in Eastern Europe. Ultra MAGA Trump 2028 with 16,000 followers is based in Nigeria. America First with almost 70,000 followers is based in Bangladesh. And Harry Sisson put together a growing thread that I'll link down below the like button, where you can see dozens and dozens of so-called America First accounts just get exposed as foreign actors, which isn't necessarily surprising, but it's nice to have the validation because, it feels overly conspiratorial to chalk everything you see on the internet up to foreign actors. Nonetheless, this is proof that it is a very common thing. But one caveat is that it might not be as...
And where is it allowed to flourish? On Elon Musk, the immigrant to the United States, the MAGA supporter. Why is why were they so comfortable in letting this type of rhetoric flourish? because it was not anti-white rhetoric. That's why. And the same person that lied to 4547 to the extent that 4547 believed the lie and did not go to the G20 summit, where they were all types of negotiations and agreements and deals with our allies. While in the meantime, he is telling Zelensky that he must accept this 28-point peace agreement that was authored by Russia. And then comes back and Marco Rubio says that, oh no, that's not our peace point. That was just a starting point. And based upon how we know our negotiation with Ukraine, that's a starting point for us. So you took it from Russia. A whole 28-point plan, and says, well, we know what Zelensky wants. So in other words, we didn't even bother to negotiate with Zelensky. But when it got found out, and when Axios dropped the story that this administration had did basically what Lindsay Halligan did when she fucked up on that indictment, they copied and paste directly from Putin's request, even in language that is when you put it through chat GPT, some reporter put it through chat GPT, and it said it still had the actual language of a Russian speaking English in the text of the English text that they wanted Zelensky to agree to, which gave Russia everything they wanted. And Russia was the aggressor. And had Ukrainian having to agree to seize lands that had not even been conquered by Russia, having Zelensky to limit their military to a certain number of people being allowed in their military, and of course they would not be allowed to be a part of the G7. All of this stuff, come to find out that it was authored allegedly by Russia. These are the reports. And even 4547, when he was visiting with Mondami in the Oval Office, he said, well, the Ukraine they're going to have to accept something because they just want to continue to fight. And then it came out the next day that Marco Rubio tried to walk it back, but it had already been presented to some senators who was in Helsinki, that this was actually the plan. So now they're all back on their heels and trying to say, "Oh no, that was just a introduction until where our starting point. That's not our ending point." So that's what's going on with the war in Russia. So you have 4547 taking advice from Elon Musk, and this is what Elon Musk allows to flourish on his X platform. This is 4547's highest donor, who is back in the White House. He was back in the White House when the Prince of Saudi Arabia was in the White House, who's sitting there in a tuxedo, swirling his head around in circles, look like he's high as a motherfucker. Elon Musk, this is your government. Understand, this is your government. But what has all of this racism gotten you as a people? How have you increased any wealth as a people with all of this hatred and racism? You haven't, because you're so busy looking at undocumented immigrants, black people, Indian people, brown people, all brown people, all black people. But you're not looking at the real culprit that's harming you and your way of life. You refuse to look at the rich people. You refuse to look at the billionaires. You want to look at immigrants, but you're going to ignore that Elon Musk's own brother, said that they came to the United States as immigrants and they overstayed their visas. But you're not asking for anything to be done to this non-brown man who came over in the United States illegally. And want to talk about he's so inventive. He hasn't invented any of the things that he is over. He hasn't invented these. Brown people from India, engineers have invented. But you don't want the engineers over here because you think that you can take their jobs. But your American education system don't prepare you to go to American colleges. But you mad at black and brown people. And you fucking bow down to these white people who are the ones who are stepping and got their foot on your fucking necks. I'm way off topic. Let's get back to the bots.
Accurate as possible in every single case. I say that because if you use a VPN, that could throw it off. Also, some Americans who aren't using VPNs, who have confirmed that they are indeed American, have been flagged as VPN users, masking their location. So there's that to keep in mind. There's also other bizarre findings, such as the Fox News account being run in Germany and the DHS account being run in Tel Aviv, Israel, which is certainly...
So, would you be surprised if the DHS account was being run out of Tel Aviv, Israel? That's the one. I didn't want to say Israel before earlier, but I thought it was Israel, but I'm not up. I wasn't positive because I do not use an X account. I do not use people who are trying to harm me. I don't patronize businesses and people who are out to harm me. That's why I do not shop at Amazon. So are we clear that there has been highlighted a Department of Homeland Security on X that is actually created and operated out of Tel Aviv, Israel? Who's surprised? Anybody? America first. Let's continue.
Bizarre. So make of that what you will. Either way, you know, the ubiquity of foreign accounts cannot be denied. It is very, very common. But one unfortunate consequence of this is that it reinforces the racist view that Trump supporters already had, that people in foreign countries are bad. And what makes me mad is that rather than reflecting on how they were duped so easily in the first place by low quality rage bait bullshit with explicit racism, they're instead choosing to lash out by sharing racist memes, stereotyping people in Nigeria and India and other countries. And I've even seen some liberals and lefties retweet these memes, but please don't do that because it only...
So you're mad that you guys have fallen for this because it scratches something inside of you that made it agree with it, and it only showed what simpletons and fools you actually are. So you're mad and you're gonna tease Pakistanians, are you and Nigerians? You're not teasing anyone because the joke is on you that you guys are so hateful and stupid and you will support your own demise. You're laughed at. You're laughable. That's the only thing. Oh, so you think you're going to get back at them after you guys have, in some cases, supported them up to 1 million subscribers? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And you think you're going to flip the script? No, you can't flip the scripts because you guys are too weak and dumb to even recognize a script was run on you. All right. We're going into the holiday season, so I definitely want... Hell no. Thank you, Lena. I definitely want to remind you of this last two things before we leave. The economic blackout. This is what you can do. The economic blackout. Let's get into this.
We have some big news right now. An economic blackout is set to begin on Friday, and you need to know about it. A number of organizations are calling for you and consumers nationwide to conduct an economic blackout beginning on November 28th, running through December 5th, targeting big corporations due to their anti-DEI policies. This is being led by organizations like Blackout the System, People Ain't Buying It, People's Union USA. The organizations are saying that you should support your favorite small businesses this Saturday on November 29th. Remember, this blackout only applies, from what I gather, to large big box retailers. This is to put pressure on organizations that they believe have capitulated to the Trump White House, that they believe have contributed to the divide in America. Remember, once again, this has nothing to do with small businesses. They actually encourage you to purchase at small businesses, especially on the 29th. Now, let me know what you think. Spread the word. Full updates on my Substack, linked in bio. Subscribe for free. Follow along for more.
Okay, that link is also in my description box. So don't walk around being ignorant when Ronnie Q announces also that on December 6th, I will be having my 4th annual give back to the subscribers, Secret Santa. Don't be a dummy up there begging for gift cards and then turn around when Ronnie Q announces that she's giving back to the subscribers and say Ronnie Q is supposed to be such an activist and she doesn't know that they're canceling Christmas this year. The only thing that got canceled this year were your food stamps, bitch. Christmas is not being canceled this year. They're telling you to hold off on supporting these businesses. They're telling you to hold off on supporting businesses and corporations who do not support you. They're telling you to please shop at small businesses when you can this year. Let your dollar be your voice this year. Have a voice in the conversation this year. That's what they're telling you to do. So on the fourth annual Secret Santa is Saturday, December 6th at 3:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That will be noon Pacific Standard Time. This is when or whatever content creators I may have to accept anybody who wants to give. We come up. I drop my link. You come on my link with your Cash App available, and we exchange names. Then we Cash App each other a gift between $30 and $60. There's no pot. We just have our Cash App. We exchange names in the Secret Santa modem of Christmas, and we gift each other between $30 and $50. However, once we receive our gifts, we do not keep our gifts. We then will gift the gift that we were given from our Secret Santa to a subscriber who is physically in the chat dropping their Cash App. This is the content creators or the gifters who come up and exchange names for Secret Santa. They get nothing out of this. They've never have. They are giving back to the subscribers. Why? Because I thought that this is a great thing to do for the subscribers who support the content creators all year long. And you will notice that the ones that beg from the subscribers the most will not hit the link to give back to you. So please show up on Saturday, December 6th at 3:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and you'll see what it gives. You will see what it gives for. So I see. I have been in many chats. I have watched many replays. I have not heard one content creator give their group this message about this event. I've heard about cornbread dressing fucking shares 1,000 times, something that never even happened. I heard it talked about 1,000 times, but not one time have I heard someone say that we are going to be giving back to you on December 6th on Ronnie Hughes at 3:00 p.m. The 4th annual. It's not like this is a new something new. This is not like this is something new. This is something that is ignored, but I'm not going to ignore you. And I hope that you don't ignore it either. I hope you come out to see if your Cash App, just drop your Cash App in the comment section and if I'm the only one who show up, understand that you will definitely be going home with a prize if you are selected. So come by and let's see what it do. Let's keep the tradition rolling. I appreciate you all for being here, and I hope you have a blessed remainder of your day. Oh, I cooked me some red beans and rice last night. Well, yesterday afternoon. Red beans and rice, they take a long time to cook. Oh, they were so delicious. So I'm about to have a bowl of red beans and rice. I appreciate you all. Please hit the like button on your way out. And I guess I'll see you tomorrow. All right. Z Sarah, it is always good to see you. Lena, all of you. It is always good to see you. I hope you guys have a fabulous Leonard. It is always good to see you all. Everyone who dropped down, except for the people who dropped down with the dumb shit. But I thank you for being here. You count as well. And everyone on the replay, I appreciate your support. And I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. All right, guys, I'm out of here.